Part 2, The Imperial Reciter. And we are peacemen also, crying for peace, peace at any price, though it be war. We must live free, at peace, or each man dies, with death clutched fast forever on the prize. Gerald Massey. The editor thanks are due to the Reverend A. Fewen Allward for the use of the poem Adsum, and to Messrs. Harmsworth Brothers for permission to include Mr. Rudyard Kipling's phenomenal success, The Absent-Minded Beggar, in this collection. Also to Messrs. Harper and Brothers of New York for special permission to copy from Harper's Magazine the poem Sheltered by Sarah Orme Jewett. To Messrs. Chatto and Windus for permission to use Mrs. B's Alarms from Humorous Stories by the late James Payn, to Miss Palgrave and to Messrs. Macmillan and Company for the use of England Once More by the late F.I. Palgrave, to Mr. Clement Scott for permission to include Sound the Assembly and The Midnight Charge, to Mr. F. Harold Williams and Mr. Gerald Massey for generous and unrestricted use of their respective war poems, and to numerous other authors and publishers for the use of copyright pieces. This recording is in the public domain. Prefatory, read for LibriVox.org by Bryce Kreis. There is a true and a false imperialism. There is the imperialism of the vulgar braggart, who thinks that one Englishman can fight 10 men of any other nationality under the sun, and there is the imperialism of the man of thought, who believes in the destiny of the English race, who does not shrink from the responsibilities of power from craven fear of being great, and who holds that an Englishman ought to be ready to face 20 men if need be, of any nationality, including his own, rather than surrender a trust or sacrifice a principle. The first would base empire on vanity and brute force, inspired by the vulgar reflection, "We've got the men, we've got the ships, we've got the money too." The second does not seek empire, but will not shrink from the responsibilities of its growth, and in all matters of international dispute believes with Solomon that he that is slow to wrath is of great understanding, and in all matters of international relationship that righteousness exalteth a nation. The rapid and solid growth of the British Empire has been due largely to two characteristics of its rule: the integrity of its justice and the soundness of its finance. Native races everywhere appeal with confidence to the justice of our courts, and find in the integrity of our fiscal system relief from the oppressive taxation of barbarous governments. These blessings we owe, and with them the strength of our empire, not to the force of our arms in the field, but to the subordination of the military to the civil spirit, both in peace and war. Other nations fail in their attempts at colonization because they proceed on military lines. With them it is the soldier first and the civilian where he can. England succeeds because she proceeds on industrial lines. With her it is the plow where it may be and the sword where it must. The military spirit never yet built up an enduring empire, and the danger of military success is that it is apt to confuse means and ends in the public mind, and to encourage the subordination of the civil to the military spirit in national institutions. Such a result could only be disastrous to the British Empire, and so, while rejoicing in the success of the British arms, it behooves us to oppose with all our strength the growth of the military spirit. The 7th decade of the 19th century saw the realization of one of the greatest facts of our time, the federation of the German states in one great military empire. The 10th decade has realized a greater fact, the federation of the British colonies in a great social and commercial empire. The German Empire must fall to pieces if it continues to subordinate the civil to the military spirit in its national policy. The British Empire can never perish while it is true to the fatherhood of God and the brotherhood of man. Signs of the growth of a military spirit are to be seen in the advocacy of some form of conscription or compulsory service for home defense, and this too at a time when the ends of the earth have been sending us volunteers in abundance to espouse a foreign quarrel. Such advocates neither understand the national history nor the English character. Were England in any real danger, there would be no need for forced service, and service forced without need would breed revolution. The nation that cannot depend upon its volunteers for its home defense is not worth defending. Alfred H. Miles, October 1st, 1900. This recording is in the public domain.
The Englishman by Eliza Cook. Read for LibriVox.org by Fenman. There's a land that bears a well-known name, though it is but a little spot. I say 'tis the first on the scroll of fame, and who shall aver it is not? Of the deathless ones who shine and live, in arms, in arts, or song, the brightest the whole wide world can give, to that little land belong. 'Tis the star of the earth, deny it who can, the island home of the Englishman. There's a flag that waves o'er every sea, no matter when or where, and to treat that flag as aught but the free is more than the strongest dare. For the lion spirits that tread the deck have carried the palm of the brave, and that flag may sink with a shot-torn wreck, but never float o'er a slave. Its honour is stainless, deny it who can, and this is the flag of the Englishman. There's a heart that beats with burning glow, the wronged and the weak to defend, and strikes as soon for a trampled foe as it does for a soul-bound friend. It nurtures a deep and honest love, the passions of faith and pride, and yearns with the fondness of a dove to the light of its own fireside. 'Tis a rich rough gem, deny it who can, and this is the heart of an Englishman. The Briton may traverse the pole or the zone and boldly claim his right, for he calls such a vast domain his own that the sun never sets on his might. Let the haughty stranger seek to know the place of his home and birth, and a flush will pour from cheek to brow while he tells of his native earth. For a glorious charter, deny it who can, is breathed in the words, I'm an Englishman. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
England Goes to Battle by Gerald Massey. Read for LibriVox.org by Michael Early. Now glory to our England, she arises calm and grand, the ancient spirit in her eyes, the good sword in her hand. Our royal right on battle-ground was I to bear the brunt. Ho, brave heart, with one passionate bound, take the old place in front. Now glory to our England as she rises calm and grand, the ancient spirit in her eyes, the good sword in her hand. Who would not fight for England? Who would not fling a life in the ring to meet a tyrant's gage and glory in the strife? Her stem is thorny but doth burst a glorious rose atop, and shall our proud rose wither? First we'll drain life's dearest drop. Who would not fight for England? Who would not fling a life in the ring to meet a tyrant's gage and glory in the strife? To battle goes our England, as gallant and as gay, as lover to the altar on a merry marriage day. A weary night she stood to watch the clouds of dawn uprolled, and her young heroes strained to match the valour of the old. To battle goes our England, as gallant and as gay, as lover to the altar on a merry marriage day. Now fair befall our England on her proud and perilous road, and woe and wail to those who make her footprints wet with blood. Up with our red cross banner, roll a thunder peal of drums. Fight on there, every valiant soul, have courage, England comes! Now fair befall our England on her proud and perilous road, and woe and wail to those who make her footprints wet with blood. Now victory to our England! And where'er she lifts her hand, in freedom's fight to rescue right, God bless the dear old land. And when the storm hath passed away, in glory and in calm, may she sit down in the green of the day, and sing her peaceful psalm. Now victory to our England! And where'er she lifts her hand, in freedom's fight to rescue right, God bless the dear old land.
End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
England Once More by Frances Turner Palgrave. Read for LibriVox.org by Michael Early. Old if this England be, the ship at heart is sound, and the fairest she and gallantest that ever sailed earth round. And children's children in the years far off will live to see her silver wings fly round the world, free heralds of the free. While now on him who long has blessed, to bless her as of yore, once more we cry for England, England once more. They are firm and fine, the masts, and the keel is straight and true. Her ancient cross of glory rides burning through the blue, and that red sign o'er all the seas the nations fear and know, and the strong and stubborn hero souls that underneath it go. While now on him who long has blessed to bless her as of yore, once more we cry for England, England once more. Prophets of dread and shame, there is no place for you, weak-kneed and craven-breasted among this English crew, bluff hearts that cannot learn to yield, but as the waves run high, and they can almost touch the night, behind it see the sky. While now on him who long has blessed to bless her as of yore, once more we cry for England, England once more. As past in present hid, as old transfused to new, through change she lives unchanging, to self and glory true. From Alfred's and from Edward's day, who still has kept the seas, to him who on his death morn spoke her watchword on the breeze. While now on him who long has blessed to bless her as of yore, once more we cry for England, England once more. What blasts from east and north, what storms that swept the land, have borne her from her bearings since Caesar seized the strand, yet that strong loyal heart through all has steered her sage and free, hope's armoured ark in glooming years and whole world's sanctuary. While now on him who long has blessed to bless her as of yore, once more we cry for England, England once more. Old keel, old heart of oak, though round thee roar and chafe all storms of life, thy helmsman shall make the haven safe. Then with honour at the head, and faith and peace along the wake, law blazoned fair on freedom's flag thy stately voyage take. While now on him who long has blessed to bless thee as of yore, once more we cry for England, England once more.
End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
God Defend the Right by F. Harold Williams. Read for LibriVox.org by Michael Early. Where Roman eagle never flew, the flag of England flies, the herald of great empires new, beneath yet larger skies. Upon 100 lands and seas, and over ransomed slaves, who poured to her no idle pleas, the pledge of freedom waves. Whatever man may well have done, we have with dauntless might, and England holds what England won, and God defends the right. Where hardly climb the mountain goats, on stormy cape and crag, the refuge of the wanderer floats, our hospitable flag. While alien banners only mock with glory's fleeting wraith, it stands on the eternal rock of our eternal faith. And handed on from siren sun, it furls not day nor night. So England holds what England won, and God defends the right. When wrongs cry out for brave redress, our justice does not lag, and in the name of righteousness moves on our stainless flag. The helpless see it proudly shine and hail the sheltering robe that heralds on the thin red line that girdles round the globe. A pioneer of truth as none before it scatters light, and England holds what England won, and God defends the right. Beneath the shadow of its peace, though riddled to a rag, the downtrodden nations gain release and rally round the flag. We fight the battles of the Lord, and never may we yield. A foot we measure with the sword on the red harvest field. And we will not retreat while one stout heart remains to fight. Let England hold what England won, and God defend the right.
End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
The Volunteer by Alfred H. Miles. Read for LibriVox.org by Michael Early. Conscription? Never. The word belongs to the foes of freedom, the friends of wrongs, and unto them alone. The first and worst of the tyrant's terms, barbed to spike at the writhing worms that crawl about his throne. Only the mob at a despot's heels would juggle a man at fortune's wheels, or conjure one with the die that reels from the lip of the dice-cup throne. The soldier forced to the field of fight, with never a reck of the wrong or right, wherever a flag may wave, by the toss of a coin or a number thrown, fights with a will that is not his own, a victim and a slave. Right is might in ever a fight, and truth is bravery, and the right and true are the ready too, when the bolt is hurled in the peaceful blue by the hand of knavery. And the land that fears for its volunteers is a land of slavery. Compulsion? Never! The word is dead in a land of freedom, born and bred of old in the years of yore, where all by the laws of freedom wrought may do as they will, who will as they ought, and none desire for more. Who brooks no spur has need of none, who needs a spur is a traitor son. And all are ready, and all are one when freedom calls to the fore. The soldier forced to the field of war by the iron hand of a tyrant law, wherever a flag may wave, and the pressed, at best but a coward's hest, fight with the bitter, sullen zest and the ardour of a slave. A hireling? Never! The bought and sold are ever the prey of the trader's gold, wherever the fight may be. Or ever a man will sell his sword, the highest bidder may buy the gaud with a coward's niggard fee. Who buys and sells to the market goes, and sells his friends as he sells his foes, so he gain in the main by his country's woes, but the gain is not to the free. For the soldier bought with a price has naught but his fee to fend when the fight is fought, wherever the flag may wave. And he who fights for the loot or pay fights for himself, or ever he may, a huckster and a slave. Or ever a free land needs a son to follow the flag with pike or gun, upon the field of war, there's never a need to seek for one in the dice's throw or the numbers run, or the iron grip of the law. All are ready where all are free, with never a spur and never a fee, to fight and fend the liberty that freemen hold in awe. The volunteers are sons sincere and ready or ever the cause appear. Wholehearted, free as brave, ready at call to sally forth from east and west and south and north, wherever the flag may wave, with never a selfish thought to mar the sacrifice of the holy war, and never a self to save. And the flag shall float in the blue on high till the last of the volunteers shall die, and hell shall tear it out of the sky from freedom's trampled grave. Right is might in ever a fight, and truth is bravery, and the right and true are the ready too, when the bolt is hurled in the peaceful blue by the hand of knavery. And the land that fears for its volunteers is a land of slavery.
End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Down in Australia by Gerald Massey. Read for LibriVox.org by Michael Early. Quaff a cup and send a cheer up for the old land. We have heard the reapers shout, for the harvest going out, with the smoke of battle closing round the bold land. And our message shall be hurled, ringing right across the world. There are true hearts beating for you in the gold land. We are with you in your battles, brave and bold land, for the old ancestral tree striketh root beneath the sea, and it beareth fruit of freedom in the gold land. We shall come too if you call, we shall fight on if you fall. Shakespeare's land shall never be a bought and sold land. Oh, a terror to the tyrant is that bold land. He remembers how she stood, with her raiment rolled in blood, when the tide of battle burst upon the old land. And he looks with darkened face, for he knows the hero race. Strike the harp of freedom, draw her sword with bold hand. When the smoke of battle rises from the old land, you shall see the tyrant down. You shall see her lifted crown wears another peerless jewel won with bold hand. She shall thresh her foes like corn, they shall eat the bread of scorn. We will sing her song of triumph in the gold land. Quaff a cup, and send a cheer up for the old land. We have heard the reapers shout, for the harvest going out, seen the smoke of battle closing round the bold land. And our answer shall be hurled, ringing right across the world. All true hearts are beating for you in the gold land.
End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Australia Speaks by Gerald Massey. Read for LibriVox.org by Michael Early. What is the news today, boys? Have they fired the signal gun? We answer but one way, boys. We are ready for the fray, boys. All ready and all one. They shall not say we boasted of deeds that would be done, or sat at home and toasted. We are marshalled, drilled and posted, all ready and all one. We are not as driven cattle that would the conflict shun. They have to test our mettle as volunteers of battle, all ready and all one. The life streams of the mother through all her youngsters run, and brother stands by brother to die with one another, all ready and all one.
End of section. This recording is in the public domain. An Imperial Reply by Gerald Massey. Read for LibriVox.org by Michael Early. 'Tis glorious when the thing to do is at the supreme instant done. We count your first forerunning few, 1,000 men for every one. For this true stroke of statesmanship, the best Australian poem yet, Old England gives your hand the grip, and binds you with a coronet, in which the gold of the wattle glows, with shamrock, thistle, and the rose. They talked of England growing old. They said she spoke with feeble voice. But here the virile answer rolled across the world. Behold her boys come back to her full-statured men, to make foursquare her fighting ranks. She feels her youth renewed again, with heart too full for aught but thanks. And now the gold of the wattle glows, with shamrock, thistle, and the rose. My boys have come of age today, the proud old mother smiling said. They write a brand new page today, by far-off futures to be read. Throughout all lands of British blood, this stroke hath kindled such a glow. The federal links of brotherhood are clasped and welded at a blow. And aye the gold of the wattle glows, with shamrock, thistle, and the rose. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
The Boys Return by Gerald Massey. Read for LibriVox.org by Michael Early. Wives, mothers, sweethearts sent, their dearest, waved their own defenders forth, and fit companions for the bravest went, the boys, to test their manhood, prove their worth. As sons of those who braved all dangers, to earth's ends our flag unfurled, the old pioneers of ocean who have paved our pathway with their bones around the world. Today the city waits, proudly athrob with life about to be. She welcomes her young warriors in her gates of glory, open to them by the sea. Let no cur bark or spurt defilement, trying to tarnish this fair fame. No alien drag our banner through the dirt, because it blazons England's noble name. Upon the lips of praise they lay their own hands, saying, We have not won great battles for you, nor immortal bays, but what your boys were given to do is done. When clouds were closing round the island home, our pole star of the north, Australia fired her beacons, rose up crowned with a new dawn upon the ancient earth. For us they filled a cup, more rare than any we can brim to them. The patriot passion did so lift men up, they looked as if each wore a diadem. Best honours we shall give, if to that loftier outlook still we climb, and in our unborn children there shall live the larger spirit of this great quickening time. Today is the Women's Day. With them there's no more need of the proud disguise they wore when their young heroes sailed away. Soft smiles the dewy fire in loving eyes. And when to the full breast a mother's, your re-given ones you take, and in your long embraces they are blessed, give them one hug at heart for England's sake. The mother of us all, dear to us, near to us, though so far apart, for whose defence we are sworn to stand or fall in the same battle as brothers one at heart. All one to bear the brunt, all one we move together in the march, shoulder to shoulder, to the foe all front, the wide world round, all heaven one triumph arch. One in the war of mind, for clearing earth of all dark jungle powers, one for the federation of mankind, who will speak one language, and that language ours.
End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Sound the Assembly by Clement Scott. From Punch's Souvenir, May 3rd, 1900. Read for LibriVox.org by Michael Early. Sound the assembly! Blow, bugleman, blow! For England has need of her bravest today. Sound, and the world universal will know. We shall fight to a finish, in front or at bay. Sound the assembly! They'll hear it and spring to the saddle and gallop wherever they're led. Sound, every city and village will ring with the shout, "To the front!" It shall never be said that an Englishman's heart ever failed in its glow, for queen or for country when threatened by foe, for liberty stabbed by oppression and woe. So sound the assembly, blow, bugleman, blow! Sound the assembly! Sound the assembly, you'll see as of yore the service united in heart and in head, when blue jackets leap from their ships to the shore, to bring up the guns for their comrades in red. Sound the assembly, our naval brigade will prove they are sailors and soldiers as well. They will pull, they will haul, they will march, they will wade, and dash into furnaces hotter than hell. A long pull, a strong pull, a cheery yo-ho! Do you see that big mountain? 'Tis Jack who will know to be first at the top, when by gad he will crow. So sound the assembly! Blow, bugleman, blow! Sound the assembly! Sound the assembly, brave Union Jack! You have floated triumphant on sea and on shore. Old England and Scotland are still back to back, and Ireland, God bless her, is with us once more. Sound the assembly! Come, forward, quick march! What, feather-bed soldiers? Bah! Give them the lie. Divested by war of society's starch, they will shout, "'Tis a glorious death to die." What land in the world could produce such a show of heroes who face both sirocco's and snow, rush madly to danger and never lie low? So sound the assembly! Blow, bugleman, blow! Sound the assembly! Sound the assembly! Form, citizens, form! From smoke of the city, from country so green, a horse of irregulars sweeps like a storm to defend with their lives their dear country and queen. Sound the assembly! Come, volunteers, come! Leave oldsters at grinding and tilling the sod. Bold yeomen enrolled for defence of their home, enlist with a cheer for the Empire, thank God. To the front! To the front! With their faces aglow, they will march, the dear lads, with a pulse and a go. Wave flags o'er the workmen, the Johnny, the beau. So sound the assembly! Blow, bugleman, blow! Sound the assembly! End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
The Absent-Minded Beggar by Rudyard Kipling. Read for LibriVox.org by Adrian Stevens. When you've shouted, "Rule Britannia!" When you've sung, "God Save the Queen!" When you've finished killing Kruger with your mouth, will you kindly drop a shilling in my little tambourine for a gentleman in khaki ordered south? He's an absent-minded beggar, and his weaknesses are great, but we and Paul must take him as we find him. He's out on active service, wiping something off a slate, and he's left a lot of little things behind him. Duke's son, cook's son, son of 100 kings, 50,000 horse and foot going to Table Bay, each of them doing his country's work, and who's to look after their things? Pass the hat for your credit's sake, and pay, pay, pay. There are girls he married secret, asking no permission to, for he know he wouldn't get it if he did. There is gas and coals and victuals, and the house rent falling due, and it's more than likely there's a kid. There are other girls he walked with casual. They'll be sorry now he's gone. For an absent-minded beggar they will find him. But it ain't the time for sermons with the winter coming on. We must find the girl that Tommy's left behind him. Duke's job, cook's job, gardener, baronet, groom, mews or palace or paper shop. There's someone gone away, each of 'em doing his country's work, and who's to look after the room? Pass the hat for your credit's sake, and pay, pay, pay. Let us manage so as later we can look him in the face and tell him what he'd very much prefer, that while he saved the Empire, his employer saved his place, and his mates, that's you and me, looked out for her. He's an absent-minded beggar, and he may forget it all, but we do not want his kiddies to remind him that we sent 'em to the workhouse while their daddy hammered Paul. So we'll help the home our Tommy's left behind him. Cook's home, Duke's home of a millionaire, 50,000 horse and foot going to Table Bay, each of 'em doing his country's work. And what have you got to spare? Pass the hat for your credit's sake, and pay, pay, pay. End of section. This recording is in the public domain. For the Empire by F. Harold Williams. Read for LibriVox.org by Adrian Stevens. There is no more place and party, it is no more begging votes, but the roaring of the steam packets, and a rushing of blue jackets, and a rally of red coats, for the Empire's will is hearty, thundered by united throats. We are sick of talk and treason, there is duty to be done, by the veteran in danger, and the lad who is a stranger, until strife and shrinks from none. In the power of right and reason, now all classes are but one. We have suffered and have yielded, till we felt the burning shame, and long outrage and endurance are our glory of assurance to begin the bloody game. By our honour are we shielded in the might of England's name. It is no more fume of faction, it is no more weary calls. We are strong in faith and steady, with the sword of justice ready, and our iron men and walls, since the hour has struck for action, and red retribution falls. We have wrongs, which for redressing cry aloud to God at last. It is woe to him who trifles when we speak across our rifles at the great and final cast, and we seek no other blessing than the blotting out the past. We will brook no new denial, we will have no second tale, and we seek no sordid laurels, but we fight the age's quarrels, and for freedom's broadening pale. Lo, an empire on its trial hangs within the awful scale. End of section. This recording is in the public domain. Wanted, a Cromwell by F. Harold Williams. Read for LibriVox.org by Adrian Stevens. Oh, for an hour of Cromwell's might, who raised an empire out of dust, and lifted it to noontide light by simple and heroic trust, whose word was like a swordsman's thrust, and clove its way through crowned night. We want old England's iron stock, hewn of the same eternal rock. Where is the man of equal part, to rule by right divine of power, with statesman's head and soldier's heart, and all the age's dreadful dower, brought to a bright and perfect flower, from whom a nobler course may start? We hear but factions fume and cry, with England in her agony. Where is the mastermind that reads the far-off issues of the day, and with a willing nation pleads that love to own a master's sway? Where are the landmarks on the way, set up alone by him who leads? We vainly ask a common creed to make us one in England's need. Is there no man with broader reach to fill a thorny throne of care, and bravely act and bravely teach, because in all he has a share? No helper who will do and dare, and stand a bulwark in the breach? Have we no Lord of England's fate, though coming from a cottage gate? Oh, surely somewhere in the hand to grasp and guide this reeling realm, while in the hourglass sinks the sand and faints the pilot at the helm. If billows break to overwhelm, yet he will conquer and command. England is waiting to be led, if through the dying and the dead. We do not seek the party fame that traffics in a people's fall, but one to shield our burning shame and answer just his country's call, to weld us in a solid wall and kindle with a common flame. Ah! When she finds the fitting man, England will do what England can. End of section. This recording is in the public domain. England's Ironsides by F. Harold Williams. Read for LibriVox.org by Adrian Stevens. They are not gone, the old Cromwellian breed, as witness conquered tides, and many a pasture sown with crimson seed are English Ironsides. And sent out on kopjes where the bullets rain, they serve their captain, slaying or are slain. The same grand spirit in the same grim stress arms them with stubborn mail. They see the light of duty's loveliness and over death prevail. They never count the price or weigh the odds. The work is theirs, the victory is God's. They are not fled, the old Cromwellian stock, where stern the horseman rides, or stands the outpost like a lonely rock, are English Ironsides. Through drift and dongar, up the fire-girt crag, they bear the honour of the ancient flag. But if they starve, or on red pillows lie, beneath a burning sun, is it enough to live their day or die ere it has even begun? They only ask what duty's voice would crave, and march right on to glory or the grave. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
The Three Cherry Stones by Anonymous. Read for LibriVox.org by Fenman. Many years ago, 3 young gentlemen were lingering over their fruit and wine at a tavern, when a man of middle age entered the room, seated himself at a small unoccupied table, and, calling the waiter, ordered a simple meal. His appearance was not such as to arrest attention. His hair was thin and grey, the expression of his countenance was sedate, with a slight touch, perhaps, of melancholy, and he wore a grey surtout with a standing collar, which manifestly had seen service, if the wearer had not. The stranger continued his meal in silence, without lifting his eyes from the table, until a cherry stone, sportively snapped from the thumb and finger of one of the gentlemen, struck him upon his right ear. His eye was instantly upon the aggressor, and his ready intelligence gathered from the ill-suppressed merriment of the party that this petty impertinence was intentional. The stranger stooped and picked up the cherry stone, and a scarcely perceptible smile passed over his features as he carefully wrapped it in a piece of paper and placed it in his pocket. This singular procedure upset the gravity of the young gentleman entirely, and a burst of laughter proceeded from the group. Unmoved by this rudeness, the stranger continued his frugal repast until another cherry stone, from the same hand, struck him upon the right elbow. This also, to the infinite amusement of the party, he picked from the floor and carefully deposited with the first. Amid shouts of laughter, a third cherry stone was soon after discharged, and struck the stranger upon the left breast. This also he very deliberately deposited with the other 2. As he rose and was engaged in paying for his repast, the gaiety of the sporting gentlemen became slightly subdued. Having discharged his reckoning, he walked to the table at which the young men were sitting, and with that air of dignified calmness which is 1,000 times more terrible than wrath, drew a card from his pocket and presented it with perfect civility to the offender, who could do no other than offer his in return. While the stranger unclosed his surtout to take the card from his pocket, he displayed the undress coat of a military man. The card disclosed his rank, and a brief inquiry at the bar was sufficient for the rest. He was a captain whom ill health and long service had entitled to half pay. In earlier life he had been engaged in several affairs of honour, and, in the dialect of the fancy, was a dead shot. The next morning a note arrived at the aggressor's residence, containing a challenge, in form, and one of the cherrystones. The truth then flashed before the challenged party. It was the challenger's intention to make 3 bites at this cherry, 3 separate affairs out of this unwarrantable frolic. The challenge was accepted, and the challenged party, in deference to the challenger's reputed skill with the pistol, had half decided upon the small sword, but his friends, who were on the alert, soon discovered that the captain, who had risen by his merit, had, in the earlier days of his necessity, gained his bread as an accomplished instructor in the use of that weapon. They met and fired alternately, by lot. The young man had selected this mode, thinking he might win the first fire. He did, fired, and missed his opponent. The captain levelled his pistol and fired. The ball passed through the flap of the right ear, and, as the wounded man involuntarily put his hand to the place, he remembered that it was the right ear of his antagonist that the first cherrystone had struck. Here ended the first lesson. A month passed. His friends cherished the hope that he would hear nothing more from the captain, when another note, a challenge, of course, and another cherrystone arrived, with an apology on the score of ill health for delay. Again they met, fired simultaneously, and the captain, who was unhurt, shattered the right elbow of his antagonist, the very point upon which he had been struck with the second cherrystone. And here ended the second lesson. There was something awfully impressive in the modus operandi and exquisite skill of his antagonist. The third cherrystone was still in his possession, and the aggressor had not forgotten that it had struck the unoffending gentleman upon the left breast. A month passed, another, and another, of terrible suspense, but nothing was heard from the captain. At length the gentleman who had been his second in the former duels once more presented himself and tendered another note, which, as the recipient perceived on taking it, contained the last of the cherrystones. The note was superscribed in the captain's well-known hand, but it was the writing evidently of one who wrote feebly. There was an unusual solemnity also in the manner of him who delivered it. The seal was broken, and there was the cherrystone in a blank envelope. "And what, sir, am I to understand by this?" inquired the aggressor. "You will understand, sir, that my friend forgives you. He is dead." End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 104. The Midshipman's Funeral by Barley Dale, read for LibriVox.org. Years ago, when I was quite a young man, I was appointed chaplain to HMS Octopus, then on guard at Gibraltar. We had a very nice time of it, for Gib is a very gay place. And that winter there was plenty of fun somewhere nearly every night, and we were asked to most of the festivities. Now, on board the Octopus was a young midshipman whom I will call Monroe. He was a handsome young fellow, but rather delicate, and he had been sent to Gibraltar for the sake of the climate, in hopes that the sea air and warm winter might set him up. He was the life of the ship, and wherever he went he was popular. And it is possible he might have outgrown his weakness, for I don't think there was any organic disease at this time, but he got a low fever and died in a week. This low fever was very prevalent, and at the same time that poor young Monroe died, an admiral, one of the leading members of society at Gib, died of the same disease. As it was considered infectious, the two bodies were placed in their coffins and carried to the mortuary till the funeral. Oddly enough, both funerals were fixed for the same day, Monroe's in the morning and the admiral's in the afternoon. The admiral's was to be a very grand affair. All the troops in the garrison were to follow, as well as the naval officers and sailors on board the guard ships. The ceremony was to be performed by the bishop, assisted by some other clergy, while as for poor Monroe, I was to bury him at 10 o'clock in the morning. 6 men were told off to carry the coffin, and it was left to those who liked to act as mourners. Well, the day of the funerals arrived. All the ships were decked with flags half-mast high in honor of the admiral. Minute guns were fired in honor of the admiral. Church bells tolled in honor of the admiral. While as for poor Monroe, one or two of us excepted, no one thought of him. 10 o'clock came, and I, with the doctor and or of Monroe's comrades, another middy, and the 6 sailors who, by the way, had all volunteered their services, set out for the mortuary. I had a fancy to follow the poor fellow as far as I could, so I waited while the jack tars went inside and fetched out the coffin covered with the Union Jack and Monroe's hat and sword on the top. And then the little procession took its way across the neutral ground to the English cemetery. I followed the coffin, and the other 2 brought up the rear. The sentries did not salute us as we passed them. At last we reached the cemetery gates. Here I was obliged to relegate my post of chief mourner to the doctor, while I went into the chapel, put on my surplice, and went to the door to meet the body. I then proceeded to bury the poor boy. And when the Union Jack was taken off and the coffin lowered into the grave, I leant over to take one last look. The doctor did the same, and as our eyes met, the same emotion caused us both to blow our noses violently, and it was in a voice of suppressed emotion that I concluded the service. I was so disgusted with the way in which the poor boy had been slighted that I had not intended going to the admiral's funeral. But after burying Monroe, I felt more charitably disposed, so I got into my uniform and duly attended the admiral's obsequies. It was a very grand affair indeed. The streets were thronged with spectators. Every window was filled with eager faces as the enormous procession passed by. There were 5 regiments stationed in Gibraltar at the time, and 2 men of war beside the Octopus, lying in the arbor. Detachments from every regiment were sent, 3 military bands followed, a battery of artillery, the marines, and all the Jactars in the place. The governor and his staff were there, and every officer who was not on the sick list quartered in Gibraltar was present. A firing party was told off to fire over the grave, and all was over. And this brilliant procession was met at the cemetery gates by the bishop, attended by several clergymen and a surplice choir. I forgot to say that a string of carriages followed the troops, and the entire procession could not have been much less than a mile long. As we crossed the neutral ground this time, the sentry with arms reversed saluted us, and the strains of Beethoven's funeral march of a hero must have been heard all over Gibraltar as the 3 bands, one in front, one in the rear, and one in the center, all pealed it forth. Of course, not 1/3 of the funeral's cortege could get near the grave, but I managed to get pretty close. The service proceeded, and at length the coffin was uncovered to be lowered into the grave. It was smothered with flowers, but the wreaths were all carefully removed, and the admiral's cocked hat and sword, and then the Union Jack was off, and the bishop, the governor, and all the officers near the grave pressed forward to look at the coffin. They looked once, they started, they looked again, they frowned, they rubbed their eyes, they looked again, then they whispered, they sniffed, they snorted, they grumbled, they gave hurried orders to the sextons, who shoveled some earth onto the coffin, and the bishop hurriedly finished the service. What do you think they saw when they looked into the grave? Why, poor Munro's coffin! I buried the admiral myself in the morning, by mistake. The doctor and I found it out at the grave, but we kept our own counsel. Young England. End of section. This recording is in the public domain. Section 105. Ladysmith by F. Harold Williams. Read for LibriVox.org. 1. Ladysmith occupied. Flushed with fight and red with glory, conquerors if backward flung, fresh from triumph's grim and gory, toward the goal the army swung. Splendid, but with risen laurels, dimmed by shadow of defeat, thirsting yet for nobler quarrels, never dreaming of retreat. Day by day they grimly struggled, early on and on till late. Night by night with doom they juggled, dodging death and fighting fate. Not a murmur once was spoken, stern endurance still unspent, as with spirit all unbroken, on the bitter march they went. Still with weary steps that stumbled, forward moved that constant tread, sleepless, silent, and unhumbled. On and on the army sped, noble sons of noble mothers, proud of home and kin and kith, brothers to the aid of brothers, on and on to Ladysmith. There, through smoke of onset rifted. Soldiers who disdained to yield had for weal or woe uplifted England's own broad battle shield. Right across the path of pillage was that iron rampart thrust, while beneath it town and village safely hid in settled trust. Frail and open seemed that shelter, and unguarded to the foes, helpless as the fiery welter rocked it in volcanic throes. But there was defense to bind it with the force of destiny, and an empire stood behind it, armed in awful majesty. And no fortress ever molded girt securer chosen space than those unseen walls which folded in their fear that lonely place. On its outposts far the scourges fell with wrath and crimson rain, but the fierce assaulting surges beat and beat in thunder vain. 2. Ladysmith besieged. There they kept the old flag flying, day by day, and prayed relief. Weary, wounded, doomed and dying, gallant men and noble chief, by the leaden tempest stricken, grandly stood or grandly fell. Peril had but power to quicken faith that owned such holy spell. Not alone the foe without them menaced them with fire and shot, sickness creeping round about them, fever, dysentery, and rot, struck the rider and the stallion, making merry as at feast. On the peak of each battalion, ruthless smiting man and beast. None were spared, and nothing holy, for the fever claimed the best, now the high and now the lowly, now the baby at the breast. All obeyed its mandate, drooping in the fullness of their power, old and young before it stooping, bud and blossom, fruit and flower. Hunger blanched their dauntless faces, furrowed with the lines of lack, but with stern and stubborn paces still they drove the spoiler back. Round them drew the iron tether, tighter, but they kept their troth, all for England's sake together, soldier and civilian both. Death and ruin knock and enter, hearts may break and homesteads burn, yet from that lone, faithful center flash red vengeance in return. Guardian guns then hurled defiance from the brave who lightly took all their blows in brave reliance which no tempest ever shook. Hand to hand they strove and wrestled stoutly for that peril of pride, where mid flame and woe it nestled, down with danger at its side. Yet like boys released from class time, though the blast destroying blew, there they played and found a pastime, while the flag unconquered flew. 3. Ladysmith relieved. Then, when all seemed lost but glory, with the lustre which it gave, and relief an idle story murmured by a sealed grave, while with pallid lips they reckoned darkly the enduring days, famished, lo, deliverance beckoned. Surely, after long delays, Wave on wave of martial beauty dash upon those deadly rocks at the simple call of duty, and were broken by the shocks. Yet that chivalry of splendor, those baptized in blood and fire, had no thought of mean surrender, never breathed the word retire. Still they weighed the dreadful chances, still they gathered up their strength by invisible advances, still to win the prize at length. Fate-like they are resolved to sever those gaunt bonds of grim despair, and within the breach forever England's honor to repair. Came relief at last, endeavor, stern, magnificent, and true, hoping on and fighting ever, force its glory passage through. All the rage of pent-up forces, all the passion seeking vent, out of vast and solemn sources, here renew their sacrament, in the rapture of a greeting, for which thousands fought and bled, with the saved and Saviour's meeting over our imperial dead. Witnesses unseen but tested, lived again as grander men, and their awful shadow rested with a benediction then. One who with his wondrous talent conquered more than even the sword, and among the gay and gallant by his pen was crowned lord. There they lie, in silence lowly, which no battle now can wake, and the ground is ever holy for our English heroes' sake. End of section. This recording is in the public domain. Section 106. The 6-inch gun. The Bombshell. From the Christmas number of The Bombshell, published in Ladysmith during the siege. Read for LibriVox.org. There is a famous hill looks down 5 miles away on Ladysmith town, with a long flat ridge that meets the sky almost 1,000 feet on high, and on the ridge there is a mounted one, long range, terrible 6-inch gun. And down in the street a bugle is blown, when the cloud of smoke on the sky is thrown, for it's 60 seconds before the roar reverberates o'er, and a second more, till the shell comes down with a whiz and a stun from that long-range, terrible 6-inch gun. And men and women walk up and down the long, hot streets of Ladysmith town, and the housewives walk in the usual round, and the children play till the warning sound. Then into their holes they scurry and run from the whistling shell of the 6-inch gun. For the shells they weigh 100 pounds, bursting wherever they strike the ground, while the strong concussion shakes the air and shatters the window panes everywhere. And we may laugh, but there's little of fun in the bursting shell from a 6-inch gun. Oh, 'twas whistle and jest with the carabineers gay, as they cleaned their steeds at break of day. But like a thunderclap there fell in the midst of the horses and men a shell, and the sight we saw was a fearful one after that shell from the 6-inch gun. Though the foe may beset us on every side, we'll furnish some cheer in this Christmas tide. We will laugh and be gay, but a tear will be shed, and a thought be given to the gallant dead, cut off in the midst of their life and fun by the long-range, terrible 6-inch gun. End of section. This recording is in the public domain. Section 107. St. Patrick's Day by F. Harold Williams. Read for LibriVox.org. Here's to the Isle of the Shamrock. Here's a good English hurrah. Luck to the Celts upon Copche or Veld, Herin Mauvernin Gabra. The shamrock, the rose, and the thistle, the shamrock, the rose, and the leek, one where the bayonets bristle, one when there's duty to seek. Each has a need of each other, linked on the shore and the wave, all for the sake of one mother, honor the brave. Here's to the boys of the shamrock, here's to the gallant and gay, bearing the flag upon Dongar Crag, blithely as children at play. The shamrock, the leek, and the thistle, the shamrock, the leek, and the rose. One though the bullets may whistle, one in a red grave's repose. Each has a need of his fellows, sharing the glory or grave. Each the same destiny mellows, honor the brave. Here's to the girls of the shamrock, here's to the glamour and grace, laughing and all in Hovelin Hall, ever from Erin's young face. The shamrock, the rose, and the thistle, the shamrock, the rose, and the leek, one in the face of a missile, one when the batteries speak. Each of himself is delighted to succor the serf or the slave, and who can deny them united? Honor the brave. Here's to the wheat of the shamrock, here's to the favored and free, giving us store of that magical lore learnt but at nature's own knee. The shamrock, the leek, and the thistle, the shamrock, the leek, and the rose, one when fame writes her epistle, one where dread dangers enclose. Each for the others asks only, ever to succor and save, each without all must be lonely, honor the brave. Here's to the day of the shamrock, here's to the emblem of youth, wear it we will on our bosoms and still deeper in heart and in truth. The shamrock, the rose, and the thistle, the shamrock, the rose, and the leek, one where green batteries bristle, one when there's pleasure to seek. Each on each other relying, trusts, nor for better would rave, each for all, living and dying, honor the brave. Here's to the reign of the shamrock, here's to the welfare of all, bearing its light through the feast and the fight, ever at liberty's call. The shamrock, the leek, and the thistle, the shamrock, the leek, and the rose, one where the death hours whistle, one where hilarity follows. Each from the bog or the heather gives all a brother may crave. Plowland and city together, honor the brave. End of section. This recording is in the public domain. Section 108. The Hero of Omdurman. Major General H. A. MacDonald, C.B., DSO, told in their ranks. by F. Harold Williams. Read for LibriVox.org. There were lots of lies and tattle in dispatches and on wire, but 'twas Mac who saved the battle when the word came to retire. "I'll no do it," he cried, ready for what peril lay in store, with his ranks like steel and steady, "and I'll see them hanged before. Oh, we maun just fight." And Boulder slewed his front the dervish way, smart with shoulder knit to shoulder, white and black that bloody day. Then a hell of fire and sputtered iron blast and leaden hail, while the Maxims stormed and stuttered, and our rifles did not fail. For the destiny of nations with an agony intense, and our empire's own foundations hung a minute in suspense. But old Mac was cool as ever, and his words like leaping flame flashed in confident endeavor to avert that evil shame. Swung his lines on hinges, rolling right and left like very doom, till our fate nigh past controlling break in glory out of gloom, while upon those awful stages throb a world's great piston beat, and the moments seemed as ages wrung from death and red defeat. Ah, we lived indeed, and no man recked of wound or any ill, as we grimly faced the foeman, if we died, to conquer still. And it felt as though the burden of all England gave us might, laid on each who asked no guerdon, but against those odds to fight. Let the lucky get high stations and the honor which he won. Mac desires no decorations, but the gallant service done. For the rankers bear the losses and the brunt of every toil, while they earn for others crosses, and the splendor and the spoil. End of section. This recording is in the public domain. Section 109. Boot and Saddle by F. Harold Williams. A true incident in the Matabele campaign, 1893. Read for LibriVox.org. Mashangumbis was the rat hole which we had to draw your day, heedless whether this or that hole, if we only found a way up among the iron furrows of the rocks where hidden burrows, save the rats in shelter lay. No misgiving, not a fear, nor was I the last astraddle, nor the hindmost in the rear, when the bugle sounded clear, "Boot and saddle!" Right away went men and horses, both as eager for the fun, through the drifts and dried up courses, where like mad the waters run. After storms or through the winters, mashing all they meet to splinters, ready, hand in sword and gun. Every eye was keen to mark, and the tongue alone seemed idle, every ear alert to hark, as we scanned each crevice dark. Bit and bridle. Here and there the startled chirrup of strange creatures as we go, standing sometimes in the stirrup just to get a bigger show, till we gain our point, the entry. There the pass, no sign of sentry, not a sound above, below. Here the coast, the savage gave, never hint the south or northward. Was he napping in his cave, with that quiet like the grave? Steady, forward! Further in, the rats were sleeping. We would grimly smoke them out, with a dose of lead for keeping, and a fence of flame about. They might wake, perhaps, from shelter, at our bullets' ghastly pelter, to the brave and bloody rout. But next moment we were wrapped down to saddle girth and leather in the fire of foes unmapped. We were turned and fairly trapped. Keep together! On they poured in thousands, hurling steel that stabbed and belching ball from a host of rifles curling, serpent-wise around us all. Front and flank and rear they tumbled, nearer, darker as we fumbled, till we heard the captain's call, each man for himself, and back. So we rushed those rocky mazes with a torrent grim and black, dealing ruin in our track, death and blazes. Ah, that bullet, how it shattered vein and tissue to the bone, dropped me faint and blood bespattered, helpless on a bed of stone, while the mare which oft had eaten from my hand, caressed unbeaten, left her master doomed alone. Limply then I lay in dread, racked with torture, sick and under, hearing as through vapors red, and with a reeling heart and head, hoofs of thunder. Was I dreaming? By the boulder where I huddled as I fell, stood the steed beside my shoulder, faithful, fain to serve me well, whining softly then to screen me from the foe. She knelt between me and that circling human hell. Tenderly she touched my face with a nose that knew my petting, ripe for the last glorious race, and her comrade's own embrace unforgetting. Oh, her haunches heaved and quivered with the passion freely brought for the life to be delivered, though she first with demons fought, while her large eyes gleamed and glistened, and her ears down pointing listened, waiting for the answer sought, till a sudden wave of might set me once again astraddle on the seat of saving flight, blocked from very jaws of night, boot and saddle. End of section. This recording is in the public domain. Section 110. The Midnight Charge by Clement Scott. Read for LibriVox.org. Pass the word to the boys tonight, lying about midst dying and dead. Whisper it low, make ready to fight. stand like men at your horse's head. Look to your stirrups and swords, my lads, and into your saddles your pistols thrust. Then set in your teeth, as your fathers did. You'll make the enemy bite the dust. What did they call us, boys, at home? Featherbed soldiers. Faith, it's true. Kept to be seen in Her Majesty's parks, and mightily smart at a grand review. Featherbed soldiers? Hang their chaff! Where in the world, I should like to know, when war broke out and the country cold, was an English soldier sorry to go? Brothers in arms and brothers in heart, cavalry, infantry, there and then. No matter what careless lives they lived, they were ready to die like English men. So pass the word in the sultry night. Stand to your saddles, make ready to fight. We are sick to death of the scorching sun and the desert stretching for miles away. We're all of us longing to get at the foe and sweep the sand with our swords today. Our horses look with piteous eyes. They have little to eat and nothing to do, and the land around is horribly white, and the sky above is terribly blue. But it's over now, so the colonel says. He is ready to start. We are ready to go. And the cavalry boys will be led by men Ward and Russell and Drury Lowe. Just once again let me stroke the mane, let me kiss the neck and feel the breath of the good little horse who will carry me on to the end of the battle, to life or death. Give us a grape of your feast, old man. Let us all keep close when the charge begins. God is watching o'er those at home. God have mercy on all our sins. So pass the word in the dark, and then when the bugle sounds, let us mount like men. Out we went in the dead of the night, away to the desert, across the sand, guided alone by the stars of heaven, a speechless host, a ghostly band. No cheery voice the silence broke, forbidden to speak. We could hear no sound, but the whispered words, "Be firm, my boys," and the horses' hoofs on the sandy ground. What were we thinking of then? Look here! If this is the last true word I speak, I felt a lump in my throat just here, and a tear came trickling down my cheek. If a man dare say that I funked, he lies. But a man is a man, though he gives his life for his country's cause, as a soldier should. He has still got a heart for his child and wife. But I still rode on in a kind of dream. I was thinking of home and the boys, and then the silence broke and a bugle blew. Then a voice rang cheerily, "Charge, my man!" So pass the word in the thick of the fight, for England's honor and England's right. What is it like, a cavalry charge in the dead of night? I can scarcely tell. For when it is over, it's like a dream, and when you are in it, a kind of hell. I should like you to see the officers lead, forgetting their swagger and Bond Street air, like brothers and men at the head of the troop, while bugles echo and troopers there. With the rush we are in it and hard at work, there's scarcely a minute to think or pause. For right and left we are fighting hard for the regiment's honor and country's cause. Feather-bed warriors own my life, be they lifeguards red or horse guards blue. They haven't lost much of the pluck, my boys, that their fathers showed us at Waterloo. It isn't for us, who are soldiers bred, to chatter of wars, be they wrong or right. We've to keep the oath that we gave our Queen, and when we are in it, we've got to fight. So pass the word without any noise. Bravo, cavalry! Well done, boys! Pass the word to the boys tonight. Now that the battle is fairly won, a message has come from the Empress Queen. Just what we wanted, a brief well done. The sword and stirrup are sorely stained, and the pistol barrels are empty quite, and the poor old charger's piteous eyes bear evidence clear of the desperate fight. There's many a wound and many a gash, and the sunburned face is scarred and red. There's many a trooper safe and sound, and many a tear for the Paul who's dead. I care so little for rights and wrongs of a terrible war, but the world at large, it knows so well when duty's done, it will think sometimes of our cavalry charge. Brothers in arms and brothers in heart, we have solemnly taken an oath, and then, in all the battles throughout the world, we have followed our fathers like Englishmen. So pass this blessing the lips between, 'tis the soldier's oath. God save the Queen. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 111 of Successful Recitations. This is a LibriVox recording. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Mafeking. Ad Sum by Reverend A. Fruin Aylward. At the evening roll call at the Charterhouse School, where Baden Powell was educated, it is customary for the boys to respond to the call of their names by saying, Ad Sum, I'm here. Oft as the shades of evening fell in the schoolboy days of old, the form work done or the game played well, clanging aloft the old school bell uttered its summons bold, and a bright lad answered the roll call clear. Ad Sum, I'm here. A foe-girt town and a captain true out on the Afric plain, high overhead his queen's flag flew, but foes were many and friends but few. Who shall guard that flag from stain? And calm mid confusion a voice rang clear, Ad Sum, I'm here. The slow weeks passed, and no succor came. Famine and death were rife. Yet still that banner of deathless fame floated unsullied by fear or shame over the scene of strife. And the voice, though weaker, was full of cheer. Ad Sum, I'm here. Heaven send that with many a heart's dismayed, in dark days yet in store, Should foemen gather, or, faith betrayed, the country call for a strong man's aid as she never called before, a voice like his may make answer clear, banishing panic and calming fear. Adsum, I'm here. End of section 111. This recording is in the public domain. Section 112 of Successful Recitations. This is a LibriVox recording. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The Fight at Rorke's Drift by Emily Pfeiffer, from January 23, 1879. It was over at Isandula, the bloody work was done, and the yet unburied dead looked up, unblinking at the sun. 800 men of Britain's best had signed with blood the story which England leaves to time, and lay there, Scandidine of glory. Stuart Smith lay smiling by the gun he spiked before he died, but gallant Gardner lived to write a warning, and to ride a race for England's honour, and to cross the buffalo, to bid them at Rorke's Drift expect the coming of the foe. That band of lusty British lads camped in the hostile land rose up upon the word with Chard and Bromhead to command. An hour upon the foe that hardy race had barely won, but in it all that men could do, those British lads had done. And when the Zulus on the hill appeared, a dusky host, they found our gallant English boys' pale faces at their post. But paler faces were behind, within the barricade, the faces of the sick who rose to give their watchers aid. 5 men to 1 the first dark wave of battle brought. It bore down swiftly, while our youngsters waited steadfast as the shore. Behind the slender barricade, half hidden, on their knees, they marked the stealthy current glide beneath the orchard trees. Then forth the volley blaze, then rose the deadly reek of war. The dusky ranks were thinned, the chieftains slain by young Dunbar. Rolled headlong, and their phalanx broke, but formed as soon as broke, and with a yell the furies that avenged men's blood awoke. The swarthy waves sped on and on, pressed forward by the tide, which rose above the bleak hilltop and swept the bleak hillside. It rose upon the hill, and surging out about its base, closed house and barricade within its murderous embrace. With savage faces girt, the lads' frail fortress seemed to be an island all abloom within a black and howling sea, and only that the savages shot wide and held the noise as deadly as the bullets they had overwhelmed the boys. Then in the dusk of day the dusky Kaffirs crept about the bushes and the prairie grass, to rise up with a shout, to step as in a war dance all together, and to fling their weight upon the sick house till they made its timbers spring. When, beaten back, they struck their shields, and thought to strike with fear those British hearts, their answer came a ringing British cheer. And the volley we sent after showed the Kaffirs to their cost the coolness of our temper. Scarce an ounce of shot was lost. And the sick men from their vantage at the windows singled out from among the valiant savages the bravest of the rout. A pile of 14 warriors lay dead upon the ground, by the hand of Joseph Williams, and there led up to the mound. A path of Zulu bodies on the Welshman's line of fire, ere he perished, dragged out, assegaied, and trampled in their ire. But the body takes its honour or dishonour from the soul, and his name is writ in fire upon our nation's long bead roll. Yet let no name of any man be set above the rest, where all were braver than the brave, each better than the best, where the sick rose up as heroes, and the sound had hearts for those who in madness of their fever were contending as with foes. For the hospital was blazing, roof and wall, and in its light the Kaffirs showed like devils, till so deadly grew the fight that they cowered into cover, and one moment all was still, when a Kaffir chieftain bellowed forth new orders from the hill. Then the Zulu warriors rallied, formed again, and hand to hand we fought above the barricade. Determined was the stand. Our fellows backed each other up, no wavering and no haste, but loading in the Kaffir's teeth and not a shot to waste. We had held on through the dusk, and we had held on in the light of the burning house, and later in the dimness of the night. They could see our fairer faces, we could find them by their cries, by the flash of savage weapons and the glare of savage eyes. With the midnight came a change. That angry sea at length was cowed. Its waves still broke upon us, but fell fainter and less loud. When the pale face of the dawn rose glimmering from his bed, the last black sullen wave swept off and bore away the dead. That island all abloom with English youth and fortified with English valour stood above the wild retreating tide. Those lads contemned Canute and shamed the lesson that he read. For them the hungry waves withdrew, the howling ocean fled. Britannia, rule, Britannia, while thy sons resemble thee, and are islanders, true islanders, wherever they may be. Island fortified like this, manned with islanders like these, will keep thee, lady of thy land, and sovereign of all seas. End of section 112. This recording is in the public domain.
Relieved at Mafeking, read for LibriVox.org by Mama Fish. Said he of the relieving force, as through the town he sped, "Art thou in Baden-Powell's horse?" The trooper shook his head, then drew his hand his mouth across, like one who's lately fed. "Alas, for Baden-Powell's horse is now in me," he said. Daily Express. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
How Sam Hodge Won the Victoria Cross by William Jeffrey Prowse. Just a simple story of a fancy for indicting. It shows the funny quarters in which chivalry may lodge. A story about Africa, an Englishman and fighting, and an unromantic hero by the name of Samuel Hodge. Samuel Hodge. The words in question never previously filled a conspicuous place in fiction or the chronicles of fame, and the blood and culture critics or the Rosa and Matilda school of novelists would shudder at the mention of the name. It was up the Gambia River, and of that unpleasant station it is chiefly in connection with the fever that we hear, that my hero with the vulgar and prosaic appellation was a private, mind a private, and a sturdy pioneer. It's a dreary kind of region where the river mists arising roll slowly out to seaward, dropping poison in their track, and accordingly few gentlemen will find the fact surprising that a rather small proportion of our garrison comes back. It is filthy, it is fetid, it is sordid, it is squalid. If you tried it for a season, you would very soon repent. But the British trader likes it, and he finds a reason solid for the liking in his profit at the rate of cent per cent. And to guard the British traders, gallant men and merry younkers, in their coats of blue and scarlet, still are stationed at the post, whilst the migratory natives, who are known as Tillibunkas, grub up and down for groundnuts and chafer on the coast. Furthermore, to help the trader in his laudable vocation, we have heaps of little treaties with a host of little kings, and at times the colored caitiffs in their wild inebriation gather round us, little hornets, with uncomfortable stings. To my tale. The king of Bara had been getting rather sarcy. In fact, for such an insect, he was coming it too strong. So we sent a small detachment, it was led by Colonel Darcy, to drive him from his capital of Tubabi-Kalong. Now on due investigation, when his land they had invaded, They learnt from information which was brought them by the guides that the worthy king of Bara had completely barricaded the spacious mud construction where his majesty resides. "At it, boys," said Colonel Darcy, and himself was first to enter, and his fellows tried to follow with the customary cheers. Through the town he dashed impatient, but had scarcely reached the center ere he found the task before him was a task for pioneers. For so strongly and so stoutly all the gates were palisaded, the supports could never enter if he did not clear a way. But Sammy Hodge, perceiving how the foe might be persuaded, had certain special talents which he hastened to display. Whilst the bullets then were flying and the bayonets were glancing, whilst the whole affair in fury rather heightened than relaxed, with axe in hand and silently our pioneer advancing, smote the gate and bade it open, and it did, as it was axed. Then, boy, just a word of explanation, it may save us from a quarrel. I have really no intention, 'twould be shameful if I had, of preaching you a blatant, democratic kind of moral, for the swell you know, the Darcy, fought as bravely as the cad. Yet I own that sometimes thinking how a courteous decoration may be won by shabby service or disreputable dodge, I regard with more than pleasure, with a sense of consolation, the Victoria Cross for valor on the breast of Sammy Hodge. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
The Relief of Lucknow by R.T.S. Lowell. Read for LibriVox.org by Sandra. In Canada, 2025. October 25th, 1857. Oh, that last day in Lucknow fort! We knew that it was the last, that the enemy's mines had crept surely in, and the end was coming fast. To yield to that foe meant worse than death, and the men and we all worked on. It was one day more of smoke and roar, and then it would all be done. There was one of us, a corporal's wife, a fair young gentle thing, wasted with fever in the siege, and her mind was wandering. She lay on the ground in her Scottish plaid, and I took her head on my knee. "When my father comes home from the plough," she said, "oh, please then waken me." She slept like a child on her father's floor, in the flecking of woodbine shade, when the house dog sprawls by the open door and the mother's wheel is stayed. It was smoke and roar and powder stench, and hopeless waiting for death, but the soldier's wife, like a full tired child, seemed scarce to draw her breath. I sank to sleep, and I had my dream of an English village lane, and wall and garden. A sudden scream brought me back to the roar again. Then Jessie Brown stood listening, and then a broad gladness broke all over her face, and she took my hand and drew me near and spoke. "The Highlanders! Oh, dinna ye hear? The slogan far away! The MacGregors! Ah, I ken it well. It's the grandest of them all. God bless the bonny Highlanders! We're saved! We're saved!" she cried, and fell on her knees, and thanks to God poured forth like a full flood tide. Along the battery line her cry had fallen among the men, and they started, for they were there to die. Was life so near them then? They listened for life, and the rattling fire far off, and the far off roar were all, and the colonel shook his head, and they turned to their guns once more. Then Jessie said, "That slogan's doon, but can ye hear them noo? The Campbells are a-comin', it's no a dream, our succours are broken through." We heard the roar and the rattle afar, but the pipes we could not hear, so the men plied their work of hopeless war, and knew that the end was near. It was not long ere it must be heard, a shrilling, ceaseless sound. It was no noise of the strife afar, o'er the sappers underground. It was the pipes of the Highlanders, and now they played Auld Lang Syne. It came to our men like the voice of God, and they shouted along the line, and they wept and shook one another's hands, and the women sobbed in a crowd, and everyone knelt down where we stood, and we all thanked God aloud. That happy day when we welcomed them, our men put Jessie first, and the General took her hand, and cheers from the men like a volley burst. And the pipers' ribbons and tartans streamed, marching round and round our line, and our joyful cheers were broken with tears, for the pipes played Auld Lang Syne. End of section. This recording is in the public domain. I challenge AI to do better than that.
A Ballad of War by Menella Bute Smedley. Read for LibriVox.org by Patrick Wallace. Oh, were you at war in the red eastern land? What did you hear and what did you see? Saw you my son with his sword in his hand? Sent he by you any dear word to me? I come from red war in that dire eastern land. 3 deeds saw I done, one might well die to see. But I know not your son with his sword in his hand. If you would hear of him, paint him to me. Oh, he is as gentle as south winds in May. 'Tis not a gentle place where I have been. Oh, he has a smile like the outbreak of day. Where men are dying fast, smiles are not seen. Tell me the mightiest deeds that were done, deeds of chief honour. You said you saw 3. You said you saw 3. I'm sure he did 1. My heart shall discern him and cry, this is he. I saw a man scaling a tower of despair, and he went up alone, and the hosts shouted loud. That was my son. Had he streams of fair hair? Nay, it was black as the blackest night cloud. Did he live? No, he died, but the fortress was won, and they said it was grand for a man to die so. Alas for his mother! He was not my son. Was there no fair-haired soldier who humbled the foe? I saw a man charging in front of his rank, 30 yards on, in a hurry to die, straight as an arrow hurled into the flank of a huge desert beast, ere the hunter draws nigh. Did he live? No, he died, but the battle was won, and the conquest cry carried his name through the air. Be comforted, mother, he was not thy son. Worn was his forehead, and grey was his hair. Oh, the brow of my son is as smooth as a rose. I kissed it last night in my dream. I have heard 2 legends of fame from the land of our foes, but you said there were 3. You must tell me the 3rd. I saw a man flash from the trenches and fly in a battery's face, but it was not to slay. A poor little drummer had dropped down to die, with his ankle shot through in the place where he lay. He carried the boy like a babe through the rain, the death-pouring torrent of grape-shot and shell, and he walked at a foot's pace because of the pain, laid his burden down gently, smiled once, and then fell. Did he live? No, he died, but he rescued the boy. Such a death is more noble than life, so they said. He had streams of fair hair and a face full of joy, and his name, speak it not, 'tis my son, he is dead. Oh, dig him a grave by the red rowan tree, where the spring moss glows softer than fringes of foam, and lay his bed smoothly, and leave room for me, for I shall be ready before he comes home. And carve on his tombstone a name and a wreath, and a tale to touch hearts through the slow spreading years. How he died his noble and beautiful death, and his mother, who longed for him, died of her tears. But what is this face shining in at the door, with its old smile of peace and its flow of fair hair? Are you come, blessed ghost, from the far heavenly shore. Do not go back alone, let me follow you there. Oh, clasp me, dear mother, I come to remain, I come to your heart, and God answers your prayer. Your Son is alive from the hosts of the slain, and the cross of our Queen on his breast glitters fair. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
The Alma by Richard Chenevix Trench. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. September the 20th, 1854. Though till now ungraced in story, scant although thy waters be, Alma, roll those waters proudly, proudly roll them to the sea. Yesterday, unnamed, unhonoured, but to wandering Tartar known, now thou art a voice for ever, to the world's four corners blown. Into nations' annals graven, thou art now a deathless name, and a star for ever shining in the firmament of fame. Many a great and ancient river, crowned with city, tower, and shrine, little streamlet knows no magic, boasts no potency like thine, cannot shed the light thou sheddest around many a living head, cannot lend the light thou lendest to the memories of the dead. Yea or no unsoothe their sorrow, who can proudly mourning say, when the first strong burst of anguish shall have wept itself away? He has passed from us, the loved one, but he sleeps with them that died by the Alma at the winning of that terrible hillside. Yes, and in the days far onward, when we all are cold as those who beneath thy vines and willows on their hero beds repose, thou on England's banners blazoned with the famous fields of old, shalt, where other fields are winning, wave above the brave and bold. And our sons unborn shall nerve them for some great deed to be done by that 20th of September, when the Alma's heights were won. O thou river, dear for ever to the gallant, to the free, Alma, roll thy waters proudly, proudly roll them to the sea. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
After Alma, September 20th, 1854, by Gerald Massey. Read for LibriVox.org by Patrick Wallace. Our old war banners on the wind were waving merrily o'er them, the hope of half the world behind, the sullen foe before them. They trod their march of battle, bold as death-devoted freemen, like those 300 Greeks of old, or Rome's immortal 3 men. Ah, victory, joyful victory, like love thou bringest sorrow. But oh, for such an hour with thee, who would not die tomorrow? With towering heart and lightsome feet they went to their high places. The fiery valour at white heat was kindled in their faces, magnificent in battle robe, and radiant as from starlands. That spirit shone which girds our globe with glory as with garlands. Ah, victory, joyful victory, like love thou bringest sorrow. But oh, for such an hour with thee, who would not die tomorrow? They saw the angel Iris o'er their deluge of grim fire, and with their life's last tide they bore the ark of freedom higher. And grander 'tis i' the dash of death to ride on battle's billows, when victory's kisses take the breath, than sink on balmiest pillows. Ah, victory, joyful victory, like love thou bringest sorrow. But oh, for such an hour with thee, who would not die tomorrow? Brave hearts with noble feelings flushed, in valour's ruddy riot but yesterday, how are ye hushed beneath the smile of quiet? For us they poured their blood like wine from life's ripe gathered clusters, and far through history's night shall shine their deeds with starriest lustres. Ah, victory, joyful victory, like love thou bringest sorrow. But oh, for such an hour with thee, who would not die tomorrow? We laid them not in churchyard home beneath our darling daisies, where to their grave mounds love might come and sit and sing their praises. But soothly sweet shall be their rest, where victory's hands have crowned them, to earth our mother's bosom pressed, and heaven's arms around them. Ah, victory, joyful victory, like love thou bringest sorrow. But oh, for such an hour with thee, who would not die tomorrow? Yes, there they lie, 'neath Alma's sod, on pillows dark and gory, as brave a host as ever trod old England's path to glory. With head to home, and face to sky, and feet the tyrant spurning, so grand they look, so proud they lie, we weep for glorious yearning. Ah, victory, joyful victory, like love thou bringest sorrow. But oh, for such an hour with thee, who would not die tomorrow? They in life's outer circle sleep, as each in death stood sentry, and like our England's dead still keep their watch for kin and country. Up Alma in their red footfalls comes freedom's dawn victorious. Such graves are courts to festal halls, they banquet with the glorious. Ah, victory, joyful victory, like love thou bringest sorrow. But oh, for such an hour with thee, who would not die tomorrow? Our chiefs who matched the men of yore and bore our shield's great burden, the nameless heroes of the poor, they all shall have their guerdon. In silent eloquence each life the earth holds up to heaven, and Britain gives for child and wife as those brave hearts have given. Ah, victory, joyful victory, like love thou bringest sorrow. But oh, for such an hour with thee, who would not die tomorrow? The spirits of our fathers still stand up in battle by us, and in our need on Alma Hill the Lord of hosts was nigh us. Let joy or sorrow brim our cup, 'tis an exultant story, how England's chosen ones went up red Alma's hill to glory. Ah, victory, joyful victory, like love thou bringest sorrow. But oh, for such an hour with thee, who would not die tomorrow? End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Balaclava, October the 25th, 1854. The Charge of the Light Brigade by Lord Tennyson. Read for LibriVox.org by Chris H. Half a league, half a league, half a league onward. All in the Valley of Death rode the 600. Forward the Light Brigade, charge for the guns, he said. Into the Valley of Death rode the 600. Forward the Light Brigade. Was there a man dismayed? Not though the soldier knew someone had blundered. Theirs not to make reply, theirs not to reason why theirs but to do and die. Into the valley of death rode the 600. Cannon to the right of them, cannon to the left of them, cannon in front of them, volleyed and thundered, stormed at with shot and shell. Boldly they rode, and well, into the jaws of death, into the mouth of hell, rode the 600. Flashed all their sabres bare, flashed as they turned in air, sabring the gunners there, charging an army while all the world wondered. Plunged in the battery smoke, right through the line they broke, Cossack and Russian, reeled from the sabre stroke, shattered and sundered. Then they rode back, but not the 600. Cannon to the right of them, cannon to the left of them, cannon behind them, volleyed and thundered, stormed at with shot and shell, while horse and hero fell. They that had fought so well came through the jaws of death, back from the mouth of hell, all that was left of them, left of 600. When can their glory fade? Oh, the wild charge they made, all the world wondered. Honour the charge they made, honour the Light Brigade, noble 600. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
After Balaclava by James Williams. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. The fierce wild charge was over. Back to old England's shore were borne her gallant troopers, who ne'er would battle more. In hospital at Chatham, by Medway's banks they lay, dragoon, hussar, and lancer, survivors of the fray. One day there came a message, 'twas like a golden ray. Victoria, Britain's noble queen, will visit you today. It lighted up each visage, it acted like a spell on Britain's wounded heroes who'd fought for her so well. One soldier lay among them, fast fading was his life, a lancer from the border, from the good old county Fife. Already was death's icy grasp upon his honest brow, when through the ward was passed the word, the Queen is coming now. The dying Scottish laddie, with hand raised to his head, saluted Britain's sovereign, and with an effort said, "And may it please your Majesty, I'm new aboot to dee, I'd like to rest wi' mither beneath the old rock tree. But weel I ken your Majesty, it munna be, yet God be thanked I might have slept with ithers over the sea, 'neath Balaclava's crimson sward, where many a comrade fell, but now I'll rest on Medway's bank, in sound of Christian bell." She held a bouquet in her hand, and from it then she chose, for the dying soldier laddie, a lovely snow-white rose. And when the lad they buried, clasped in his hand was seen, the simple little snowy flower, the gift of Britain's Queen. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Inkerman, November 5th, 1854, by Gerald Massey. Read for LibriVox.org by Patrick Wallace. 'Twas midnight ere our guns' loud laugh at their wild work did cease, and by the smouldering fires of war we lit the pipe of peace. At 4 a burst of bells went up through night's cathedral dark. It seemed so like our Sabbath chimes, we could but wake and hark. So, like the bells that call to prayer in the dear land far away, their music floated on the air and kissed us to betray. Our camp lay on the rainy hill, all silent as a cloud. Its very heart of life stood still i' the mist that brought its shroud. For Death was walking in the dark, and smiled his smile to see how all was ranged and ready for a sumptuous jubilee. Oh, wily are the Russians, and they came up through the murk, their feet all shod for silence in the best blood of the Turk. While in its banks our fiery tide of war serenely slept, their subtle serpentry unrolled, and up the hillside crept. In the ruins of the valley do the birds of carnage stir, a creaking in the gloom like wheels, feet trample, bullets whir. By God, the foe is on us! Now the bugles with a start thrill like the cry of a wronged queen to the red roots of the heart, and long and loud the wild war drums with throbbing triumph roll, a sound to set the blood on fire and warm the shivering soul. The war-worn and the weary leaped up ready, fresh and true. No weak blood curdled white i' the face, no valour turned to dew. Majestic as a god defied arose our little host, all for the peak of peril pushed, each for the fieriest post. Through mist and through mire, and o'er the hill-brow scowling grim, as is the frown of slaughter when he dreams his dreadful dream. No sun, but none is needed. Men can feel their way to fight, the lust of battle in their face, eyes filled with fiery light. And long ere dawn was red in heaven, upon the dark earth lay the prophesying morning red of a great and glorious day. As bridegroom leaves his wedded bride in gentle slumbers sealed, our England slumbered in the west when her warriors went afield. We thought of her, and swore that day to strike immortal blows, as all along our leaguered line the roar of battle rose. Her banners waved like blessing hands, and we felt it was the hour for a glorious grip till fingers met in the throat of Russian power. And at a bound and with a sound that madly cried to kill, the lion of old England leapt in lightnings from the hill, and there he stood superb through all that Sabbath of the sword, and there he slew with a terrible scorn his hunters, horde on horde. All hell seemed bursting on us as the yelling legions came. The cannons' tongues of quick red fire licked all the hills aflame. Mad whistling shell, wild sneering shot, with devilish glee went past, like fiendish feet and laughter hurrying down the battle blast. And through the air and round the hills there ran a wrack sublime, as though eternity were crashing on the shores of time. On bayonets and swords the smile of conscious victory shone, as down to earth we dashed the rebels plucking at our throne. On they came with face of flame and storm of shot and shell, up, up like heaven's sealers, and we hurled them back to hell. Like the old sea, white-lipped with rage, they dash and foam despair on ranks of rock. Ah, what a prize for the wrecker death was there! But as to a river Pleasance did our fellows take that flood, a royal throbbing in the pulse that beat voluptuous blood. The guards went down to the fight in grey that's growing gory red. See, save them, they're surrounded. Leap your ramparts of the dead, and back the desperate battle. For there is but one short stride between the Russ and victory. One more tug, you true and tried. The red caps crest the hill with bloody spur. Ride, Bosque, ride! Down like a flood from Etna foams their valour's burning tide. Now God for merry England cry, hurrah for France the grand! We charge the foe together, all abreast and hand to hand. He caught a shadowy glimpse across the smoke of Alma's fray, of the destroying angel that shall blast his strength today. We shout and charge together, and again, 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 our plunging battle tears its path and paves it with the slain. Hurrah! The mighty host doth melt before our fervent heat. Against our side its breaking heart doth faint and fainter beat. Oh, but 'tis a gallant show and a merry march as thus we sound into the glorious goal with shouts victorious. From morn till night we fought our fight, and at the set of sun stood conquerors on Inkerman, our soldiers' battle won. That morn their legions stood like corn in its pomp of golden grain. That night the ruddy sheaves were reaped upon the misty plain. We cut them down by thunderstrokes and piled the shocks of slain. The hillside like a vintage ran and reeled death's harvest wane. We had hungry hundreds gone to sup in paradise that night, and robes of immortality our ragged braves bedight. They fell in boyhood's comely bloom and bravery's lusty pride, but they made their bed o'er the foemen dead ere they lay down and died. We gathered round the tent fire in the evening, cold and grey, and thought of those who ranked with us in battle's rough array, our comrades of the morn who came no more from that fell fray. The salt tears wrung out in the gloom of green dells far away, the eyes of lurking death that in life's crimson bubbles play, the stern white faces of the dead that on the dark ground lay, like statues of old heroes cut in precious human clay. Some with a smile, as life had stopped to music proudly gay. The household gods of many a heart all dark and dumb today, and hard hot eyes grew ripe for tears, and hearts sank down to pray. From alien lands and dungeon grates, how eyes will strain to mark this waving sword of freedom burn and beckon through the dark. The martyrs stir in their red graves, the rusted armour rings adown the long aisles of the dead, where lie the warrior kings. To the proud mother England came the radiant victory, with laurels red and a bitter cup like some last agony. She took the cup, she drank it up, she raised her laurelled brow. Her sorrow seemed like solemn joy, she looked so noble now. The dim divine of distance died, the purple past grew wan, as came that crowning glory o'er the heights of Inkerman. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 122. Read for LibriVox.org by MFQ1. Killed in Action by F. Harold Williams. For him, no words, the best were only weak, and could not say what love desires to speak. For him, no praise, no prizes did he ask. To serve his queen was a sufficient task. For him, no show, no idle tears be shed, no fading laurels on that lowly head. He fought for England, and for her he fell, and did his duty then, and it is well. He deemed it but a little act to give his life and all, if freedom thus might live. And though he found the shock of battle rough, he might not flinch, the glory was enough. What if he broke? Who would not tamely bend? He strove for us, and craved no other end. Nor should we ring too long his dying knell. He has a soldier's crown, and it is well. For him the tomb that is a nation's heart, and both endure when crumbling stones depart. To him the honor, like the brave to stand with those who were in danger, our right hand. For him no empty epitaph of dust, but that he kept for England Save her trust. He is not dead, but over war's loud swell heard he his captain's call, and it is well. End of section 122. This recording is in the public domain.
At the Breach by Sarah Williams. Read for LibriVox.org by Bryce Christ. All over for me, the struggle and possible glory, all swept past in the rush of my own brigade. Will charges instead, and fills up my place in the story. Well, 'tis well, by the merry old games we played. There's a fellow asleep, the lout, in the shade of the hillock yonder. What a dog it must be to drowse in the midst of a time like this. Why, the horses might neigh contempt at him. What is he like, I wonder? If the smoke would but clear away, I have strength in me yet to hiss. Will, comrade and friend, we parted in hurry of battle. All I heard was your sonorous, "Up, my men." Soon conquering paeans shall cover the cannonade's rattle. Then home bells, will you think of me sometimes then? How that rascal enjoys his snooze! Would he wake to the touch of powder? A reveille of broken bones, or a prick of a sword might do. Hey, man, the general wants you. If I could but for once call louder. There is something infectious here, for my eyelids are dropping too. Will, can you recall the time we were lost on the Bright Down, coming home late in the day, as Susie was kneeling to pray, little blue eyes in white nightgowns, saying, "Our Father, who art," art what? So she stayed with a start. "In heaven," your mother said softly, and Susie sighed, "So far away." "'Tis nearer, Will, now, to us all." It is strange how that fellow sleeps, stranger still that his sleep should haunt me. If I could but command his face to make sure of the lesser ill, I will crawl to his side and see, for what should there be to daunt me? What there, Holy Father in heaven, not Will? Will, dead Will, lying here I could not feel you. Will, brave Will, oh alas for the noble end. Will, dear Will, since no love nor remorse could heal you, Will, good Will, let me die on your breast, old friend. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Santa Filomena, read for LibriVox.org by Phil Schempf. Florence Nightingale, by H.W. Longfellow. It was the practice of Florence Nightingale to pay a last visit to the wards of the military hospital in the Crimea after the doctors and other nurses had retired for the night. Bearing a light in her hand, she passed from bed to bed and from ward to ward until she became known as the Lady with the Lamp. Whene'er a noble deed is wrought, whene'er is spoken a noble thought, our hearts in glad surprise to higher levels rise. The tidal wave of deeper souls into our inmost being rolls, and lifts us unawares out of all meaner cares. Honor to those whose words or deeds thus help us in our daily needs, and by their overflow raise us from what is low. Thus thought I, as by the night I read of the great army of the dead, the trenches cold and damp, the starved and frozen camp, the wounded from the battle plain, in dreary hospitals of pain, the cheerless corridors, the cold and stony floors. Lo, in that house of misery, a lady with a lamp I see pass through the glimmering gloom, and flit from room to room. And slow as in a dream of bliss, the speechless sufferer turns to kiss her shadow as it falls upon the darkening walls. As if a door in heaven should be opened and then closed suddenly, the vision came and went, the light shone and was spent. On England's annals, through the long hereafter of her speech and song, that light its rays shall cast from portals of the past. A lady with a lamp shall stand in the great history of the land, a noble type of good, heroic womanhood. Nor even shall be wanting here the palm, the lily, and the spear, the symbols that of yore Saint Philomena bore. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
The Little Hatchet Story, with occasional questions by a 5-year-old hearer, by Burdett. Read for LibriVox.org by Jacob McCormack. Mrs. Carruthers had left her infant prodigy, Clarence, in our care for a little while that she might not be distracted by his innocent prattle while selecting the material for a new gown. He was a bright, intelligent boy of 5 summers, with a commendable thirst for knowledge and a praiseworthy desire to understand what was said to him. We had described many deep and mysterious things to him, and to escape the possibility of still more puzzling questions, offered to tell him a story, the story of George Washington and his little hatchet. After a few necessary preliminaries, we proceeded. Well, one day, George's father— "George who?" asked Clarence. "George Washington. He was a little boy then, just like you. One day, his father—" "Whose father?" demanded Clarence, with an encouraging expression of interest. "George Washington's. This great man we are telling you of. One day, George Washington's father gave him a little hatchet for a—" "Gave who a little hatchet?" the dear child interrupted with a gleam of bewitching intelligence. Most men would have gone mad, or betrayed signs of impatience, but we didn't. We know how to talk to children, so we went on. "George Washington. Who gave him the little hatchet?" "His father, and his father—" "Whose father?" "George Washington's." "Oh." "Yes, George Washington's. And his father told him—" "Told who?" "Told George." "Oh, yes, George." And we went on, just as patient and as pleasant as you could imagine. We took up the story right where the boy interrupted, for we could see he was just crazy to hear the end of it. We said— "And he was told—" "George told him?" queried Clarence. "No, his father told George." "Oh." "Yes, told him he must be careful with the hatchet." "Who must be careful?" "George must." "Oh." "Yes, must be careful with his hatchet." "What hatchet?" "Why, George's." "Oh." "Careful with the hatchet, and not cut himself with it, or drop it in the cistern, or leave it out of doors all night." So George went around cutting everything he could reach with his hatchet. At last, he came to a splendid apple tree, his father's favorite apple tree, and cut it down. Who cut it down? George did. Oh. But his father came home and saw it the first thing, and— "Saw the hatchet?" "No, saw the apple tree. And he said, 'Who has cut down my favorite apple tree?'" "What apple tree?" "George's father's." And everybody said they didn't know anything about it, and— "Anything about what?" "The apple tree." "Oh." And George came up and heard them talking about it. Heard who talking about it? Heard his father and the men. "What were they talking about?" About the apple tree. What apple tree? The favorite tree that George had cut down. George who? George Washington. Oh. So George came up and heard them talking about it, and what did he cut it down for? Just to try his little hatchet. Whose little hatchet? Why, his own, the one his father gave him. Gave who? Why, George Washington. Oh. So George came up, and he said, Father, I cannot tell a lie. Who couldn't tell a lie? George couldn't. Oh, George, oh, yes. It was I who cut down your apple tree. I did. His father did? No, it was George said this. Said he cut his father? No. Said he cut down his apple tree. George's apple tree? No. His father's. Oh. He said. His father said? No. George said, Father, I cannot tell a lie. I did it with my little hatchet. And his father said, Noble boy, I would rather lose 1,000 apple trees than have you tell a lie. George did? No, his father said that. Said he'd rather have 1,000 apple trees? No. Said he'd rather lose 1,000 apple trees than... Said he'd rather George would? No, said he'd rather he would than have him lie. Oh, George would rather have his father lie? We are patient, and we love children. But if Mrs. Carruthers hadn't come and got her prodigy at that critical juncture, we don't believe all Burlington could have pulled us out of the snarl. And as Clarence Alecon de Marchemont Carruthers pattered down the stairs, we heard him telling his ma about a boy who had a father named George, and he told him to cut down an apple tree, and he said he'd rather tell 1,000 lies than cut down one apple tree. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
The Loss of the Birkenhead by Sir Francis Hastings Doyle. Read for LibriVox.org by Sandra. February 25th, 1852. The Birkenhead was lost off the coast of Africa by striking on a hidden rock when the soldiers on board sacrificed themselves in order that the boats might be left free for the women and children. Right on our flank the sun was dropping down. The deep sea heaved around in bright repose, when, like the wild shriek from some captured town, a cry of women rose. The stout ship Birkenhead lay hard and fast, caught without hope upon a hidden rock. Her timbers thrilled as nerves when through them passed the spirit of that shock. And ever like base cowards who leave their ranks in danger's hour before the rush of steel, drifted away disorderly the planks from underneath her keel. So calm the air, so calm and still the flood, that low down in its blue translucent glass we saw the great fierce fish that thirst for blood pass slowly, then repass. They tarried, the waves tarried for their prey. The sea turned one clear smile, like things asleep. Those dark shapes in the azure silence lay as quiet as the deep. Then, amidst oath and prayer and rush and wreck, faint screams, faint questions waiting no reply, our colonel gave the word, and on the deck formed us in line to die. To die! 'Twas hard, while the sleek ocean glowed beneath a sky as fair as summer flowers. All to the boats, cried one. He was, thank God, no officer of ours. Our English hearts beat true. We would not stir. That base appeal we heard, but heeded not. On land, on sea, we had our colours, sir, to keep without a spot. They shall not say in England that we fought with shameful strength, unhonoured life to seek, into mean safety, mean deserters brought by trampling down the weak. So we made the women with their children go, the oars ply back again and yet again, whilst inch by inch the drowning ship sank low, still under steadfast men. What follows? Why recall? The brave who died without flinching in the bloody surf. They sleep as well beneath the purple tide as others under turf. They sleep as well, and roused from their wild grave, wearing their wounds like stars, shall rise again, joint heirs with Christ, because they bled to save his weak ones, not in vain. If that day's work no clasp or medal mark, if each proud heart no cross of bronze may press, nor cannon thunder loud from tower or park, this feel we none the less, that those whom God's high grace there saved from ill, those also left his martyrs in the bay, though not by siege, though not in battle, still full well had earned their pay. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Elihu by Alice Carey. Read for LibriVox.org by Heliar. Oh sailor, tell me true, is my little lad, my Elihu, a sailing in your ship? The sailor's eyes were dimmed with dew. Your little lad, your Elihu, he said with trembling lip. What little lad? What ship? What little lad? As if there could be another such a one as he. What little lad do you say? Why, Elihu, that took to the sea. The moment I put him off my knee, it was just the other day, the grey swan sailed away. The other day, the sailor's eyes stood wide open with surprise. The other day, the swan, his heart began in his throat to rise. Aye, sir, here in the cupboard lies the jacket he had on, and so your lad is gone. Gone with the swan, and did she stand with her anchor clutching hold of the sand for a month and never stir? Why, to be sure, I've seen from the land, like a lover kissing his lady's hand, the wild sea kissing her, a sight to remember, sir. But, my good mother, do you know, all this was 20 years ago. I stood on the grey swan's deck, and to that lad I saw you throw, taking it off, as it might be so, the kerchief from your neck. Aye, and he'll bring it back. And did the little lawless lad, that has made you sick and made you sad, sail with the grey swan's crew? Lawless? The man is going mad, the best boy ever mother had. Be sure he sailed with the crew, and what would you have him do? And he has never written line, nor sent you word, nor made you sign, to say he was alive. Hold, if that was wrong, the wrong is mine. Besides, he may be in the brine, and could he rise from the grave, tooth man, what would you have? Gone 20 years, a long, long cruise, that was wicked thus your love to abuse. But if the lad still live, and come back home, think you can forgive him, miserable man. You're as mad as the sea, you rave. What have I to forgive? The sailor twitched his shirt so blue, and from within his bosom drew the kerchief. She was wild. My God, my father, is it true? My little lad, my Elihu, and is it you? My blessed boy, my child, my dead, my living child. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
The Last of the Eurydice by Sir Noel Paton. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. The training ship Eurydice, as tight a craft I ween, as ever bore brave men who loved their country and their queen. Built when a ship, sir, was a ship, and not a steam machine. 6 months or more she had been out, cruising the Indian Sea, and now with all her canvas bent, a fresh breeze blowing free, up channel in her pride she came, the brave Eurydice. On Saturday it was we saw the English cliffs appear, and fore and aft from man and boy up rang one mighty cheer, while many a rough and ready hand dashed off the gathering tear. We saw the heads of Dorset rise, fair in the Sabbath sun. We marked each hamlet gleaming white, the church spires one by one. We thought we heard the church bells ring, to hail our voyage done. Only an hour from Spithead, lads, only an hour from home, so sang the captain's cheery voice as we spurned the ebbing foam, and each young sea dog's heart sang back, only an hour from home. No warning ripple crisped the wave to tell of danger nigh, nor looming wrack nor driving scud from out a smiling sky. With sound as of the tramp of doom, the squall broke suddenly, a hurricane of wind and snow. From off the Shanklin shore, it caught us in its blinding whirl, one instant and no more. For ere we dreamt of trouble near, all earthly hope was o'er. No time to shorten sail, no time to change the vessel's course. The storm had caught her crowded masts with swift resistless force. Only one shrill despairing cry rose o'er the tumult hoarse, and broadside the great ship went down amid the swirling foam, and with her nigh 400 men went down in sight of home. Fletcher and I alone were saved, only an hour from home. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
The Warden of the Cinque Ports by H. W. Longfellow. Read for LibriVox.org by Patrick Wallace. September 13, 1852. A mist was driving down the British Channel. The day was just begun, and through the window panes, on floor and panel, streamed the red autumn sun. It glanced on flowing flag and rippling pennon, and the white sails of ships, and from the frowning rampart the black cannon hailed it with feverish lips. Sandwich and Romney, Hastings, Hythe and Dover were all alert that day to see the French war steamers speeding over when the fog cleared away. Sullen and silent, and like couchant lions, their cannon through the night, holding their breath, had watched in grim defiance the sea-coast opposite. And now they roared at drumbeat from their stations on every citadel, each answering each with morning salutations that all was well. And down the coast, all taking up the burden, replied the distant forts, as if to summon from his sleep the warden and lord of the Cinque Ports. Him shall no sunshine from the fields of Asia, no drumbeat from the wall, no morning gun from the black fort's embrasure awaken with its call. No more, surveying with an eye impartial the long line of the coast, shall the gaunt figure of the old field marshal be seen upon his post. For in the night, unseen, a single warrior, in sombre harness mailed, dreaded of man, and surnamed the Destroyer, the rampart wall has scaled. He passed into the chamber of the sleeper, the dark and silent room, and as he entered, darker grew and deeper the silence and the gloom. He did not pause to parley or dissemble, but smote the warden whore. Ah, what a blow that made all England tremble and groan from shore to shore. Meanwhile, without, the surly cannon waited, the sun rose bright o'erhead. Nothing in nature's aspect intimated that a great man was dead. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
England's Dead by Felicia Hemans, read for LibriVox.org by Heliar. Son of the ocean isle, where sleep your mighty dead? Show me what height and stately pile is reared over glory's bed. Go, stranger, track the deep, free, free the wild sails spread. Wave may not foam, nor wild wind sweep, where rest not England's dead. On Egypt's burning plains, by the pyramid overswayed, with fearful power the noonday reigns, and the palm trees yield no shade. But let the angry sun from heaven look fiercely red, unfelt by those whose task is done. There slumber England's dead. The hurricane had might along the Indian shore, and far by Ganges' banks at night is heard the tiger's roar. But let the sound roll on. It had no tone of dread. For those that from their toils are gone, there slumber England's dead. Loud rush the torrent floods, the western wilds among, and free in green Columbia's woods the hunter's bow is strung. But let the floods rush on, let the arrow's flight be sped. Why should they wreck whose task is done? There slumber England's dead. The mountain storms rise high in the snowy Pyrenees, and toss the pine boughs through the sky like rose leaves on the breeze. But let the storms rage on, let the forest wreaths be shed, for the Ronse's valley's field is won, there slumber England's dead. On the frozen deep's repose, it is a dark and dreadful hour, when round the ship the ice fields close, and the northern night clouds lower. But let the ice drift on, let the cold blue desert spread, their course with mast and flag is done, even there sleep England's dead. The warlike of the isles, the men of field and wave, are not the rocks their funeral piles, the seas and shores they crave? Go, stranger, track the deep, free, free, the wild sails spread. Wave may not foam, nor wild wind sweep, where rest not England's dead. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Marab Khan, read for LibriVox.org by Phil Schempf. By Sir F. H. Doyle. Marab Khan died, as he said he would, sword in hand, at the door of his own Zenana. Capture of Kalat, 1839. With all his fearless chiefs around, the Moslem leader stood forlorn, and heard at intervals the sound of drums athwart the desert borne. To him a sign of fate, They told that Britain in her wrath was nigh, and his great heart its powers unrolled in steadiness of will to die. Ye come, in your mechanic force, a soulless mass of strength and skill. Ye come, resistless in your course, what matters it? 'Tis but to kill. A serpent in the bath, a gust of venomed breezes through the door, have power to give us back to dust. Has all your grasping empire more? Your thousand ships upon the sea, your guns and bristling squares by land, are means of death, and so may be a dagger in a damsel's hand. Put forth the might you boast and try, if it can shake my seated will. By knowing when and how to die, I can escape, and scorn you still. The noble heart, as from a tower, looks down on life that wears a stain. He lives too long who lives an hour beneath the clanking of a chain. I breathe my spirit on my sword, I leave a name to honor known, and perish to the last the lord of all that man can call his own. Such was the mountain leader's speech. Say ye, who tell the bloody tale, when havoc smote the howling breach, then did the noble savage quail? No, when through the dust and steel and flame, hot streams of blood and smothering smoke, true as an arrow to its aim, the meteor flag of England broke, and volley after volley threw, a storm of ruin, crushing all. Still cheering on a faithful few, he would not yield his father's all. At his yet unpolluted door he stood, a lion-hearted man, and died, a free man still, before the merchant thieves of Frangistan. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
The Red Thread of Honor by Sir F. H. Doyle. Read for LibriVox.org by Sandra. Told to the author by the late Sir Charles James Napier. 11 men of England a breastwork charged in vain. 11 men of England lie stripped and gashed and slain. Slain, but of foes that guarded their rock-built fortress well, some 20 had been mastered when the last soldier fell. Whilst Napier piloted his wondrous way across the sand waves of the desert sea, then flashed at once on each fierce clan dismay, lord of their wild Truckee. These missed the glen to which their steps were bent, mistook a mandate, from afar half heard, and in that glorious error calmly went to death without a word. The robber chief mused deeply above those daring dead. Bring here, at length he shouted, bring quick the battle thread. Let Iblis blast for ever their souls, if Allah will, but we must keep unbroken the old rules of the hill. Before the Ghizni tiger leapt forth to burn and slay, before the holy prophet taught our grim tribes to pray, before the Secunder's lances pierced through each Indian glen, the mountain laws of honor were framed for fearless men. Still, when a chief dies bravely, we bind with green one wrist, green for the brave, for heroes one crimson thread we twist. Say ye, O gallant hillmen, for these whose life has fled, which is the fitting colour, the green one or the red? Our brethren laid in honoured graves may wear their green reward, each noble savage said. To these whom hawks and hungry wolves shall tear, who dares deny the red? Thus, conquering hate and steadfast to the right, fresh from the heart that haughty verdict came, beneath a waning moon, each spectral height rolled back its loud acclaim. Once more the chief gazed keenly down on those daring dead. From his good sword their heart's blood crept to that crimson thread. Once more he cried, the judgment, good friends, is wise and true, but though the red be given, have we not more to do? These were not stirred by anger, nor yet by lust made bold. Renown they thought above them, nor did they look for gold. To them their leader's signal was as the voice of God. Unmoved and uncomplaining, the path it showed they trod. As without sound or struggle, the stars unhurrying march where Allah's finger guides them through yonder purple arch. These Franks, sublimely silent, without a quickened breath, went in the strength of duty straight to their goal of death. If I were now to ask you to name our bravest man, ye all at once would answer. They called him Mehrab Khan. He sleeps among his fathers, dear to our native land, with the bright mark he bled for firm round his faithful hand. The songs they sing of Rostrum fill all the past with light. If truth be in their music, he was a noble knight. But were those heroes living and strong for battle still, would Mehrab Khan or Rostrum have climbed like these the hill? And they replied, though Mehrab Khan was brave as chief, he chose himself what risks to run. Prince Rostrum lied, his forfeit life to save, which these had never done. Enough, he shouted fiercely, doomed though they be to hell, bind fast the crimson trophy round both wrists. Bind it well. Who knows but that great Allah may grudge such matchless men, with none so decked in heaven, to the fiend's flaming den? Then all those gallant robbers shouted a stern Amen. They raised the slaughtered sergeant, they raised his mangled ten, and when we found their bodies left bleaching in the wind, around both wrists in glory that crimson thread was twined, then Napier's knightly heart, touched to the core, rung like an echo to that knightly deed. He bade its memory live for evermore, that those who run may read. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
The Private of the Buffs by Sir Francis Hastings Doyle. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. Some Sikhs and a private of the Buffs, having remained behind with the grog carts, fell into the hands of the Chinese. On the next morning they were brought before the authorities and commanded to perform the kowtow. The Sikhs obeyed, but Moyes, the English soldier, declared that he would not prostrate himself before any Chinaman alive, was immediately knocked upon the head, and his body thrown on a dunghill. The Times. Last night among his fellow roughs he jested, quaffed, and swore, a drunken private of the Buffs, who never looked before. Today beneath the foeman's frown he stands in Elgin's place, ambassador from Britain's crown, and type of all her race. Poor, reckless, rude, low-born, untaught, bewildered and alone, a heart with English instinct fraught, he yet can call his own. I tear his body limb from limb, bring cord or axe or flame, he only knows that not through him shall England come to shame. For Kentish hop fields round him seemed like dreams to come and go, bright leagues of cherry blossom gleamed, one sheet of living snow. The smoke above his father's door in grey soft eddyings hung, must he then watch it rise no more, doomed by himself so young? Yes, honour calls. With strength like steel he put the vision by. Let dusky Indian whine and kneel, an English lad must die. And thus with eyes that would not shrink, with knee to man unbent, unfaltering on its dreadful brink, to his red grave he went. Vain, mightiest fleets of iron framed, vain those all-shattering guns, unless proud England keep untamed the strong heart of her sons. So let his name through Europe ring, a man of mean estate, who died as firm as Sparta's king, because his soul was great. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 134. A Fisherman's Song by Alfred H. Miles. Read by MFQ1 for LibriVox.org. Hurrah! The craft is dashing athwart the briny sea. Hurrah! The wind is lashing the white sails merrily. The sun is shining overhead, the rough sea heaves below. We sail with every canvas spread, yo-ho, my lads, yo-ho! Simple is our vocation, we seek no hostile strife, but mid the storm's vexation, we succor human life. Oh, simple are our pleasures, we crave no miser's hoard, but haul the great sea's treasures to spread a frugal board. But if at usurpation we needs must strike a blow, our hardy avocation shall fit us for the foe. Then let the despot's strength compete upon the open sea, and on the proudest of his fleet our flag shall flutter free. End of section 134. This recording is in the public domain.
The Field of Waterloo by George Gordon Lord Byron. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. Stop, for thy tread is on an empire's dust. An earthquake's spoil is sepulchred below. Is the spot marked with no colossal bust, nor column trophied for triumphal show? None, but the moral's truth tells simpler so, as the ground was before, thus let it be. How that red rain hath made the harvest grow, and is this all the world has gained by thee, thou first and last of fields, king-making victory? There was a sound of revelry by night, and Belgium's capital had gathered then her beauty and her chivalry, and bright the lamps shone o'er fair women and brave men. 1,000 hearts beat happily, and when music arose with its voluptuous swell, soft eyes looked love to eyes which spake again, and all went merry as a marriage bell. But hush, hark! A deep sound strikes like a rising knell. Did ye not hear it? No, 'twas but the wind, or the car rattling o'er the stony street. On with the dance, let joy be unconfined. No sleep till morn, when youth and pleasure meet, to chase the glowing hours with flying feet. But hark! That heavy sound breaks in once more, as if the clouds its echo would repeat, and nearer, clearer, deadlier than before. Arm, arm! It is, the cannon's opening roar. Within a windowed niche of that high hall sate Brunswick's fated chieftain. He did hear that sound, the first amid the festival, and caught its tone with death's prophetic ear. And when they smiled because he deemed it near, his heart more truly knew that peal too well, which stretched his father on a bloody bier, and roused the vengeance blood alone could quell. He rushed into the field, and, foremost fighting, fell. Ah, then there was a hurrying to and fro, and gathering tears and tremblings of distress, and cheeks all pale which but an hour ago blushed at the praise of their own loveliness. And there were sudden partings, such as press the life from out young hearts, and choking sighs which ne'er might be repeated. Who would guess, if ever more should meet those mutual eyes, since upon night so sweet such awful morn could rise? And there was mounting in hot haste the steed, the mustering squadron, and the clattering car went pouring forward with impetuous speed, and swiftly forming in the ranks of war. And the deep thunder peal on peal afar, and near the beat of the alarming drum roused up the soldier ere the morning star, while throng the citizens with terror dumb, or whispering with white lips, "The foe, they come, they come." And wild and high the Camerons gathering rose, the war note of Lochiel, which Albion's hills have heard, and heard too have her Saxon foes. How in the noon of night that pibroch thrills, savage and shrill, but with the breath which fills their mountain pipe. So fill the mountaineers with the fierce native daring which instills the stirring memory of 1,000 years, and Evans Donald's fame rings in each clansman's ears. And Ardennes waves above them her green leaves, dewy with nature's teardrops as they pass, grieving, if aught inanimate e'er grieves, over the unreturning brave, alas! Ere evening to be trodden like the grass, which now beneath them, but above shall grow in its next verdure, when this fiery mass of living valour, rolling on the foe, and burning with high hope, shall moulder cold and low. Last noon beheld them full of lusty life, last eve in beauty's circle proudly gay. The midnight brought the signal sound of strife, the morn the marshalling of arms, the day battle's magnificently stern array. The thunder clouds close o'er it, which when rent the earth is covered thick with other clay, which her own clay shall cover, heaped and pent, rider and horse, friend, foe, in one red burial blent. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
The Lay of Brave Cameron, read for LibriVox.org by Phil Schempf. John Stuart Blackie. At Quatre Bras, when the fight ran high, stout Cameron stood with wakeful eye, eager to leap as a mettlesome hound into the fray with a plunge and a bound. But Wellington, lord of the cool command, held the reins with a steady hand, saying, "Cameron, wait, you'll soon have enough. Give the Frenchmen a taste of your stuff when the Cameron men are wanted." Now hotter and hotter the battle grew, with tramp and rattle and wild halloo, and the Frenchmen poured like a fiery flood right on the ditch where Cameron stood. Then Wellington flashed from his steadfast stance on his captain brave a lightning glance, saying, "Cameron, now have at them, boy. Take care of the road to Charleroi, where the Cameron men are wanted." Brave Cameron shot like a shaft from a bow into the midst of the plunging foe, and with him the lads whom he loved like a torrent, sweeping the rocks in its foamy current. And he fell the first in the fervid fray, where a deathful shot had shove its way. But his men pushed on where the work was rough, giving the Frenchmen a taste of their stuff, where the Cameron men were wanted. Brave Cameron then, front the battle's roar, his foster brother stoutly bore, his foster brother with service true, back to the village of Waterloo. And they laid him on the soft green sod, and he breathed his spirit there to God. But not till he heard the loud hurrah of victory billowed from Quatre Bras, where the Cameron men were wanted. By the road to Ghent they buried him then, this noble chief of the Cameron men, and not an eye was tearless seen that day beside the alley green. Wellington wept, the Iron Man, and from every eye in the Cameron clan the big round drop in bitterness fell, as with the pipes he loved so well his funeral wail they chanted. And now he sleeps, for they bore him home, when the war was done across the foam, beneath the shadow of Nevis Ben, with his sires, the pride of the Cameron men. 3,000 Highland men stood round, as they laid him to rest in his native ground. The Cameron brave, whose eye never quailed, whose heart never sank, whose hand never failed, where a Cameron man was wanted. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
A Song for Stout Workers by John Stuart Blackie. Read for LibriVox.org by Bruce Kachuk. Onward, brave men, onward go! Place is none for rest below. He who laggeth faints and fails. He who presses on prevails. Monks may nurse their mouldy moods, caged in musty solitudes. Men beneath the breezy sky march to conquer or to die. Work and live, this only charm warms the blood and nerves the arm. As the stout pine stronger grows by each gusty blast that blows. On high throne or lonely sod, fellow workers, we with God, then most like to him when we march through toil to victory. If there be who sob and sigh, let them sleep or let them die. While we live we strain and strive, working most when most alive. Where the fairest blossom grew, there the spade had most to do. Hearts that bravely serve the Lord, like St. Paul, must wear the sword. Onward, brothers, onward go, face to find the foe. Words are weak and wishing fails, but the well-aimed blow prevails. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
At the Burial of a Veteran by Alfred H. Miles. Read for LibriVox.org by Bryce Kreis, Ohio. Hody tibi cras mihi. Yours today and ours tomorrow. Hither, comrade, hence to go. Yours the joy and ours the sorrow. Yours the weal and ours the woe. What the profit of the stronger? Life is loss and death is gain. Though we live a little longer, longer life is longer pain. Which the better for the weary? Longer travel, longer rest. Death is peace and life is dreary. He must die who would be blessed. You have passed across the borders. Death has led you safely home. We are standing, waiting orders, ready for the word to come. Empty-handed, empty-hearted, all we love have gone before. And since they have all departed, we are loveless evermore. Yours today and ours tomorrow. Hither, comrade, hence to go. Yours the joy and ours the sorrow. Yours the weal and ours the woe. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 139. Recording by Caveat. Napoleon and the British Sailor by Thomas Campbell. I love contemplating, apart from all his homicidal glory, the traits that softened to our heart Napoleon's story. 'Twas when his banners at Boulogne armed in our island every freeman, his navy chanced to capture one poor British seaman. They suffered him, I know not how, and prisoned on the shore to roam, and I was bent his longing brow on England's home. His eye, methinks, pursued the flight of birds to Britain halfway over. With envy they could reach the white dear cliffs of Dover. A stormy midnight watch he thought, then this sojourn would have been dearer, if but the storm his vessel brought to England nearer. At last, when care had banished sleep, he saw one morning, dreaming, doting, an empty hogshead from the deep come shoreward floating. He hid it in a cave and wrought the livelong day laborious, lurking, until he launched a tiny boat by mighty working. Heaven help us, 'twas a thing beyond description wretched, such a wherry perhaps ne'er ventured on a pond, or crossed a ferry. For ploughing in the salt sea field, it would have made the boldest shudder, untarred, uncompassed, and unkeeled, no sail, no rudder. From neighbouring woods he interlaced his sorry skiff with wattled willows, and thus equipped he would have passed the foaming billows. But Frenchmen caught him on the beach, his little Argo sorely jeering, till tidings of him chanced to reach Napoleon's hearing. With folded arms Napoleon stood, serene alike in peace and danger, and in his wonted attitude addressed the stranger. Rash man that would yonder channel pass, on twigs and staves so rudely fashioned, thy heart with some sweet British lass must be impassioned. I have no sweetheart, said the lad, but, absent years from one another, great was the longing that I had to see my mother. And so thou shalt, Napoleon said. You've both my favour fairly won. A noble mother must have bred so brave a son. He gave the tar a piece of gold, and with a flag of truce commanded he should be shipped to England old, and safely landed. Our sailor oft could scantly shift to find a dinner plain and hearty, but never changed the coin and gift of Buonaparte. End of section 139. This recording is in the public domain. Section 140. Read for LibriVox.org by Caveat. The Burial of Sir John Moore, January the 16th, 1809, by the Reverend Charles Wolfe. Not a drum was heard, not a funeral note, as his corpse to the ramparts we hurried. Not a soldier discharged his farewell shot, o'er the grave where our hero we buried. We buried him darkly at dead of night, the sod with our bayonets turning, by the struggling moonbeams' misty light, and the lantern dimly burning. No useless coffin enclosed his breast, not in a sheet nor shroud we wound him, but he lay like a warrior taking his rest, with his martial cloak around him. Few and short were the prayers we said, and we spoke not a word of sorrow, but we steadfastly gazed on the face that was dead, and we bitterly thought of the morrow. We thought as we hollowed his narrow bed, and smoothed down his lonely pillow, that the foe and the stranger would tread o'er his head, and we far away on the billow. Lightly they'll talk of the spirit that's gone, and o'er his cold ashes upbraid him, but little he'll reek if they let him sleep on, in the grave where a Briton has laid him. But half of our weary task was done when the clock struck the hour for retiring, and we heard the distant and random gun that the foe was sullenly firing. Slowly and sadly we laid him down, from the field of his fame fresh and gory. We carved not a line and we raised not a stone, but left him alone in his glory. End of section 140. This recording is in the public domain. Section 141. At Trafalgar, October 21st, 1805. An Old Man of Warsman's Yarn by Gerald Massey. Ay, good neighbours, I have seen him, sir, as God's my life. One of his chosen crew I've been, haven't I, old good wife? God bless your dear eyes, didn't you vow to marry me any weather, if I came back with limbs enow to keep my soul together? Brave as a lion was our Nell, and gentle as a lamb. It warms my blood once more to tell the tale, grey as I am. It makes the old life in me climb, it sets my soul a-swim. I live twice over every time that I can talk of him. You should have seen him as he trod the deck, our joy and pride. You should have seen him, like a god, of storm his war-horse ride. You should have seen him as he stood, fighting for our good land, with all the iron of soul and blood turned to a sword in hand. Our best beloved of all the brave that ever for freedom fought, and all his wonders of the wave for fatherland were wrought. He was the manner of man to show how victories may be won. So swiftly you scarce saw the blow, you looked, the deed was done. He sailed his ship for work, he bore his sword for battle wear. His creed was best man to the fore, and he was always there. Up any peak of peril where there was but room for one, the only thing he did not dare was any death to shun. The Nelson touch his men he taught, and his great stride to keep. His faithful fellows round him fought, 10,000 heroes deep. With the red pride of life and hot, for him their blood ran free. They minded not the showers of shot, nor more than peas, said he. Napoleon saw our sea king thwart his landing on our isle. He gnashed his teeth, he gnawed his heart at Nelson of the Nile, who set his fleet in flames to light the lion to his prey, and lead destruction through the night upon his dreadful way. Around the world he drove his game and ran his glorious race, nor rested till he hunted them from off the ocean's face, like that old warthog who till death clung to the vessel's side, till hands were locked, then with his teeth he held on till he died. Ay, he could do the deeds that set old fighters' hearts afire, the edge of every spirit wet, and every arm inspire. Yet I have seen upon his face the tears that, as they roll, show what a light of saintly grace may clothe a sailor's soul. And when our darling went to meet Trafalgar's Judgment Day, the people knelt down in the street to bless him on his way. He felt the country of his love, watching him from afar. It saw him through the battle move. His heaven was in that star. Magnificently glorious sight it was in that great dawn, like one vast sapphire flashing light, the sea just breathing shone. Their ships fresh painted stood up tall and stately. Ours were grim and weather-worn, but one and all in rare good fighting trim. Our spirits were all flying light, and into battle sped, straining for it on wings of might, with feet of springy tread. The light of battle on each face, its lust in every eye, our sailor blood at swiftest pace to catch the victory nigh. His proudly wasted face, wave-worn, was loftily serene. I saw the brave knight's spirit burn there, all too plainly seen, as though the sword this time was drawn for ever from the sheath. And when its work today was done, all would be dark and death. His eye shone like a lamp of night, set in a porch of power. The deed unborn was burning bright within him at that hour. His purpose wielded to white heat, cried like some visible fate, "Today we must not merely beat, we must annihilate." He smiled to see the Frenchman show his reckoning for retreat. With Cadiz port on his lee bow, held him then half beat. They flew no colours till we drew them out to strike with there. Old Victory for a prize or two had flags enough to spare. Mast high the famous signal ran, breathless we caught each word. England expects that every man will do his duty. Lord, you should have seen our faces, heard us cheering row on row, like men beneath some furnace stirred to a fiery, fearful glow. 'Twas Collingwood our lee line led, and cut their centre through. "See how it goes in," Nelson said, as his first broadside flew, and near 400 foemen fall. Up went another cheer. Ah, what would Nelson Gibbs call, but to be with us here? We grimly kept our vanward path, over us hummed their shot, but silently we reined our wrath, held on and answered not, till we could grip them face to face and pound them for our own, or hug them in a war embrace, till we or both went down. How calm he was when first he felt the sharp edge of that fight. Cabined with God alone he knelt, the prayer still lay in light. Upon his face that used to shine in battle flashed with life, as though the glorious blood ran wine, dancing with that wild strife. Fight for us, thou mighty one, give victory once again, and if I fall, thy will be done. Amen, amen, amen. With such a voice he bade goodbye, the mournfulest old smile wore. Farewell, God bless you, Blackwood, I shall never see you more. And 4 hours after he had done with winds and troubled foam, the reaper was borne dead upon our load of harvest home. Not till he knew the old flag flew, alone on all the deep, then said he, Hardy, is that you? Kissed me, and fell asleep. Well, it was his chosen death below the deck in triumph trod. 'Tis well as sailor's soul should go from his good ship to God. He would have chosen death abroad from all the crowns of rest, and burial with the patriot's sword upon the victor's breast. Not a great sinner, no, dear heart, God grant in our death pain, we may have played as well our part, and feel as free from stain. We see the spots on such a star, because it burned so bright, but on the other side they are all lost in greater light. And so he went upon his way, a higher deck to walk, or sit in some eternal day, and of the old time talk, with sailors old who on that coast welcome the homeward bound, where many a gallant soul we've lost, and Franklin will be found. Where amidst London's roar and moil, that cross of peace upstands, like martyr with his heavenward smile, and flame-lit lifted hands. There lies the dark and mouldered dust, but that magnanimous and mainly seaman soul, I trust, lives on in some of us. End of section 141. This recording is in the public domain.
Camperdown, October 11th, 1797, by Alfred H. Miles. Read for LibriVox.org by Patrick Wallace. We were lying calm and peaceful as an infant lies asleep, rocked in the mighty cradle of the ever-restless deep, or like a lion resting ere he rises to the fray, with eyes half closed in slumber and half open for the prey. We had waited long, and restless was the spirit of the fleet, for the long-expected conquest and the long-delayed defeat. When up rose the mists of morning as a curtain rolls away for the high heroic action of some old chivalric play, and athwart the sea to starboard waved the colours high and free of the famous fighting squadron that usurped the loyal sea. Quick the signal came for action, quick replied we with a cheer, for the friends at home behind us, and the foes before so near. 3 times 3 the cheering sounded, and mid deafening hurrahs we sprang into position, 500 lusty tars, and the cannons joined our shouting with a burly, booming cheer that aroused the hero's action and awoke the coward's fear. And the lightning and the thunder gleamed and pealed athwart the scene, till the noontide mist was greater than the morning mist had been, and the foeman and the stranger and the brother and the friend were mingled in one seething mass, the battle's end to end. With broken spars and splintered bulks the decks were strewn anon, while the rigging, torn and tangled, hung the shattered yards upon. Like a cataract of fire outpoured the steady cannonade, till the strongest almost wavered, and the bravest were dismayed. Like an endless swarm of locusts sprang they up our vessel's side, and scaled her burning bulwarks, or fell backward in the tide. 'Twas a fearful day of carnage, such as none had known before, in the fiercest naval battles of those gallant days of yore. We had battled all the morning mid the never-ceasing hail of grape and spark and splinter, of cable shred and sail. We had thrice received their onslaught, which we thrice had driven back, and were waiting calm and ready for the last forlorn attack. When a shout of exultation from out their ranks arose, a frenzied shout of triumph o'er their yet unconquered foes. For the stainless flag of England that has braved 1,000 years had been shot clean from the masthead, and they gave 3 hearty cheers. A prize, they shouted from end to end the host, till a broadside gave them answer, and for ever stilled their boast. Then a fearful struggle followed, as, to desperation spurred, they sought indeed the triumph so falsely claimed in word. 'Twas the purpose of a moment, and the bravest of our tars plunged headlong in the boiling surf amid the broken spars. He snatched the shot-torn colours and wound them round his arm, then climbed upon the deck again, and there stood safe and calm. He paused but for a moment, it was no time to stay. Then he leapt into the rigging that had yet survived the fray. Higher yet he climbed, and higher, till he gained a dizzy height, then turned and paused a moment to look down upon the fight. Whistled wild the shots around him as a curling smoky wreath formed a cloudy shroud to hide him from the enemy beneath. Beat his heart with proud elation as he firmly fixed his stand, and again the colours floated as he held them in his hand. Then a pistol deftly wielded mid the battle's ceaseless blast fastened there the colours firmly as he nailed them to that mast. Then, as if to yield him glory, the smoke clouds cleared away, and we sent him up the loudest cheer that reached his ear that day. With new-born zeal and courage, dashing fiercely to the fight, to crown the day of battle with the triumph of the night. 'Tis a story oft repeated, 'tis a triumph often won, how 1,000 hearts are strengthened by the bravery of one. There was never dauntless courage of the loyal and the true that did not inspirit others unto deeds of daring too. There was never bright example, be the struggle what it might, that did not inflame the ardour of the others in the fight. Up then, ye who would be heroes, and before the strife is past, for the sake of those about you, nail the colours to the mast, for the flag is ever flying, and it floats above the free, on island and on continent, and up and down the sea. And the conflict ever rages. There are many foes to fight, there are many ills to conquer, there are many wrongs to right. For the glory of the moment, for the triumph by and by, for the love of truth and duty, up and dare, and do or die. And though fire and shot and whirlwind join to tear the standard down, up and nail it to the masthead, as we did at Camperdown. End of section. This recording is in the public domain. The Armada by Lord Macaulay. Read for LibriVox.org by Patrick Wallace. Attend, all ye who list to hear our noble England's praise. I tell of the thrice famous deeds she wrought in ancient days, when that great fleet invincible against her bore in vain the richest spoils of Mexico, the stoutest hearts in Spain. It was about the lovely close of a warm summer day. There came a gallant merchant ship full sail to Plymouth Bay. The crew had seen Castile's black fleet beyond Aurigny's isle, at earliest twilight on the waves lie heaving many a mile. At sunrise she escaped their van by God's especial grace, and the tall Pinta till the noon had held her close in chase. Forthwith a guard at every gun was placed along the wall, the beacon blazed upon the roof of Edgecombe's lofty hall. Many a light fishing bark put out to pry along the coast, and with loose rein and bloody spur rode inland many a post. With his white hair unbonneted, the stout old sheriff comes. Behind him march the halberdiers, before him sound the drums. The yeomen round the market cross make clear and ample space, for there behoves him to set up the standard of her grace. And haughtily the trumpets peal, and gaily dance the bells, as slow upon the labouring wind the royal blazon swells. Look how the Lion of the Sea lifts up his ancient crown, and underneath his deadly paw treads the gay lilies down. So stalked he when he turned to flight on that famed Picard field, Bohemia's plume and Genoa's bow, and Caesar's eagle shield. So glared he when at Agincourt in wrath he turned to bay, and crushed and torn beneath his claws the princely hunters lay. Ho, strike the flagstaff deep, Sir Knight! Ho, scatter flowers, fair maids! Ho, gunners, fire a loud salute! Ho, gallant, draw your blades! Thou, sun, shine on her joyously! Ye breezes, waft her wide! Our glorious Semper Eadem, the banner of our pride. The freshening breeze of eve unfurled that banner's massy fold. The parting gleam of sunshine kissed that haughty scroll of gold. Night sank upon the dusky beach, and on the purple sea. Such night in England ne'er had been, nor e'er again shall be. From Eddystone to Berwick bounds, from Lynn to Milford Bay, that time of slumber was as bright and busy as the day. For swift to east and swift to west the ghastly war flame spread. High on St. Michael's Mount it shone on Beachy Head. Far on the deep the Spaniards saw along each southern shire, cape beyond cape in endless range, those twinkling points of fire. The fisher left his skiff to rock on Tamar's glittering waves. The rugged miners poured to war from Mendip's sunless caves. O'er Longleat's towers or Cranbourne's oaks the fiery herald flew, and roused the shepherds of Stonehenge, the rangers of Beaulieu. Right sharp and quick the bells all night rang out from Bristol town, and ere the day 300 horse had met on Clifton Down. The sentinel on Whitehall gate looked forth into the night, and saw o'erhanging Richmond Hill the streak of blood-red light. The bugle's note and cannon's roar the death-like silence broke, and with one start and with one cry the royal city woke. At once on all her stately gates arose the answering fires. At once the wild alarum clashed from all her reeling spires. From all the batteries of the tower pealed loud the voice of fear, and all the 1,000 masts of Thames sent back a louder cheer. And from the farthest wards was heard the rush of hurrying feet, and the broad streams of pikes and flags rushed down each roaring street. And broader still became the blaze, and louder still the din, as fast from every village round the horse came spurring in. And eastward straight from wild Blackheath the warlike errand went, and roused in many an ancient hall the gallant squires of Kent. Southward from Surrey's pleasant hills flew those bright couriers forth. High on bleak Hampstead's swarthy moor they started for the north. And on, without a pause, untired they bounded still. All night from tower to tower they sprang from hill to hill, till the proud peak unfurled the flag o'er Darwin's rocky dales, till like volcanoes flared to heaven the stormy hills of Wales, till 12 fair counties saw the blaze on Malvern's lonely height, till streamed in crimson on the wind the Wrekin's crest of light, till broad and fierce the star came forth on Ely's stately fane, and tower and hamlet rose in arms o'er all the boundless plain, till Beaver's lordly terraces the sign to Lincoln sent, and Lincoln sped the message on o'er the wide vale of Trent, till Skiddaw saw the fire that burned on Gaunt's embattled pile, and the red glare on Skiddaw roused the burghers of Carlisle. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 144, Mr. Barker's Picture by Max Adler. read for LibriVox.org by Bryce Kreis. Your charge against Mr. Barker, the artist here, said the magistrate, is assault and battery, I believe? Yes, sir. And your name is? Potts. I am art critic of the Weekly Spy. State your case. I called at Mr. Barker's studio upon his invitation to see his great picture, just finished, of George Washington cutting down the cherry tree with his hatchet. Mr. Barker was expecting to sell it to Congress for $50,000. He asked me what I thought of it, and after I had pointed out his mistake in making the handle of the hatchet twice as thick as the tree, and in turning the head of the hatchet around so that George was cutting the tree down with the hammer end, I asked him why he foreshortened George's leg so as to make it look as if his left foot was upon the mountain on the other side of the river. Did Mr. Barker take it kindly? Asked the justice. Well, he looked a little glum, that's all. And then when I asked him why he put a guinea pig up in the tree and why he painted the guinea pig with horns, he said it was not a guinea pig but a cow, and that it was not in the tree but in the background. Then I said that if I had been painting George Washington, I should not have given him the complexion of a salmon brick. I should not have given him 2 thumbs on each hand, and I should have tried not to slew his right eye around so that he could see round the back of his head to his left ear. And Barker said, "Oh, wouldn't you? Sarcastic, Your Honor." And I said, "No, I wouldn't. And I wouldn't have painted oak leaves on a cherry tree, and I wouldn't have left the spectator in doubt as to whether the figure off by the woods was a factory chimney or a steamboat or George Washington's father taking a smoke." "Which was it?" asked the magistrate. "I don't know. Nobody will ever know. So Barker asked me what I advised him to do. And I told him I thought the best chance was to abandon the Washington idea and to fix up the thing somehow to represent the boy who stood on the burning deck. I told him he might paint the grass red to represent the flames and daub over the tree so it would look like the mast, and pull George's foot to this side of the river so it would rest somewhere on the burning deck, and maybe he might reconstruct the factory chimney or whatever it was, and make it the captain while he could arrange the guinea pig to do for the captain's dog." "Did he agree?" "He said the idea didn't strike him. So then I suggested that he might turn it into Columbus discovering America. Let George stand for Columbus, and the tree be turned into a native, and the hatchet made to answer for a flag, while the mountain in the background would answer for the rolling billows of the ocean. He said he'd be hanged if it should, so I mentioned that it might perhaps pass for the execution of Mary, Queen of Scots. Put George in black for the headsman, bend over the tree and put a frock on it for Mary, let the hatchet stand, and work on the guinea pig and the factory chimney as mourners. Just as I got the words out of my mouth, Barker knocked me clean through the picture. My head tore out Washington's near leg, and my right foot carried away about 4 miles of the river. We had it over and over on the floor for a while, and finally Barker whipped. I'm going to take the law of him in the interest of justice and high art." So Barker was bound over, and Mr. Potts went down to the office of the Spy to write up his criticism. End of section. This recording is in the public domain. The Wooden Leg by Max Adler. Read for LibriVox.org by Bryce Kreis. "Mr. Brown, you don't want to buy a first-rate wooden leg, do you? I've got one that I've been wearing for 2 or 3 years, and I want to sell it. I'm hard up for money. And although I'm attached to that leg, I'm willing to part with it so as I can get the necessaries of life. Legs are all well enough. They are handy to have around the house and all that. But a man must attend to his stomach if he has to walk about on the small of his back. Now I'm going to make you an offer. That leg is Fairchild's patent, steel springs, India rubber joints, elastic toes and everything, and it's in better order now than it was when I bought it. It'd be a comfort to any man. It's the most luxurious leg I ever came across. If bliss ever can be reached by a man this side of the tomb, it belongs to the person that gets that leg on and feels the consciousness creeping over his soul that it is his. Consequently, I say that when I offer it to you, I am doing a personal favor. And I think I see you jump at the chance and want to clinch the bargain before I mention, you'll hardly believe it, I know, that I'll actually knock that leg down to you at $400. 400, did I say? I meant 600, but let it stand. I never back out when I make an offer, but it's just throwing that leg away, it is indeed. But I don't want an artificial leg, said Brown. The beautiful thing about the limb, said the stranger, pulling up his trousers and displaying the article, is that it is reliable. You can depend on it. It's always there. Some legs that I've seen were treacherous. Most always some of the springs bursting out, or the joints working backwards, or the toes turning down and catching in things. Regular frauds. But it's almost pathetic the way this leg goes on year in and year out, like an old faithful friend, never knowing an ache or a pain, no rheumatism or any such foolishness as that, but always good-natured and ready to go out of its way to oblige you. A man feels like a man when he gets such a thing under him. Talk about your kings and emperors and millionaires and all that sort of nonsense. Which of 'em's got a leg like that? Which of 'em can unscrew his knee pan and look at the gum thingamajig in his calf? Which of 'em can leave his leg downstairs in the entry or the hat rack and go to bed with only one cold foot? Why, it's enough to make one of them monarchs sick to think of such a convenience. But they can't help it. There's only one man can buy that leg, and that's you. I want you to have it so bad I'll deed it to you for $50 down. Awful, isn't it? Just throwing it away. But take it, if it does make my heart bleed to see it go out of the family. Really, I have no use for such a thing, said Mr. Brown. You can't think, urged the stranger, what a benediction a leg like this is in a family. When you don't want to walk with it, it comes into play for the children to ride horsey on, or you can take it off and stir the fire with it in a way that would depress the spirits of a man with a real leg. It makes the most efficient potato masher you ever saw. Work it from the second joint and let the knee swing loose, and you can tack carpets perfectly splendid with the heel. And when a cat sees it coming at him from the window, he just adjourns, sine die, and goes down off the fence screaming. Now you're probably afeard of dogs. When you see one approaching, you always change your base. I don't blame you. I used to be that way before I lost my homemade leg. But you fix yourself with this artificial extremity, and then what do you care for dogs? If 1,000,000 of 'em come at you, what's the odds? You merely stand still and smile, and throw out your spare leg and let 'em chaw, let 'em fool with that as much as they've a mind to, and howl and carry on, for you don't care. And that's the reason why I say that when I reflect on how imposing you'd be as the owner of such a leg. I feel like saying that if you insist on offering only $1.50 for it, why, take it, it's yours. I'm not the kind of man to stand on trifles. I'll take it off and wrap it in paper for you, shall I? I'm sorry, said Brown, but the fact is I have no use for it. I've got 2 good legs already. If ever I lose one, why, maybe then I don't think you exactly catch my idea on the subject, said the stranger. Now any man can have a meat and muscle leg. They're as common as dirt. It's disgusting how monotonous people are about such things. But I take you for a man who wants to be original. You have style about you. You go it alone, as it were. Now, if I had your peculiarities, do you know what I'd do? I'd get a leg snatched off some way, so's I could walk around on this one. Or if you hate to go to the expense of amputation, why not get your pantaloons altered and mount this beautiful work of art just as you stand? A centipede, a mere ridiculous insect, has half a bushel of legs, and why can't a man, the grandest creature on earth, own 3? You go around this community on 3 legs and your fortune's made. People will go wild over you as a 3-legged grocer. The nation will glory in you. Europe will hear of you. You will be heard of from pole to pole. It'll build up your business. People will flock from everywhere to see you, and you'll make your sugar and cheese and things fairly hum. Look at it as an advertisement. Look at it any way you please, and there's money in it. There's glory. There's immortality. Now look at it that way, and if it strikes you, I tell you what I'll do. I'll actually swap that imperishable leg off to you for 2 pounds of water crackers and a tin cup full of Jamaica rum. Is it a go? Then Brown weighed out the crackers, gave him a drink of rum, and told him if he would take them as a present and quit, he would confer a favor. And he did. After emptying the crackers in his pockets and smacking his lips over the rum, he went to the door, and as he opened it, said, "Goodbye, but if you ever really do want a leg, Old Reliable is ready for you. It's yours. I consider that you've got a mortgage on it, and you can foreclose at any time. I dedicate this leg to you. My will shall mention it, and if you don't need it when I die, I'm going to have it put in the savings bank to draw interest until you check it out." End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
The Enchanted Shirt by Colonel John Hay. Read for LibriVox.org by Mike Gilbertson. The king was sick, his cheek was red, and his eye was clear and bright. He ate and drank with a kingly zest, and peacefully snored at night. But he said he was sick, and a king should know, and doctors came by the score. They did not cure him. He cut off their heads and sent to the schools for more. At last 2 famous doctors came, and one was as poor as a rat. He had passed his life in studious toil and never found time to grow fat. The other had never looked in a book. His patients gave him no trouble. If they recovered, they paid him well. If they died, their heirs paid double. Together they looked at the royal tongue, and the king on his couch reclined. In succession they thumped his august chest, but no trace of disease could find. The old sage said, "You're as sound as a nut." "Hang him up," roared the king in a gale. In a 10-knot gale of royal rage, the other lech grew a shade of pale. But he pensively rubbed his sagacious nose, and thus his prescription ran: "The king will be well if he sleeps one night in the shirt of a happy man." Wide o'er the realm the couriers rode, and fast their horses ran. And many they saw, and to many they spoke, but they found no happy man. They saw 2 men by the roadside sit, and both bemoaned their lot. For one had buried his wife, he said, and the other one had not. At last they came to a village gate. A beggar lay whistling there. He whistled and sang and laughed and rolled on the grass in the soft June air. The weary courtiers paused and looked at the scamp so blithe and gay. And one of them said, "Heaven save you, friend, you seem to be happy today." "Oh yes, fair sirs," the rascal laughed, and his voice rang free and glad. "An idle man has so much to do that he never has time to be sad." "This is our man," the courier sighed, "our luck has led us aright. I will give you 100 ducats, friend, for the loan of your shirt tonight." The merry blackguard lay back on the grass and laughed till his face was black. "I would do it," said he, and he roared with the fun, "but I haven't a shirt to my back." Each day to the king the reports came in of his unsuccessful spies, and the sad panorama of human woes passed daily under his eyes. And he grew ashamed of his useless life, and his maladies hatched in gloom. He opened his window and let in the air of the free heaven into his room. And out he went in the world and toiled in his appointed way. And the people blessed him, and the land was glad, and the king was well and gay. End of The Enchanted Shirt by Colonel John Hay. This recording is in the public domain.
Jim Bludso by Colonel John Hay. Read for LibriVox.org by Bryce Christ. Well, no, I can't tell where he lives, because he don't live, you see. Leastways, he's got out of the habit of living like you and me. Where have you been for the last 3 years that you haven't heard folks tell how Jimmy Bludso passed in his checks the night of the Prairie Belle? He weren't no saint. Them engineers is all pretty much alike. One wife in Natchez under the hill, and another one here in Pike. A careless man in his talk was Jim, and an awkward man in a row, but he never funked, and he never lied. I reckon he never knowed how. And this was all the religion he had, to treat his engine well, never be passed on the river, to mind the pilot's bell. And if the Prairie Belle took fire, 1,000 times he swore he'd hold her nozzle agin the bank till the last soul got ashore. All boats has their day on the Mississippi, and her day come at last. The Movie Star was a better boat, but the Belle, she wouldn't be passed. And so come tearing along that night, the oldest craft in the line, with a nigger squad on her safety valve and her furnace crammed, rosin and pine. The fire burst out as she cleared the bar and burnt a hole in the night, and quick as a flash she turned and made for the wilier bank on the right. There was running and cursing, but Jim yelled out over all the infernal roar, "I'll hold her nozzle agin the bank till the last galoot's ashore." Through the hot, black breath of the burning boat, Jim Bludso's voice was heard, and they all had trust in his cussedness and knowed he would keep his word. And sure as you're born, they all got off afore the smokestacks fell, and Bludso's ghost went up alone in the smoke of the Prairie Belle. He weren't no saint, but at judgment I'd run my chance with Jim, 'longside of some pious gentleman that wouldn't shook hands with him. He'd seen his duty, a dead sure thing, and went for it thar and then, and Christ ain't a-going to fee too hard on a man that died for men. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 148, Freedom, by James Russell Lowell. Read for LibriVox.org by Jacob McCormick. Men, whose boast is it that ye come of fathers brave and free, if there breathe on earth a slave, are ye truly free and brave? If ye do not feel the chain when it works a brother's pain, are ye not base slaves indeed, slaves unworthy to be freed? Woman, who shall one day bear sons to breathe New England air, if ye hear without a blush deeds to make the roused blood rush like red lava through your veins for your sisters now in chains, answer, are ye fit to be mothers of the brave and free? Is true freedom but to break fetters for our own dear sake, and with leathern hearts forget that we owe mankind a debt? No, true freedom is to share all the chains our brothers wear, and with heart and hand to be earnest to make others free. They are slaves who fear to speak for the fallen and the weak. They are slaves who will not choose hatred, scoffing, and abuse, rather than in silence shrink from the truth they needs must think. They are slaves who dare not be in the right with 2 or 3. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
The Courtin' by James Russell Lowell. Read for LibriVox.org by Bryce Christ. God makes such nights, all white and still, fur's you can look or listen. Moonshine and snow on field and hill, all silence and all glisten. Zekel crept up quite unbeknown, and peeked in through the winder, and there sat Huldy all alone, if no one nigh to hinder. A fireplace filled the room's one side, with half a cord of wood in. There weren't no stoves, till comfort died, to bake you to a puddin'. The walnut log shot sparkles out towards the podious, bless her, and little flames danced all about the chiny on the dresser. Agin the chimbley crooknecks hung, in amongst them rusted, the old queen's arm that Granther Young fetched back from Concord busted. The very room, 'cause she was in, seemed warm from floor to ceiling, and she looked full as rosy again as the apples she was peeling. 'Twas kind of kingdom come to look on such a blessed creature. A dog rose blushin' to a brook ain't modester nor sweeter. He was 6 foot a man, Al, clean grit and human nature. None couldn't quicker pitch a ton, nor drur a furrer straighter. He'd sparked it with full 20 gals. He squired 'em, danced 'em, druv 'em. First this one, and then that by spells. All is, he wouldn't love 'em. But long o'er her his veins would run, all crinkly like curled maple. The side she breast felt full of sun, as the south slope in April. She thought no voice had such a swing as his'n in the choir. My, when he made Old Hundred ring, she knowed the Lord was nigher. And she'd blush scarlet right in prayer when her new meetin' bonnet felt somehow through its crown a pair o' blue eyes sot upon it. That night, I tell you, she looked some. She seemed to have got a new soul, for she felt certain sure he'd come down to her very shoe sole. She heerd a foot, and knowed it, too, a rasping on the scraper. Always at once her feelin's flew like sparks in burnt-up paper. He kind of loitered on the mat, some doubtful o' the seckle. His heart kept goin' pity-pat, but hern went pity-zeckle. And yet she gin her cheer a jerk, as though she wished him furder, and on her apples kept to work, paring away like murder. You want to see my pa, I s'pose? Well, no, I come designin' to see my ma. She's sprinklin' clothes again tomorrow's ironin'. To say why gals act so or don't, would be presumin'. Maybe to mean yes and say no comes natural to women. He stood a spell on one foot first, then stood a spell on the other, and on which one he felt the worst, he couldn't ha' told you nither. Says he, I'd better call again. Says she, think likely, mister. That last word pricked him like a pin, and, well, he up and kissed her. When Ma by and by upon him slips, Huldy sot pale as ashes, all kind of smiley round the lips, and teary round the lashes. For she was just the quiet kind, whose natures never vary, like streams that keep a summer mind, snow hid in January. The blood close round her heart felt glued, too tight for all expressin', till mother see how matters stood, and gin 'em both her blessin'. Then her red come back like the tide down to the Bay of Fundy, and all I know is they was cried in meetin' come next Sunday. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 150, The Heritage, by James Russell Lowell. Read for LibriVox.org by Jacob McCormick. The rich man's son inherits lands, and piles of brick and stone and gold, and he inherits soft white hands, and tender flesh that fears the cold, nor dares to wear a garment old. A heritage, it seems to me, one scarce could wish to hold in fee. The rich man's son inherits cares. The bank may break, the factory burn, a breath may burst his bubble shares, and soft white hands could hardly earn a living that would serve his turn. The rich man's son inherits wants. His stomach craves for dainty fare. With sated heart, he hears the pants of toiling hinds with brown arms bare, and wearies in his easy chair. What doth the poor man's son inherit? Stout muscles and a sinewy heart, a hardy frame, a hardier spirit. King of two hands, he does his part in every useful toil and art. A heritage, it seems to me, a king might wish to hold in fee. What doth the poor man's son inherit? Wishes o'erjoyed with humble things, a rank adjudged by toil won merit, content that from employment springs, a heart that in his labor sings. What doth the poor man's son inherit? A patience learnt of being poor, courage, if sorrow come, to bear it, a fellow feeling that is sure to make the outcast bless his door. Oh, rich man's son, there is a toil that with all others level stands. Large charity doth never soil, but only whiten soft white hands. This is the best crop from thy lands. A heritage, it seems to me, worth being rich to hold in fee. Oh, poor man's son, scorn not thy state. There is worse weariness than thine, in merely being rich and great. Toil only gives the soul to shine, and makes rest fragrant and benign. Both, heirs to some 6 feet of sod, are equal in the earth at last, both children of the same great God. Prove title to your heirship vast, by record of a well-spent past. A heritage, it seems to me, well worth a life to hold in fee. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Lady Clare by Lord Tennyson. Read for LibriVox.org by Patrick Wallace. It was the time when lilies blow and clouds are highest up in air. Lord Ronald brought a lily-white doe to give his cousin, Lady Clare. I trow they did not part in scorn, lovers long betrothed were they. They too will wed the morrow morn, God's blessing on the day. He does not love me for my birth, nor for my lands so broad and fair. He loves me for my own true worth, and that is well, said Lady Clare. In there came old Alice the nurse, said, Who was this that went from thee? It was my cousin, said Lady Clare. To-morrow he weds with me. Oh, God be thanked, said Alice the nurse, that all comes round so just and fair. Lord Ronald is heir of all your lands, and you are not the Lady Clare. Are ye out of your mind, my nurse, said Lady Clare, that ye speak so wild? As God's above, said Alice the nurse, I speak the truth. You are my child. The old earl's daughter died at my breast. I speak the truth as I live by bread. I buried her like my own sweet child, and put my child in her stead. Falsely, falsely have ye done, O mother, she said, if this be true, to keep the best man under the sun so many years from his due. Nay, no, my child, said Alice the nurse, but keep the secret for your life, and all you have will be Lord Ronald's when you are man and wife. If I'm a beggar born, she said, I will speak out, for I dare not lie. Pull off the brooch of gold, and fling the diamond necklace by. Nay, no, my child, said Alice the nurse, but keep the secret all ye can. She said, Not so, but I will know if there be any faith in man. Nay, now, what faith, said Alice the nurse? The man will cleave unto his right. And he shall have it, the lady replied, though I should die tonight. Yet give one kiss to your mother dear. Alas, my child, I sinned for thee. Oh, mother, 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 she said, so strange it seems to me. Yet here's a kiss for my mother dear, if this be so, and lay your hand upon my head, and bless me, mother, ere I go. She clad herself in a russet gown. She was no longer Lady Clare. She went by dale, and she went by down, with a single rose in her hair. The lily-white doe Lord Ronald had brought leapt up from where she lay, dropped her head in the maiden's hand, and followed her all the way. Down stepped Lord Ronald from his tower. O Lady Clare, you shame your worth. Why come you dressed like a village maid, that are the flower of the earth? If I come dressed like a village maid, I am but as my fortunes are. I am a beggar born, she said, and not the Lady Clare. Play me no tricks, said Lord Ronald, for I am yours in word and in deed. Play me no tricks, said Lord Ronald, your riddle is hard to read. Oh, and proudly stood she up. Her heart within her did not fail. She looked into Lord Ronald's eyes, and told him all her nurse's tale. He laughed a laugh of merry scorn. He turned and kissed her where she stood. If you are not the heir is born, and I, said he, the next in blood, if you are not the heir is born, and I, said he, the lawful heir, we two will wed tomorrow morn, and you shall still be Lady Clare. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Break, Break, Break by Lord Tennyson. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. Break, break, break on thy cold grey stones, O sea, and I would that my tongue could utter the thoughts that arise in me. O well for the fisherman's boy that he shouts with his sister at play. O well for the sailor lad that he sings in his boat on the bay. And the stately ships go on to their haven under the hill. But oh, for the touch of a vanished hand, and the sound of a voice that is still. Break, break, break at the foot of thy crags, O sea, but the tender grace of a day that is dead will never come back to me. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
The Lord of Burleigh by Lord Tennyson. In her ear he whispers gaily, If my heart by signs can tell, maiden, I have watched thee daily, and I think thou lov'st me well. She replies in accents fainter, There is none I love like thee. He is but a landscape painter, and a village maiden she. He to lips that fondly falter presses his without reproof, leads her to the village altar, and they leave her father's roof. I can make no marriage present, little can I give my wife, Love will make our cottage pleasant, and I love thee more than life. They, by parks and lodges going, see the lordly castles stand, summer woods about them blowing, made a murmur in the land. From deep thought himself he rouses, says to her that loves him well, Let us see these handsome houses where the wealthy nobles dwell. So she goes, by him attended, hears him lovingly converse, sees whatever fair and splendid lay betwixt his home and hers. Parks with oak and chestnut shady, parks and ordered gardens great, ancient homes of lord and lady, built for pleasure and for state. All he shows her makes him dearer, evermore she seems to gaze on that cottage growing nearer, where they twain will spend their days. But she will love him truly, he shall have a cheerful home, she will order all things duly, when beneath his roof they come. Thus her heart rejoices greatly, till a gateway she discerns, with armorial bearings stately, and beneath the gate she turns, sees a mansion more majestic than all those she saw before. Many a gallant, gay domestic bows before him at the door, and they speak in gentle murmur when they answer to his call, while he treads with footstep firmer, leading on from hall to hall. And while now she wonders blindly, nor the meaning can divine, proudly turns he round, and kindly, all of this is mine and thine. Here he lives in state and bounty, lord of Burleigh, fair and free. Not a lord in all the county is so great a lord as he. All at once the colour flushes her sweet face from brow to chin, as it were with shame she blushes, and her spirit changed within. Then her countenance all over pale again as death did prove, but he clasped her like a lover, and he cheered her soul with love. So she strove against her weakness, though at times her spirit sank, shaped her heart with woman's meekness to all duties of her rank, and a gentle consort made he, and her gentle mind was such that she grew a noble lady, and the people loved her much. But a trouble weighed upon her, and perplexed her night and morn, with the burden of an honour unto which she was not born. Faint she grew, and ever fainter, as she murmured, Oh, that he were once more that landscape painter which did win my heart from me. So she drooped and drooped before him, fading slowly from his side. 3 fair children first she bore him, then before her time she died. Weeping, weeping, late and early, walking up and pacing down, deeply mourned the Lord of Burleigh, Burleigh House by Stamford town. And he came to look upon her, and he looked at her and said, Bring the dress, and put it on her that she wore when she was wed. Then her people, softly treading, bore to earth her body, dressed in the dress that she was wed in, that her spirit might have rest. End of poem. Read by Sandra. This recording is in the public domain. Dora by Lord Tennyson. Read for LibriVox.org by Sandra. With Farmer Allen at the farm abode William and Dora. William was his son, and she his niece. He often looked at them, and often thought, I'll make them man and wife. Now Dora felt her uncle's will in all, and yearned toward William, but the youth, because he'd always been with her in the house, thought not of Dora. Then there came a day when Allen called his son and said, My son, I married late, but I would wish to see my grandchild on my knees before I die, and I have set my heart upon a match. Now, therefore, look to Dora. She's well to look to, thrifty too beyond her age. She's my brother's daughter. He and I had once hard words and parted, and he died in foreign lands. But for his sake I bred his daughter Dora. Take her for your wife, for I've wished this marriage night and day for many years. But William answered short, I cannot marry Dora, by my life. I will not marry Dora. Then the old man was wroth and doubled up his hands and said, You will not, boy. You dare to answer thus. But in my time a father's word was law, and so it shall be now for me. Look to it. Consider, William. Take a month to think, and let me have an answer to my wish. Or by the Lord that made me, you shall pack, and never more darken my doors again. But William answered madly, bit his lips, and broke away. The more he looked at her, the less he liked her, and his ways were harsh. But Dora bore them meekly. Then, before the month was out, he left his father's house, and hired himself to work within the fields, and half in love, half in spite, he wooed and wed a labourer's daughter, Mary Morrison. Then, when the bells were ringing, Alan called his niece and said, "My girl, I love you well, but if you speak with him that was my son, or change a word with her he calls his wife, my home is none of yours. My will is law." And Dora promised, being meek. She thought, "It cannot be, my uncle's mind will change." And days went on, and there was born a boy to William. Then distresses came on him, and day by day he passed his father's gate, heart broken, and his father helped him not. But Dora stored what little she could save, and sent it them by stealth. Nor did they know who sent it, till at last a fever seized on William, and in harvest time he died. Then Dora went to Mary. Mary sat and looked with tears upon her boy, and thought hard things of Dora. Dora came and said, "I have obeyed my uncle until now, and I have sinned, for it was all through me this evil came on William at the first. But Mary, for the sake of him that's gone, and for your sake, the woman that he chose, and for this orphan, I am come to you. You know there has not been for these 5 years so full a harvest. Let me take the boy, and I will set him in my uncle's eye among the wheat, that when his heart is glad of the full harvest, he may see the boy, and bless him for the sake of him that's gone." And Dora took the child, and went her way across the wheat, and sat upon a mound that was unsown, where many poppies grew. Far off the farmer came into the field, and spied her not, for none of all his men dared tell him Dora waited with the child. And Dora would have risen and gone to him, but her heart failed her, and the reapers reaped, and the sun fell, and the land was dark. But when the morrow came, she rose, and took the child once more, and sat upon the mound, and made a little wreath of all the flowers that grew about, and tied it round his hat, to make him pleasing in her uncle's eye. Then when the farmer passed into the field, he spied her, and he left his men at work, and came and said, "Where were you yesterday? Whose child is that? What are you doing here?" So Dora cast her eyes upon the ground, and answered softly, "This is William's child." "And did I not," said Alan, "did I not forbid you, Dora?" Dora said again, "Do with me as you will, but take the child and bless him for the sake of him that's gone." And Alan said, "I see it is a trick got up betwixt you and that woman there. I must be taught my duty, and by you. You knew my word was law, and yet you dared to slight it. Well, for I will take the boy, but go you hence, and never see me more." So saying, he took the boy, that cried aloud and struggled hard. The wreath of flowers fell at Dora's feet. She bowed upon her hands, and the boy's cry came to her from the field, more and more distant. She bowed down her head, remembering the day when first she came, and all the things that had been. She bowed down and wept in secret, and the reapers reaped, and the sun fell, and all the land was dark. Then Dora went to Mary's house, and stood upon the threshold. Mary saw the boy was not with Dora. She broke out in praise to God that helped her in her widowhood. And Dora said, "My uncle took the boy, but Mary, let me live and work with you. He says that he will never see me more." Then answered Mary, "This shall never be, that thou shouldst take my trouble on thyself. And now I think he shall not have the boy, for he will teach him hardness, and to slight his mother. Therefore thou and I will go, and I will have my boy, and bring him home, and I will beg of him to take thee back. But if he will not take thee back again, then thou and I will live within one house, and work for William's child until he grows of age to help us." So the women kissed each other, and set out and reached the farm. The door was off the latch. They peeped, and saw the boy set up betwixt his grandsire's knees, who thrust him in the hollows of his arm, and clapped him on the hands and on the cheeks, like one that loved him. And the lad stretched out and babbled for the golden seal that hung from Alan's watch, and sparkled by the fire. Then they came in, but when the boy beheld his mother, he cried out to come to her. And Alan set him down, and Mary said, "O father, if you let me call you so, I never came a begging for myself, or William, or this child, but now I come for Dora. Take her back, she loves you well. O sir, when William died, he died at peace with all men, for I asked him, and he said he could not ever rue his marrying me. I had been a patient wife. But sir, he said that he was wrong to cross his father thus. God bless him, he said, and may he never know the troubles I have gone through. Then he turned his face and passed, unhappy that I am. But now, sir, let me have my boy, for you will make him hard, and he will learn to slight his father's memory, and take Dora back, and let all this be as it was before." So Mary said, and Dora hid her face by Mary. There was silence in the room, and all at once the old man burst in sobs. "I have been to blame. I have killed my son. I have killed him. But I loved him, my dear son. May God forgive me. I have been to blame. Kiss me, my children." Then they clung about the old man's neck and kissed him many times, and all the man was broken with remorse, and all his love came back 100-fold, and for 3 hours he sobbed o'er William's child, thinking of William. So those 4 abode within one house together, and as years went forward, Mary took another mate, but Dora lived unmarried till her death. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Mrs. B's Alarms by James Payne. Read for LibriVox.org by Bryce Christ. Mrs. B is my wife, and her alarms are those produced by a delusion under which she labors that there are assassins, gnomes, vampires, or whatnot in our house at night, and that it is my bounden duty to leave my bed at any hour or temperature and do battle with the same in very inadequate apparel. The circumstances which attend Mrs. B's alarms are generally of the following kind. I am awakened by the mention of my baptismal name in that peculiar species of whisper which has something uncanny in its very nature, besides the dismal associations which belong to it, from the fact of its being used only in melodramas and sick rooms. "Henry! Henry! Henry!" How many times she has repeated this I know not. The sound falls on my ear like the lapping of 100 waves, or as the Robin Crusoe of the parrots smote upon the ear of the terrified islander of Defoe. But at last I wake, to view, in the dim firelight, this vision. Mrs. B is sitting up beside me in a listening attitude of the very intensest kind. Her nightcap, one with cherry-colored ribbons, such as it can be no harm to speak about, is tucked back behind either ear. Her hair, in paper, is rolled out of the way upon each side like a banner furled. Her eyes are rather wide open, and her mouth very much so. Her fingers would be held up to command attention, but that she is supporting herself in a somewhat absurd manner upon her hands. "Henry, did you hear that?" "What, my love?" "That noise. There it is again. There. The disturbance referred to is that caused by a mouse nibbling at the wainscot, and I venture to say so much in a tone of the deepest conviction. No, Henry, it's not the least like that. It's a file working at the bars of the pantry window. I will stake my existence, Henry, that it is a file." Whenever my wife makes use of this particular form of words, I know that opposition is useless. I rise, therefore, and put on my slippers and dressing gown. Mrs. B refuses to let me have the candle because she will die of terror if she is left alone without a light. She puts the poker into my hand, and with a gentle violence is about to expel me from the chamber when a sudden thought strikes her. "Stop a bit, Henry," she exclaims, "until I have looked into the cupboards and places," which she proceeds to do most minutely, investigating even the short drawers of 1.5 feet square. I am at length dismissed upon my perilous errand, and Mrs. B locks and double locks the door behind me with a celerity that almost catches my retreating garment. My expedition, therefore, combines all the danger of a sally with the additional disadvantage of having my retreat into my own fortress cut off. Thus cumberously but ineffectually caparisoned, I perambulates the lower stories of the house in darkness in search of the disturber of Mrs. B.'s repose, which, I am well convinced, is behind the wainscot of her own apartment and nowhere else. The pantry, I need not say, is as silent as the grave and about as cold. The great clock in the kitchen looks spectral enough by the light of the expiring embers, but there is nothing there with life except black beetles, which crawl in countless number over my naked ankles. There is a noise in the cellar such as Mrs. B would at once identify with the suppressed converse of anticipated burglars, but which I recognize in a moment as the dripping of the small beer cask, whose tap is troubled with a nervous disorganization of that kind. The dining room is chill and cheerless. The ghostly armchair is doing the grim honors of the table to 3 other vacant seats, and dispensing hospitality in the shape of a moldy orange and some biscuits, which I remember to have left in some disgust about. Hark! The clicking of a revolver? No, the warning of the great clock. 1, 2, 3. What a frightful noise it makes in the startled ear of night. 12 o'clock. I left this dining room then but 3 hours and a half ago. It certainly does not look the same room now. The drawing room is also far from wearing its usual snug and comfortable appearance. Could we possibly have all been sitting in the relative positions to one another which these chairs assume? Or, since we were there, as some spiritual company, with no eye for order left among them, taken advantage of the remains of our fire to hold a reunion? They are here even at this moment, perhaps, and their gentlemen have not yet come up from the dining room. I shudder from head to foot, partly at the bare idea of such a thing, partly from the naked fact of my exceedingly unclothed condition. They do say that in the very passage which I have now to cross in order to get to Mrs. B again, my great-grandfather walks, in compensation, I suppose, for having been prevented by gout from taking that species of exercise while he was alive. There are more things in heaven and earth than are dreamt of in your philosophy, I think, as I approach this spot. But I do not say so, for I am well nigh speechless with the cold. Yes, the cold. It is only my teeth that chatter. What a scream that was! There it comes again, and there is no doubt this time as to who is the owner of that terrified voice. Mrs. B.'s alarms have evidently taken some other direction. "Henry, Henry," she cries, in tones of a very tolerable pitch. A lady being in the case, I fly upon the wings of domestic love along the precincts sacred to the perambulations of my great-grandfather. I arrive at my wife's chamber. The screams continue, but the door is locked. "Open, open," shout I. "What on earth is the matter?" There is silence, then a man's voice, that is to say, my wife's voice in imitation of a man's, replies in tones of indignant ferocity, to convey the idea of a life-preserver being upon the pillow of the speaker, and ready to his hand. "Who are you? What do you want?" "You very silly woman," I answered, not from unpoliteness, but because I find that that sort of language recovers and assures her of my identity better than any other. Why, it is I. The doors then opened about 6 or 7 inches, and I am admitted with all the precautions which attends the entrance of an ally into a besieged garrison. Mrs. B, now leaning upon my shoulder, dissolves into copious tears and points to the door communicating with my attiring chamber. There, sir, somebody's been snoring in your dressing room, she sobs, all the time you were away. This statement is a little too much for my sense of humor, and although sympathizing very tenderly with poor Mrs. B, I cannot help bursting into a little roar of laughter. Laughter and fear are deadly enemies, and I can see at once that Mrs. B is all the better for this explosion. Consider, my love, I reason. Consider the extreme improbability of a burglar or other nefarious person making such a use of the few precious hours of darkness as to go to sleep in them. Why, too, should he take a bedstead without a mattress, which I believe is the case in this particular supposition of yours, when there were feather beds unoccupied in other apartments? Moreover, would not this be a still greater height of recklessness in such an individual, should he have a habit of snoring? A slight noise in the dressing room, occasioned by the Venetian blind tapping against the window, here causes Mrs. B to bury her head with extreme swiftness, ostrich-like, beneath the pillow, so that the peroration of my argument is lost upon her. I enter the suspected chamber, this time with a lighted candle, and find my trousers, with the boots in them, hanging over the bedside, something after the manner of a drunken marauder, but nothing more. Neither is there anybody reposing under the shadow of my boot tree upon the floor. All is peace there, and at 6s and 7s, as I left it upon retiring, as I had hoped, to rest. Once more I stretch my chilled and tired limbs upon the couch. Sweet sleep once again begins to woo my eyelids, when Henry, Henry, again dissolves the dim and half-formed dream. Are you certain, Henry, that you looked in the shower bath? I am almost sure I heard somebody pulling the string. No grounds indeed are too insufficient, no supposition too incompatible with reason, for Mrs. B to build her alarms upon. Sometimes, although we lodge upon the second story, she imagines that the window is being attempted. Sometimes, although the register may be down, she is confident that the chimney is being used as the means of ingress. Once, when we happened to be in London, where she feels, however, a good deal safer than in the country, we had a real alarm, and Mrs. B, since I was suffering from a quinsy, contracted mainly by my being sent about the house at nights in the usual scanty drapery, had to be sworn in as her own special constable. Henry, Henry, she whispered upon this occasion, there's a dreadful cat in the room. Pooh, I gasped. It's only in the street. I've heard the wretches. Perhaps they are on the tiles. No, Henry. There, I don't want you to talk since it makes you cough. Only listen to me. What am I to do, Henry? I'll stake my existence that there's a... Ugh, what's that? And indeed, some heavy body did there and then jump upon our bed, and off again at my wife's interjection, with extreme agility. I thought Mrs. B would have had a fit, but she didn't. She told me, dear soul, upon no account to venture into the cold with my bad throat. She would turn out the beast herself, single-handed. We arranged that she was to take hold of my fingers and retain them until she reached the fireplace, where she would find a shovel or other offensive weapon fit for the occasion. During the progress of this expedition, however, so terrible a caterwauling broke forth, as it seemed, from the immediate neighborhood of the fender, that my disconcerted helpmate made a most precipitous retreat. She managed after this mishap to procure a light, and by a circuitous route, constructed of tables and chairs, to avoid stepping upon the floor, Mrs. B obtained the desired weapon. It was then much better than a play to behold that heroic woman defying Grimlock with her eminence, and to listen to the changeful dialogue which ensued between herself and that far from dumb, though inarticulately speaking, animal. Puss, puss, pussy, poor pussy. Meow, 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 was the lynx shrillness, long drawn out of the feline reply. Poor old puss, then. Was it ill? Puss, puss. Henry, the horrid beast, is going to fly at me. Whist, whist, cat. Psst, psst, meow, psst, replied the other, in a voice like fat in the fire. My dear love, cried I, almost suffocated with a combination of laughter and quinsy, you have never opened the door. Where is the poor thing to run to? Mrs. B had all this time been exciting the bewildered animal to frenzy by her conversation and shovel, without giving it the opportunity to escape, which as soon as offered it took advantage of with an expression of savage impatience, partaking very closely indeed to the character of an oath. This, however, the sole instance of Mrs. B.'s having ever taken it in hand to subdue her own alarms. It is I who, ever since her marriage, have done the duty, and more than the duty, of an efficient house dog, which before that epoch, I understand, was wont to be discharged by one of her younger sisters. Not seldom, in these involuntary rounds of mine, I have become myself the cause of alarm or inconvenience to others. Our little foot-page, with a courage beyond his years, and a spirit worthy of a better cause, very nearly transfixed me with the kitchen spit, as I was trying, upon one occasion, the door of his own pantry. Upon another nocturnal expedition, I ran against the human body in the dark, that turned out to be my brother-in-law's, who was also in search of robbers, with a shock to both our nervous systems such as they have not yet recovered from. It fell to my lot, upon a third, to discover one of the rural police up in our attics, where, in spite of the increased powers lately granted to the country constabulary, I could scarcely think he was entitled to be. I once presented myself, an uninvited guest, at a select morning entertainment. It was at 1:30 a.m., given by our hired London cook to nearly a dozen of her male and female friends. No wonder that Mrs. B had staked her existence that night that she had heard the area gate go. When I considered the extremely free and unconstrained manner in which I was received, poker and all, by that assembly, my only surprise is that they did not signify their arrivals by double knocks at the front door. On one memorable night, and on one only, have I found it necessary to use that formidable weapon which habit has rendered as familiar to my hand as its flower to that of the Queen of Clubs. The gray of a morning had just begun to steal into our bedchamber when Mrs. B ejaculated with unusual vigor, "Henry, Henry, they're in the front drawing-room, and they've just knocked down the parrot screen." "My love," I was about to observe, "your imaginative powers have now arrived at the pitch of clairvoyance," when a noise from the room beneath me, as if all the fire-irons had gone off together with a bang, compelled me to acknowledge, to myself at least, that there was something in Mrs. B.'s alarms at last. I trod downstairs as noiselessly as I could, and in almost utter darkness. The drawing-room door was ajar, and through the crevice I could distinguish, despite the gloom, as many as 3 muffled figures. They were all of them in black clothing, and each wore over his face a mask of crape, fitting quite closely to his features. I had never been confronted by anything so dreadful before. Mrs. B had cried "wolf" so often that I almost ceased to believe in wolves of this description at all. Unused to personal combat, and embarrassed by the novel circumstance under which I found myself, I was standing, undecided, on the landing, when I caught that well-known whisper of "Henry, Henry," from the upper story. The burglars caught it also. They desisted from their occupation of examining the articles of virtue upon the chimney-piece, when their fiendish countenances relaxed into a hideous grin. One of them stole cautiously toward the door where I was standing. I hear his burglarious feet, and I hear the Henry, Henry still going on from above stairs. I heard my own heart pit-a-pat within me. It was one of those moments in which one lives a life. The head of the crate marauder was projecting cautiously round the door, as if to listen. I poised my weapon and brought it down with unerring aim upon his skull. He fell like a bullock beneath the axe, and I sped up to my bedchamber with all the noiselessness and celerity of a bird. It was I who locked the door this time, and piled the wash-hand stand, 2 bandboxes, and a chair against it with the speed of lightning. Was Mrs. B out of her mind with terror, that at such an hour as that she should indulge in a paroxysm of mirth? "Good heavens!" I cried. "Be calm, my love. There are burglars in the house at last." "My dear Henry," she answered, laughing so that the tears quite stood in her eyes, "I am very sorry. I tried to call you back, but when I sent you downstairs I quite forgot that this was the morning upon which I had ordered the sweeps." One of those gentlemen was at that moment lying underneath with his skull fractured, and it cost me £15 to get it mended, besides the expense of a new drawing-room carpet. From Humorous Stories by James Payn, by permission of Messrs. Chatto and Windus. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Sheltered by Sarah Orne Jewett. Read for LibriVox.org by Ellen Marie. It was a cloudy, dismal day, and I was all alone. For early in the morning, John Earl and Nathan Stone came riding up the lane to say, I saw they both looked pale, that Anderson, the murderer, had broken out of jail. They only stopped a minute to tell my man that he must go to the Four Corners where all the folks would be. They were going to hunt the country, for he had only been gone an hour or so when they missed him that morning just at dawn. John never finished his breakfast. He saddled the old white mare. She seemed to know there was trouble, and galloped as free and fair, and even a gait as she ever struck when she was a 5-year-old, the knowingest beast we ever had, and worth her weight in gold. He turned in the saddle and called to me. I watched him from the door. I shan't be home to dinner, says he, but I'll be back by 4. I'd fasten the doors if I was you, and keep at home today. And a little chill came over me as I watched him ride away. I went in and washed the dishes. I was sort of scary, too. We had arranged to go away that day. I hadn't much to do, though I always had some sewing work, and I got it and sat down. But the old clock tick-tacked loud at me, and I put away the gown. I thought the story over, how Anderson had been a clever, steady fellow, so far as they knew till then. Some said his wife had tried him, but he got to drinking hard, till last he struck her with an axe and killed her in the yard. The only thing I heard he said was he was most to blame. But he fought the men that took him like a tiger. 'Twas a shame. He got away. He ought to swing. A man that killed his wife and broke her skull in with an axe, he ought to lose his life. Our house stood in a lonesome place. The woods were all around,
but I could see for quite a ways across the open ground. I couldn't help, for the life o' me, a-looking now and then all along the edge o' the growth and listening for the men. I thought they would find Anderson. He couldn't run till night, for the farms were near together, and there must be a sight of men out hunting for him. But when the clock struck 3, a neighbor's boy came up with word that John had sent to me. He would be home by 5 o'clock. They'd scour the woods till dark. Some of the men would be off all night, but he and Andrew Clark would keep watch round his house and ours. I should not stay alone. Poor John! He did the best he could, but what if he had known? The boy could hardly stop to tell that the selectmen had said they would pay $50 for the man, alive or dead. And I felt another shiver go over me for fear that John might get that money, though we were pinched that year. I felt a little easier then and went to work again. The sky was getting cloudier. 'Twas coming on to rain. Before I knew, the clock struck 6, and John had not come back. The rain began to spatter down, and all the sky was black. I thought and thought, what shall I do if I'm alone all night? I wasn't so brave as I am now. I lit another light, and I stirred round and got supper, but I ate it all alone. The wind was blowing more and more. I hate to hear it moan. I was cutting rags to braid a rug. I sat there by the fire. I wished I'd kept the dog at home. The gale was rising higher. I own I had hard thoughts o' John. I said he had no right to leave his wife in that lonesome place alone that dreadful night. And then I thought of the murderer, afraid of God and man. I seemed to follow him all the time, whether he hid or ran. I saw him crawl on his hands and knees through the icy mud in the rain, and I wondered if he didn't wish he was back in his home again. I fell asleep for an hour or 2, and then I woke with a start. A feeling came across me that took and stopped my heart. I was afraid to look behind me. Then I felt my heart begin, and I saw right at the window pane 2 eyes a-looking in. I couldn't look away from them. The face was white as clay. Those eyes, they make me shudder when I think of them today. I knew right off 'twas Anderson. I couldn't move nor speak. I thought I'd slip down on the floor. I felt so light and weak. "Oh, Lord," I thought, "what shall I do?" Some words began to come. Like someone whispered to me. I sat there still and dumb. I was a stranger, took me in prison, visited me. And I says, "Lord, I couldn't, it's a murderer, you see." And those eyes watched me all the time in dreadful still despair. Most like the room looked warm and safe, he watched me sitting there. And what was made me do it, I don't know to this day, but I opened the door and let him in, a murderer at bay. He laid him right down on the floor, close up beside the fire. I never saw such a wretched sight. He was covered thick with mire. His clothes were torn to his very skin, and his hands were bleeding fast. I gave him something to tie him up, and all my fears were past. I filled the fireplace up with wood to get the creature warm, and I fetched him a bowl of milk to drink. I couldn't do him harm. And pretty soon he says, real low, "Do you know who I be?" And I says, "You lay there by the fire, I know you won't hurt me." I had been fierce as anyone before I saw him there, but I pitied him, a ruined man whose life had started fair. I somehow or another never felt that I was doing wrong, and I watched him lying there asleep almost the whole night long. I thought once that I heard the men, and I was half afraid that they might come and find him there, and so I went and stayed close to the window, watching and listening for a cry, and he slept there like a little child, forgot his misery. I almost hoped John wouldn't come till he could get away, and I went to the door and harked a while, and saw the dawn of day. 'Twas bad for him to have slept so long, but I couldn't make him go from the city of refuge he had found, and he was glad, I know. It was years and years ago, but I still never can forget how gray it looked that morning. The air was cold and wet. Only the wind would howl sometimes, or else the trees would creak. All night I'd given anything to hear someone speak. He heard me shut the door again, and started up so wild and haggard that I most broke down. I wasn't reconciled to have the poor thing run all day, chased like a wolf or bear, but I knew he'd brought it on himself. His punishment was fair. I gave him something more to eat. He couldn't touch it then. "God pity you, poor soul," says I. May I not see again a face like his as he stood in the door and looked which way to go. I watched him making towards the swamps, dead lame and moving slow. He had hardly spoken a word to me, but as he went away, he thanked me and gave me such a look 'twill last to my dying day. "May God have mercy on me as you have had," says he. And I choked and couldn't say a word, and he limped away from me. John came home bright and early. He'd fell and hurt his head, and he had stopped up to his father's, but he'd sent word, he said, and told the boy to fetch me there. My cousin, Johnny Black, but he went off with some other folks who thought they'd found the track. Oh, yes, they did catch Anderson early that afternoon and carried him back to jail again and tried and hung him soon. Justice is justice, but I say, although they served him right, I'm glad I harbored the murderer that stormy April night. Some said I might have locked him up and got the town reward, but I couldn't have done it if I'd starved. And I do hope the Lord forgave it if it was a sin, but I could never see 'twas wrong to shelter a hunted man, trusting his life to me. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Guild's Signal by Bret Harte. Read for LibriVox.org by Stacey M. William Guild was engineer of the train which plunged into Meadowbrook on the line of the Stonington and Providence Railroad. It was his custom, as often as he passed his home, to whistle "And All's Well" to his wife. He was found, after the disaster, dead, with his hand on the throttle valve of his engine. 2 low whistles, quaint and clear. That was the signal, the engineer. That was the signal that Guild, 'tis said, gave to his wife at Providence, as through the sleeping town and thence, out in the night, on to the light, down past the farms, lying white, he sped, as a husband's greeting scant, no doubt, yet to the woman looking out, watching and waiting, no serenade, love song, or midnight roundelay, said what that whistle seemed to say, to my trust true, so love to you, working or wailing, good night, it said. Brisk young bagmen, tourists fine, old commuters along the line, brakemen and porters glanced ahead, smiled as the signal, sharp, intense, pierced through the shadows of Providence. Nothing amiss. Nothing, it is. Only Guild calling his wife, they said. Summer and winter, the old refrain, rang o'er the billows of ripening grain, pierced through the budding boughs o'erhead, flew down the track when the red leaves burned, like living coals from the engines burned, sang as it flew, to our trust true, first of all duty, good night, it said. And then one night it was heard no more, from Stonington over Rhode Island shore, and the folk in Providence smiled and said as they turned in their beds, the engineer has once forgotten his midnight cheer. One only knew, to his trust true, Guild lay under his engine, dead. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 158, To Successful Recitations. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Donald Warren. Successful Recitations by Various. Bill Mason's Bride by Bret Harte. Half an hour till train time, sir. And a fearful dark time, too. Take a look at the switch lights, Tom. Fits in a stick when you're through. On time? Well, yes, I guess so. Left the last station all right. She'll come round the curve a flyin'. Bill Mason comes up tonight. You know Bill? No? He's an engineer. Been on the road all his life. I'll never forget the mornin'. He married his chuck of a wife. 'Twas the summer the mill hands struck. Just off work, everyone. They kicked up a row in the village and killed old Donovan's son. Bill hadn't been married more'n an hour. Up comes a message from Cress, ordering Bill to go up there and bring down the night express. He left his gal in a hurry and went up on number 1, thinking of nothing but Mary and the train he had to run. And Mary sat down by the window to wait for the night express. And, sir, if she hadn't a done so, she'd been a widow, I guess. For it must have been nigh midnight when the mill hands left the ridge. They came down, the drunken devils, tore up a rail from the bridge. But Mary heard 'em a-workin' and guessed there was something wrong, and in less than 15 minutes, Bill's train it would be along. She couldn't have come here to tell us, a mile, it wouldn't have done, so she just grabbed up a lantern and made for the bridge alone. Then down came the night express, sir, and Bill was making her climb, but Mary held the lantern, a-swinging it all the time. Well, by Jove, Bill saw the signal, and he stopped the night express, and he found his Mary crying on the track in her wedding dress, crying and laughing for joy, sir, and holding on to the light. Hello, here's the train. Goodbye, sir. Bill Mason's on time tonight. End of section 158.
The Clown's Baby from St. Nicholas. Read for LibriVox.org by Sandra. It was out on the western frontier. The miners, rugged and brown, were gathered round the posters. The circus had come to town. The great tent shone in the darkness like a wonderful palace of light, and rough men crowded the entrance. Shows didn't come every night. Not a woman's face among them, many a face that was bad, and some that were very vacant, and some that were very sad. And behind a canvas curtain in a corner of the place, the clown, with chalk and vermilion, was making up his face. A weary-looking woman with a smile that still was sweet, sewed on a little garment with a cradle at her feet. Pantaloon stood ready and waiting. 'Twas time for the going on, but the clown in vain searched wildly. The property baby was gone. He murmured, impatiently hunting, "It's strange that I cannot find. There, I've looked in every corner. It must have been left behind." The miners were stamping and shouting. They were not patient men. The clown bent over the cradle. "I must take you, little Ben." The mother started and shivered, but trouble and want were near. She lifted her baby gently. "You'll be very careful, dear." "Careful, you foolish darling." How tenderly it was said. What a smile shone through the chalk and paint. "I love each hair of his head." The noise rose into an uproar. Misrule for a time was king. The clown, with a foolish chuckle, bolted into the ring. But as with a squeak and flourish the fiddles closed their tune, "You hold him as if he was made of glass," said the clown to the pantaloon. The jovial fellow nodded. "I've a couple myself," he said. "I know how to handle 'em, bless you. Old fella, go ahead." The fun grew fast and furious, and not one of all the crowd had guessed that the baby was alive, when he suddenly laughed aloud. Oh, that baby laugh! It was echoed from the benches with a ring, and the roughest customer there sprang up with, "Boys, it's the real thing." The ring was jammed in a minute. Not a man that did not strive for a shot at holding the baby that was alive. He was thronged by kneeling suitors in the midst of the dusty ring, and he held his court right royally, the fair little baby king, till one of the shouting courtiers, a man with a bold, hard face, the talk for miles of the country and the terror of the place, raised the little king to his shoulder and chuckled, "Look at that," as the chubby fingers clutched his hair. Then, "Boys, hand round the hat." There never was such a hat full of silver and gold and notes. People are not always penniless because they don't wear coats. And then, "3 cheers for the baby." I tell you those cheers were meant, and the way in which they were given was enough to raise the tent. And then there was a sudden silence, and a gruff old miner said, "Come, boys, enough of this rumpus. This time it was put to bed." So, looking a little sheepish, but with faces strangely bright, the audience, somewhat lingering, flocked out into the night, and the bold-faced leader chuckled, "He wasn't a bit afraid. He's as game as he is good-looking. Boys, that was a show that paid." End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Aunt Tabitha by Oliver Wendell Holmes. Read for LibriVox.org by Bryce Christ. Whatever I do and whatever I say, Aunt Tabitha tells me that isn't the way. When she was a girl, 40 summers ago, Aunt Tabitha tells me they never did so. Dear Aunt, if I only would take her advice, but I like my own way, and I find it so nice. And besides, I forget half the things I am told, but they all will come back to me when I am old. If a youth passes by, it may happen, no doubt, he may chance to look in as I chance to look out. She would never endure an impertinent stare. It is horrid, she says, and I mustn't sit there. A walk in the moonlight has pleasures I own, but it isn't quite safe to be walking alone. So I take a lad's arm, just for safety, you know, but Aunt Tabitha tells me they didn't do so. How wicked we are, and how good they were then. They kept at arm's length those detestable men. What an era of virtue she lived in, but stay, Were the men all such rogues in Aunt Tabitha's day? If the men were so wicked, I'll ask my papa how he dared to propose to my darling mamma. Was he like the rest of them? Goodness, who knows? And what shall I say if a wretch should propose? I'm thinking if Aunt knew so little of sin, what a wonder Aunt Tabitha's aunt must have been. And her grand aunt, it scares me. How shockingly sad that we girls of today are so frightfully bad. A martyr will save us, and nothing else can. Let me perish to rescue some wretched young man. Though when to the altar a victim I go, Aunt Tabitha'll tell me she never did so. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Little Orphant Annie by James Whitcomb Riley. Read for LibriVox.org by Tony Scheinman. Little orphant Annies come to our house to stay, and wash the cups and saucers up, and brush the crumbs away, and shoo the chickens off the porch, or dust the hearth and sweep, and make the fire and bake the bread, and earn her board and keep. And all us other children, when the supper things is done, we set around the kitchen fire and has the mostest fun, a-listening to the witch tales 'at Annie tells about, and the gobelins 'at gets you if you don't watch out. Onct there was a little boy wouldn't say his prayers, and when he went to bed at night away upstairs, his mammy heerd him holler, and his daddy heerd him bawl, and when they turned the kivers down, he wasn't there at all, and they seeked him in the rafter room, in cubby hall and press, and seeked him in the chimbley flue, and everywheres, I guess. But all they ever found was thist, his pants and roundabout, and the gobelins'll get you if you don't watch out. And one time a little girl 'ud allus laugh and grin, and make fun of ever'un, and all her blood and kin. And onct when they was company and old folks was there, she mocked 'em and shocked 'em and said she didn't care. And thist as she kicked her heels and turned to run and hide, they was two great black things a-standin' by her side, and they snatched her through the ceiling, for she knowed what she's about. And the gobelins'll get you if you don't watch out. And little orphant Annie says, when the blaze is blue, and the lamp wick sputters, and the wind goes woo, and you hear the crickets quit, and the moon is gray, and the lightning bugs in dew is squinched away, you'd better mind your parents and your teachers fond and dear, and cherish them that loves you, and dry the orphan's tear, and help the poor and needy ones that clusters all about, the gobelins'll get you if you don't watch out. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 162, The Limitations of Youth by Eugene Field. Read for LibriVox.org by Jacob McCormick. I'd like to be a cowboy and ride a fiery hoss way out into the big and boundless West. I'd kill the bears and catamounts and wolves I come across, and I'd pluck the bald-head eagle from his nest. With my pistols at my side, I would roam the prairies wide, and to scalp the savage Injun in his wigwam would I ride, if I durst, but I dursn't. I'd like to go to Afriky and hunt the lions there, and the biggest elephants you ever saw. I would track the fierce gorilla to his equatorial lair, and beard the cannibal that eats folks raw. I'd chase the pigeon snakes and the potamus that makes his nest down at the bottom of unfathomable lakes, if I durst, but I dursn't. I would I were a pirate to sail the ocean blue, with a big black flag a-flying overhead. I would scour the billowy main with my gallant pirate crew, and dye the sea a gouty, gory red. With my cutlass in my hand, on the quarter-deck I'd stand, and to deeds of heroism I'd incite my pirate band, if I durst, but I dursn't. And if I durst, I'd lick my paw for the times they's licked me. I'd lick my brother and my teacher, too. I'd lick the fellers that call round on sister after tea. And I'd keep on licking folks till I got through. You bet, I'd run away from my lessons to my play. And I shoo the hens and tease a cat and kiss the girls all day. If I durst, but I dursn't. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Rubinstein's Playing. Anonymous. Judd, they say you have heard Rubinstein play when you were in New York. I did, in the cool. Well, tell us about it. What, me? I might as well tell you about the creation of the world. Come now, no mock modesty. Go ahead. Well, sir, he had the biggest caddy-cornered piano you ever laid your eyes on. Something like a distracted billiard table on 3 legs. The lid was heisted, and mighty well it was. If it hadn't, he'd have tore the entire insides clean out and scattered them to the 4 winds of heaven. Played well, did he? You bet he did, but don't interrupt me. When he first sat down, he 'peared to care mighty little about playing, and wished he hadn't come. He tweedleded a little on the tribble, and toodalooed some on the bass, just fooling and boxing the thing's jaws for being in his way. And I says to the man set next to me, said I, what sort of fool playing is that? And he says, hush. But presently his hands began chasing one another up and down the keys, like a parcel of rats scampering through a garret, very swift. Parts of it was sweet, though, and reminded me of a sugar squirrel turning the wheel of a candy cage. Now, I says to my neighbor, he's a-showing off. He thinks he's a-doing of it, but he ain't got no idea, no plan of nothing. If he'd play a tune of some kind or other, I'd... But my neighbor says, hush, very impatient. I was just about to get up and go home, being tired of that foolishness, when I heard a little bird waking way off in the woods and calling sleepy-like to his mate. And I looked up and I see that Reuben was beginning to take some interest in his business, and I sat down again. It was the peep of the day. The light came faint from the east, the breeze blowed gentle and fresh. Some birds waked up in the orchard, then some more in the trees near the house, and all began singing together. People began to stir, and the gal opened the shutters. Just then the first beam of the sun fell upon the blossoms a little more, and it touched the roses on the bushes, and the next thing it was the broad day. The sun fairly blazed, the birds sang like they'd split their throats. All the leaves were moving and flashing diamonds of dew, and the whole wide world was bright and happy as a king. Seemed to me there was a good breakfast in every house in the land, and not a sick child or woman anywhere. It was a fine morning. And I says to my neighbor, that's music, that is. But he glared at me like he'd cut my throat. Presently the wind turned. It began to thicken up, and a kind of thick gray mist came over things. I got low-spirited directly. Then the silver rain began to fall. I could see the drops touch the ground. Some flashed up like long pearl earrings, and the rest rolled away like rubies. It was pretty but melancholy. Then the pearls gathered themselves into long strands and necklaces, and then they melted into thin silver streams running between golden gravels, and then the streams joined each other at the bottom of the hill and made a brook that flowed silent, except that you could kinder see music, especially when the bushes on the bank moved as the music went along down the valley. I could smell the flowers in the meadow, but the sun didn't shine nor the birds sing. It was a foggy day, but not cold. The most curious thing was the little white angel boy, like you see in pictures, that run ahead of the music brook and led it on, away out of the world, where no man ever was. I never was certain. I could see the boy just the same as I see you. Then the moonlight came, without any sunset, and shone on the graveyards, over the wall, and between the black, sharp-topped trees, splendid marble houses rose up, with fine ladies in the lift-up windows, and men that loved 'em, but never got anigh 'em, and played on guitars under the trees, and made me that miserable I could have cried, because I wanted to love somebody, I don't know who, better than the men with guitars did. Then the sun went down, it got dark, the wind moaned and wept like a lost child for its dead mother, and I could have got up there and then and preached a better sermon than any I ever listened to. There weren't a thing in the world left to live for, not a single thing, and yet I didn't want the music to stop one bit. It was happier to be miserable than to be happy without being miserable. I couldn't understand it. I hung my head and pulled out my handkerchief and blowed my nose well to keep from crying. My eyes is weak anyway. I didn't want anybody to be a-gazing at me a-snivelling, and it's nobody's business what I do with my nose. It's mine. But several glared at me as mad. Then all of a sudden old Reuben changed his tune. He ripped and he roared, he tipped and he tarred, and he charged like the grand entry in a circus. 'Peared to me that all the gas in the house was turned on at once. Things got so bright, and I hilt up my head ready to look at any man in the face, and not afeard of nothing. It was a circus and a brass band and a big ball all gold on at the same time. He lit into them keys like 1,000 of bricks. He gave 'em no rest, day nor night. He set every living joint in me a-going, and not being able to stand it no longer, I jumped, sprang onto my seat, and just hollered, "Go it, my Rube!" Every man, woman, and child in the house was on me and shouted, "Put him out! Put him out!" "Put your great-grandmother's grizzly gray greenish cat in the middle of next month," I says. "Touch me if you dare. I paid my money, and you just come anigh me." With that, several policemen ran up, and I had to simmer down. But I would have fit any fool that laid hands on me, for I was bound to hear Rube out or die. He had changed his tune again. He hopped like ladies and tiptoed fine from end to end of the keyboard. He played soft and low and solemn. I heard the church bells over the hills. The candles in heaven were lit one by one. I saw the stars rise. The great organ of eternity began to play from the world's end to the world's end, and the angels went to prayers. Then music changed to water, full of feeling that couldn't be thought, and began to drop, drip drop, clear and sweet, like tears of joy falling into a lake of glory. It was as sweet as a sweetheart sweetened with white sugar, mixed with powdered silver and seed diamonds. It was too sweet. I tell you, the audience cheered. Reuben, he kinder bowed, like he wanted to say, "Much obliged, but I'd rather you wouldn't interrupt me." He stopped a minute or two to fetch breath. Then he got mad. He runs his fingers through his hair. He shoved up his sleeve. He opened his coat tails a little further. He drug up his stool. He leaned over, and, sir, he just went for that old pianner. He slapped her face, he boxed her jaws, he pulled her nose, he pinched her ears, and he scratched her cheeks till she fairly yelled. She bellowed like a bull, she bleated like a calf, she howled like a hound, she squealed like a pig, she shrieked like a rat, and then he wouldn't let her go. He ran a quarter stretch down the low grounds of the base till they got clean into the bowels of the earth, and you heard thunder galloping after thunder through the hollers and caves of perdition, and then he fox-chased his right hand with his left till he got away out of the treble into the clouds, where the notes was finer than the pins of cambric needles, and you couldn't hear nothing but the shadders of 'em. And then he wouldn't let the old pianner go. He for'ard, to'ard, he crossed over first gentleman, he crossed over first lady, he balanced two pards, he chased right and left, back to your places, he all hands around, ladies to the right, promenade all, in and out, here and there, back and forth, up and down, perpetual motion, doubled, twisted, and turned and tacked and tangled into 11,000 double bow knots. By jinks, it was a mixtery, and then he wouldn't let the old pianner go. He fetched up his right wing, he fetched up his left wing, he fetched up his center, he fetched up his reserves. He fired by file, he fired by platoon, by company, by regiments, by brigades. He opened his cannon, siege guns down there, Napoleon's here, 12 gunners yonder, big guns, little guns, middle-sized guns, round shot, shells, shrapnels, grape, canister, mortars, mines, and magazines, every living battery and bomb a-going at the same time. The house trembled, the lights danced, the walls shook, the floor come up, the ceiling come down, the sky split, the ground rocked, heaven and earth, creation, sweet potatoes, Moses, ninepences, glory, tenpenny nails, my Mary Ann, hallelujah, Samson in a simon tree, Jerusalem, Tump Thompson in a tumbler cart, noodle oodle, oodle oodle roodle, oodle 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 rattle, addle addle addle, riddle, iddle iddle iddle, reedle, eedle eedle eedle, perlang, 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 bang. With that bang, he lifted himself bodily into the air, and he came down with his knees, his 10 fingers, his 10 toes, his elbows, and his nose, striking every single solitary key on that piano at the same time. The thing busted and went off into 1,757,542 hemi-demi-semi-quivers, and I knowed no mo'. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Obituary by William Thompson. Read for LibriVox.org by Vincent Spring. Down the line I'll go, he said, to reach the railway station. Friends will please accept this, the only intimation. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
The Editor's Story, A Yankee Editor in England, by Alfred H. Miles. Read for LibriVox.org by Sandra, near Montreal, 2025. The editor dipped his pen in the ink. He smole a smile and he wonk a wink. He chuckled a chuck and he sunk a think. 'Twas a time of dearth, of news, and the earth was rolling and bowling along on its axis, with never a murmur concerning the taxes, and never a ruse, or of rumour a particle needing a special, or claiming an article. In fact, 'twas a terrible time for the papers, and puzzled the brains of the paragraph shapers, till the whole world seemed nothing but gases and vapours. And the editor wrote, but I'm not going to quote, far be it from me to set rumours afloat. Suffice it to say, the paper next day contained such a slasher for Captain McClasher, the whole town declared it a regular smasher. And what made it worse, he inserted a rubber for the world-renowned millionaire, Alderman Grubber. Now, the captain, you know, was the son of a gun. He had fought many duels and never lost one. He'd met single-handed 100 wild niggers, all flashing their sabres and pulling their triggers, and made them all run, whether mogul or fella, with the flash of his eye and the bash of his brella. He tore up rebellion's wild weeds by the root, and he did more than Havelock to put down the mutiny. And then to be told by a thief of an editor he'd been far too long his proud country's creditor, for pensions unworked for and honours unwon, and that rather than fight he would more likely run. To be told, who had acted so gallant a part, he'd more pluck in his heels than he had in his heart. Why, zounds, man, the words used they mostly made Dutch of, as warm as the chutney he'd eaten so much of, and he gave the poor table a terrible blow, as he said with an aspirate, "I'll let 'em know." And Alderman Grubber was no less determined, though his gown was all silk and its edge was all ermined, after 30 years' service to one corporation, to be libelled at last with the foul allegation he'd been nicely paid for his work for the nation, that town hall and workhouse, exchange and infirmary were all built on ground that, by twistings and turnery, had been bought through the nose at a fabulous rate from the patriot lord of the Grubber estate. Why, turtle and turbot, hock, champagne and sherry, 'twould rile the Archbishop of Canterbury. The editor sat in his high-backed chair. He listened a hark, and he looked a stare, a sort of a mixture of humour and scare, as he heard a footfall on the foot of the stair. In a moment he buried his head in some copy, as in walked the captain, as red as a puppy. "This is the editor's room, sir," the Thunderer shouted, in the tone which so often a phalanx had routed, while he nervously twiddled the gamp in his hand which so often had scattered a mutinous band. Now the editor's views were as broad as the ocean. His heart represented its wildest commotion. In a moment he took in the whole situation, and double-distilled it in heart palpitation. Then quickly arose with a dignified air, and the wave of a hand, and a nod at a chair, saying, "Yes, sir, it is, sir. Be seated a minute. The editor's in, and I'll soon send him in it." Then, as quick as a flash of his own ready wit, he opened the door and got outside of it. He skipped with a bound o'er the stairs to the ground floor, and turning his feet bore straight on for the street door. Then, what could astound more, the spot he was bound for was guarded in force by that great butter-tubber, the patriot millionaire, Alderman Grubber. A smart riding whip, impatiently cracking, the food for his vengeance the only thing lacking. "Is the editor in?" said the voice that had thrilled 1,000 times over the big town hall filled, while the crack of the whip and the stamp of the feet made the editor wish himself safe in the street. But an editor's ever a man of resource. He is never tied down to one definite course. He shrank not a shrink, nor wavered a wave. He blanked not a blink, nor quavered a quave, but, pointing upstairs as he turned to the door, said, "Editor's room number 2, second floor." Like a lion let loose on his innocent prey, strode the alderman upstairs that sorrowful day. Like a tiger impatiently waiting his foe, the captain was pacing the room to and fro when the alderman entered. But here draw a veil. There is much to be sad for, and much to bewail. Whoever began it or ended the fray, all they found in the room when they swept it next day was a large pile of fragments beyond all identity, monument sad to the conflict's intensity. And the analyst said, whom the coroner quested, the whole of the heap he had carefully tested, and all he could find in his search analytic, but tables and chairs and such things parenthetic, he swore as he turned white, black, blue, green, and purple, was 1 stone of chutney and 2 stone of turtle. And the editor throve, as all editors should, who devote all their thought to the popular good, for the paper containing this little affair ran to many editions and sold everywhere, and the moral is plain: though you do your own writing, there are better plans than to do your own fighting. End of section. This recording is in the public domain. Nat Rickett by Alfred H. Miles. Nat Rickett at cricket was ever a don, as if you will listen, I'll tell you anon. His feet were so nimble, his legs were so long, his hands were so quick, and his arms were so strong, that no matter where, at long leg or square, at mid-on, at mid-off, and almost mid-air, at point, slip, or long stop, wherever it came, at long on or long off, 'twas always the same. If Nat was the scout, back came whizzing the ball, and the verdict, in answer to Nat's lusty call, was always run out, or else no run at all. At bowling, or scouting, or keeping the wicket, you'd not meet in an outing another Nat Rickett. Nat Rickett for cricket was always inclined. Even babyhood showed the strong bent of his mind. At 2 he could get in the way of the ball. At 4 he could catch, though his hands were so small. At 6 he could bat, and before he was 7 he wanted to be in the county 11. But that was the time, for this chief of his joys, when the Muddleby challenged the Blunderby boys. They came in a wagon that Farmer Sheaf lent them, with Dick Rick the carter, in whose charge he sent them. And as they came over the Muddleby hill, the cheer that resounded I think I hear still. And of all the gay caps that flew into the air, the top cap of all told Nat Rickett was there. They tossed up, and winning the choice of the inning, the Blunderby boys took the batting in hand and went to the wicket, while nimble Nat Rickett put his men in the field for a resolute stand. And as each sturdy scout took his usual spot, our Nat roamed about and looked after the lot. And as they stood there, when the umpire called play, 'twas a sight to remember for many a day. Nat started the bowling, and take my word, misters, there's no bowling like it for underhand twisters. And what with the pace and the screw and the aim, it was pretty hard work, was that Blunderby game. With Nat in the field to look after the ball, 'twas a terrible struggle to get runs at all. Though they hit out their hardest a regular stunner, 'twas rare that it reckoned for more than a oneer. 'Twas seldom indeed that they troubled the scorer to put down a 2er, a 3er, or 4er. And as for a lost ball, a 5er or 6er, the Blunderby boys were not up to the trick, sir. Still they struggled full well, and at 60 the score, the last wicket fell, and the innings was o'er. But then came the cheering, Nat Rickett appearing, a smile on his face and a bat in his hand, as he walked to the wicket. From hillside to thicket they couldn't cheer more for a lord of the land. And when he began, 'twas a picture to see how the first ball went flying right over a tree, how the second went whizzing close up to the sky, and the third ball went bang in the poor umpire's eye. How he made poor Point dance on his nimble young pins, as a ball flew askance and came full on his shins. How he kept the 2 scorers, both working like niggers, at putting down runs and at adding up figures. How he kept all the field in profuse perspiration, with rushing and racing and wild agitation. Why, Diana and Nimrod were both rolled together, never hunted the stag as they hunted the leather. It was something like cricket, there's no doubt of that, when nimble Nat Rickett had hold of the bat. You may go to the Oval, the Palace, or Lord's, see the cricketing feats which each county affords, but you'll see nothing there which, for vigour and life, will one moment compare with the passionate strife with which Muddleby youngsters and Blunderby boys contend for the palm in this chief of their joys. I need hardly say, at the end of the day, the Muddleby boys had the best of the play, though the bright-coloured caps of the Blunderby chaps were as heartily waved as the others, perhaps. And as they drove off down the Blunderby Lane, the cheering resounded again and again. And Nat and his party, they too went away, and I haven't seen either for many a day. Still, don't be surprised if you see advertised the name of Nat Rickett connected with cricket in some mighty score or some wonderful catch, in some north and south contest or good county match. And if ever, when passing by cricketing places, you see people talking and pulling long faces 'cause some country bumpkin has beaten the graces, just step to the gate and politely inquire, and see if they don't say, N. Rickett, Esquire, or buy a correct card to the fall of the last wicket, and see if it doesn't say Mr. N. Rickett. For wherever you go and whatever you see, in the north or the south of this land of the free, you never will find, and that all must agree, such a rickety, crickety fellow as he. End of poem, read by Sandra. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 167, Specially Jim, from Harper's Magazine. Read for LibriVox.org by MFQ1. I was mighty good-looking when I was young, peart and black-eyed and slim, with fellers a-courtin' me Sunday nights, specially Jim. The likeliest one of 'em all was he, chipper and handsome and trim. But I tossed up my head and made fun of the crowd, specially Jim. I said I hadn't no 'pinion o' men, and I wouldn't take stock in him, but they kep' up a-comin' in spite of my talk, specially Jim. I got so tired o' havin' 'em round, specially Jim. I made up my mind I'd settle down and take up with him. So we was married one Sunday in church. 'Twas crowded full to the brim. 'Twas the only way to get rid of 'em all, specially Jim. End of section 167. This recording is in the public domain.
Aries, Ancient Mariner by Campbell Ray Brown. Read for LibriVox.org by Bryce Kreis. Aries, Ancient Mariner, told on Margate Jetty. He was an ancient mariner, what sailed the ocean blue. His craft it was the Crazy Jane, what was made of wood and glue. It sailed atween Westminster and the Gulf of Timbuktu. Its bulkhead was a putty one, its cargo no one knew. I've heard as how when the storm came on, it had turned clean upside down, but I never could make out as why its skipper didn't drown. He was the most unwashedest old salt I ever knowed, and all the things as he speaked about was nearly always blowed. One day he told me a astronomy tale, but I don't think it were lies, because he swore as it was true, though a big un as to size. He says as how in the Biscay Bay they was sailing along one night, when a summit rose from the billin' waves, as gave him a norful fright. He wouldn't exaggerate, he said. No, he wouldn't, not if he died. But the head of that monster was most as big as a bloomin' mountainside. Its eyes was 10 times bigger'n the moon, its ears was as long as a street, and each of his eyelids, without tellin' lies, would have covered an ordinary sheet. And now, said he, may I never speak again if I'm a-tellin' you wrong, but the length of that serpent from head to tail warn't an inch under 10 mile long. To the end of its tail there hung a great whale, and a-riding on its back was sharks. On top of his head about 200 seals was a-having no end of larks. Now as to believin' of what I says next, you can do as you likes, says he. But this here serpent, or whatever he was, he ups and he speaks to me. Says the serpent, says he, in a voice like a clap of thunder or a cannon's roar, Now say goodbye to the air and the sky, for you'll never see land no more. I shivered like a sail what's struck by a gale, and I downs on my bended knees, and the tears rolls over my face like a sea, and I shrieks like a gull in a breeze. Says I'm an ancient old skipper, that's all, and I ain't never done nothing wrong. He says, you old lubber, just stow that blubber. I'm a-gonna fur to haul yer along. Then he puts out a fin like a big barn door. Now this 'ere is real straight truth. It sounds like a fable, but he took my bloomin' cable and he tied it to his left front tooth. In another second more, at the bottom of the sea, the Crazy Jane was aground. Says you oughter be ashamed of yourself. It's a wonder I wasn't drowned. Then he calls on a porcupine a-standing quite near. Says he, look at her, this barge. A begging your pardon, that's a wessel, I says. Says he, very fine and large. With one of his eyelashes thick as a rope, he ties me on to his nose. Then down in a cave right under the sea, like a flash of light we goes. He took me up to his wife, who was a mermaid with 3 tails. She was having of her dinner, and politely she says, will you have some of these 'ere snails? So I sits me down by her beautiful side. She'd a face like a sunset sky. Her hair was a sort of a scarlety red, and her nose was straight as a die. I hadn't said a minute when says she to me, Sammy, don't you know me again? Why, I'm the wife arter what you called your ship. Sure enough, it was Crazy Jane. The wife as had bothered me all my life, until she got drowned one day, when a-bathin' out on one of them there machines in this very same Margate Bay. The serpent was having of his dinner, and so she proposed as how we should fly. But says I to myself, what, take you back? Not if I knows it, says I. But how about them there tails, I says. On shore, them will never do. She says, you're silly. Why, can't you see they're only fixed on with a screw? So I tells her as how I'll go fetch the old ship while she's unscrewing of her tails. But when I gets back to the Crazy Jane, I finds there a couple of whales. I just had time to see the biggest of the two a swallowing of the ship right whole, and in one more moment he swallowed me too, as true as I'm a living soul. But when he got to the surface of the sea, something disagreed with that whale, and he up with me and the Crazy Jane and all, and this here's the end of my tale. Then this old ancient mariner, he says unto me, and honesty was shining in his eyes, it's just a sort of story what no one won't believe, but it's true, little nipper, if I dies. End of section. This recording is in the public domain. The Amateur Orlando by George T. Lanigan. Read for LibriVox.org by Bryce Kreis. It was an amateur dram ass, kind hearer, although your knowledge of French is not first class, don't call that amateur. It was an amateur dram ass, the which did warfare wage on the dramatic works of this and every other age. It had a walking gentleman, a leading juvenile, first lady in book muslin dressed, with a galvanic smile. Thereto a singing chambermaid, benignant heavy pa, and oh, heavier still was the heavier vil, Ain with his fierce ha-ha. There wasn't an author from Shakespeare down, or up, to Bonse occult. These amateurs weren't competent to collar and assault. And when the winter time came round, season is a stagier phrase, The Amdram ass assaulted one of the Bard of Avon's place. 'Twas as you like it that they chose, for the leading lady's heart was set on playing Rosalind or some other page's part. And the president of the Amdram ass, a stalwart dry goods clerk, was cast for Orlando, in which role he felt he'd make his mark. I mind me, said the president, all thoughtful was his face, when Orlando was taken by Thingamy, that Charles was played by Mace. Charles hath not many lines to speak, nay, not a single length. If find we can a muscle man, that is, a man of strength, and bring him on the stage as Charles, but alas, it can't be did. It can, replied the treasurer. Let's get the hunky kid. This hunky kid of whom he spoke belonged to the PR. He always had his hair cut short and always had catarrh. His voice was gruff, his language rough, his forehead villainous low, and 'neath his broken nose a vast expanse of jaw did show. He was 48 about the chest, and his forearm at the middle measured 21 and a half. Such was the hunky kid. The Amdram ass they have engaged, this pet of the PR, as Charles the wrestler he's to be, our bright particular star. And when they put the program out, announce him thus they did: Orlando, Mr. Romeo Jones, Charles, Mr. Hunky Kid. The night has come, the house is packed from pit to gallery, and those who through the curtain peep quake inwardly to see. A squeak's heard in the orchestra, and the leader draws across the intestines of the agile cat, the tail of the noble hoss. All is at sea behind the scenes. Why do they fear and funk? Alas, alas, the hunky kid is lamentably drunk. He's in the most unlovely stage of half intoxication, when men resent the hint they're tight as a personal imputation. Ring up, Orlando cried, or we must cut the scene, for Charles the wrestler is imbued with poisonous benzine, and every moment gets more drunk than he before has been. The wrestling scene has come, and Charles is much disguised in drink. The stage to him's an inclined plane, the footlights make him blink. Still strives he to act well his part, where all the honor lies, though Shakespeare would not in his lines his language recognize. Instead of, come, where is this man of bone and brawn, he squares himself and bellows, time, fetch your Orlandos on. Now Hercules, be thy speed, young man, fair Rosalind, said she, as the two wrestlers in the ring grapple right furiously. But Charles the wrestler had no sense of dramatic propriety. He seized on Mr. Romeo Jones in Greco-Roman style. He got what they call a grapevine lock on that leading juvenile. He flung him into the orchestra, and the man with the ophis-slide, on whom he fell, he just said, well, no matter what, and died. When once the tiger has tasted blood and found that it is sweet, he has a habit of killing more than he can possibly eat. And thus it was with the hunky kid in his homicidal blindness. He lifted his hand against Rosalind, not in the way of kindness. He chased poor Celia off at Rue Le Beau, and he put such a head upon Duke Fred in 15 seconds or so, that never one of the courtly train might his haughty master know. And that's precisely what came to pass, because the luckless Carls, belonging to the Amdram ass, cast the hunky kid for Charles. New York World. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
A Ballad of a Bazaar by Campbell Ray Brown, read for LibriVox.org by MFQ1. First day. He was young and she enchanting. She had eyes of tender gray, fringed with long and lovely lashes. As he passed, they seemed to say, with a look that was quite killing, "Won't you buy a pretty flower? Come invest." Well, just a shilling, for the fairest in my bower. Though that bower was full of blossoms, yet the fairest of them all was the pretty grey-eyed maiden, standing among them, slim and tall, with her dainty arms uplifted o'er her figure as she stood just inside the trellis doorway fashioned out of rustic wood. And she pouted as he passed her, and that pout did so beguile that he thought it more bewitching than another's sweetest smile. Fair as tiny dew-dipped rosebuds were the little rounded lips, and the youth ransacked his pockets in a rhapsody of grips. Then he went and told her plainly that he'd not a farthing left, but would gladly pledge his Albert. So with fingers quick and deft, she unloosed his golden watch chain, coiled it round her own white arm, said she'd keep it till the morrow as a souvenir, a charm. Second day. Full of hope and faith and fondness, he went forth at early morn, and paced up and down the entrance like a man that was forlorn. Thus for hour on hour he waited, till they opened the bazaar. Then she came with kindly greeting, "Ah, well, so then, there ye are. Come now, go in for a raffle, buy a ticket, half a crown." Ah, those eyes, who could refuse them? And he put the money down. Then enthralled he stood and watched her, sought each movement of that face, with its wealth of witching beauty, and its glory, and its grace. When the raffling was over, thus she spake in tones of pain, "You are really most unlucky. My husband's won your chain." End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
A Parental Ode to My Son, Aged 3 years and 4 months, by Thomas Hood. Read for LibriVox.org. Thou happy, happy elf! But stop! First let me kiss away that tear. Thou tiny image of myself! My love, he's poking peas into his ear. Thou merry laughing sprite! With spirits feather light, untouched by sorrow and unsoiled by sin. Good heavens! The child is swallowing a pin! Thou tricksy Puck! With antic toys so funnily bestuck, light as the singing bird that wings the air. The door! The door! He'll tumble down the stair. Thou darling of thy sire! Why, Jane, he'll set his pinafore on fire. Thou imp of mirth and joy, in love's dear chain so strong and bright a link, thou idol of thy parents! Drat the boy! There goes my ink! Thou cherub, but of earth, fit playfellow for fays by moonlight pale, in harmless sport and mirth, that dog will bite him if he pulls its tail. Thou human honey bee, extracting honey from every blossom in the world that blows, singing in youth's Elysium ever sunny, another tumble, that's his precious nose. Thy father's pride and hope, he'll break the mirror with that skipping rope. With pure heart newly stamped from nature's mint, where did he learn that squint? Thou young domestic dove, he'll have that jug off with another shove. Dear nursling of the hymeneal nest, are those torn clothes his best? little epitome of man. He'll climb upon the table, that's his plan. Touched with the beauteous trials of dawning life, he's got a knife! Thou enviable being, no storms, no clouds in thy blue sky foreseeing, play on, my elfin John. Toss the light ball, bestride the stick, I knew so many cakes would make him sick. With fancies buoyant as the thistledown, prompting the face grotesque and antic brisk, with many a lamb-like frisk, he's got the scissors, snipping at your gown. Thou pretty morning rose, go to your mother, child, and wipe your nose. Balmy and breathing music like the south, he really brings my heart into my mouth. Fresh as the morn, and brilliant as its star, I wish that window had an iron bar. Bold as the hawk, yet gentle as the dove. I'll tell you what, my love, I cannot write unless he's sent above. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
"'Twas Ever Thus" by Henry S. Lee. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. I never reared a young gazelle, because you see I never tried. But had it known and loved me well, no doubt the creature would have died. My rich and aged uncle, John, has known me long and loves me well, but still persists in living on. I would he were a young gazelle. I never loved a tree or flower, but if I had, I beg to say, the blight, the wind, the sun, or shower would soon have withered it away. I've dearly loved my Uncle John from childhood to the present hour, and yet he will go living on. I would he were a tree or flower. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Miss Maloney on the Chinese Question by Mary Mapes Dodge. Read for LibriVox.org by Sandra. Oh, don't be talking. Is it hold on, you say? And didn't I hold on till the heart of me was clean broke entirely, and me wasting that tin you could clutch me with your 2 hands? To think of me toiling like a nigger for the 6th year I've been in America. Bad luck to the day I ever left the old country, to be bait by the likes of them. Faix, and I'll sit down when I'm ready, so I will, Ann Ryan, and you'd better be listening and drawing your remarks. And is it myself, with 5 good characters from respectable places, would be herding with the Haydens? The saints forgive me, but I'll be buried alive sooner and put up with it a day longer. Sure, and I was agreeing or not to be leaving at once when the missus came into me kitchen with her palaver about the new waiter man which was brought out from California. He'll be here the night, says she, and Kitty, it's myself looks to you to be kind and patient with him, for he's a furriner, says she, a kind of looking off. Sure, and as little I'll hinder nor interfere with him, nor any other, mum, says I, a kind of stiff, for he minded me how them French waiters, with their paper collars and brass rings on their fingers, isn't company for no girl brought up decent and honest. Oh, sorra a bit I knew what was coming, till the missus walked into me kitchen smiling and says, kind of scared, "Here's Fing Wing, Kitty, and you'll have too much sense to mind his being a little strange." With that she shoots the door, and I, mistrusting if I was tidied up sufficient for me fine boy with his paper collar, looks up and, holy fathers, may I never breathe another breath, but there stood a rail, heathen Chineser, a grinning like he'd just come off a tea box. If you believe me, the crater was that yeller it'd sicken ye to see him, and sorra stick was on him but a black nightgown over his trousers, and the front of his head shaved cleaner nor a copper biler, and a black tail a-hanging down from it behind, with his 2 feet stuck into the heathenest shoes ye ever set eyes on. Och, But I was upstairs afore you could turn about, a giving the missus warning, and only stopped with her by her raising me wages $2, and pleading with me how it was a Christian's duty to bear with heathens and teach 'em all in our power, the saints save us. Well, the ways and trials I had with that Chineser, Ann Ryan, I couldn't be telling. Not a blessed thing could I do, but he be looking on with his eyes cocked upward like two pump handles, and he without a speck or smitch of whiskers on him, and his fingernails full a yard long. But it's dying you'd be to see that missus alarning him, and he a grinning and wagging his pigtail, which was pieced out long with some black stuff, the heathen chate, and getting into her ways wonderful quick, I don't deny, imitating that sharp, you'd be surprised, and catching and copying things the best of us will do, a hurried with work. Yet you don't want coming to the knowledge of the family. Bad luck to him. Is it 8 with him? Arrah, and would I be sitting with a heathen, and he a-ating with drumsticks? Yes, and ating dogs and cats unknowns to me, I warrant you, which it is the custom of them Chinesers, till the thought make me that sick I could die. And didn't the creature proffer to help me a week ago come Tuesday, and me folding down me clean clothes for the ironing, and fill his heathen mouth with water, and afore I could hinder, squirt it through his teeth, straight over the best linen tablecloth, and folded up tight, as innocent now as a baby, the dirty beast. But the worst of all was the copying he'd been doing till you'd be distracted. It's yourself knows the tinder feet that's on me ever since I've been in this country. Well, owing to that, I fell into a way of slipping me shoes off when I'd be sitting down to pale the praties, or the likes of that. And do you mind that heathen would do the same thing after me whenever the missus set him to paring apples or tomatoes. Did I lave for that? Faix, and I didn't. Didn't he get me into trouble with my missus, the heathen? You're aware yourself how the bundles coming in from the grocery often contains more than'll go into anything decently. So, for that matter, I'd now and then take out a sup of sugar, or flour, or tea, and wrap it in paper, and put it in me bit of a box tucked under the ironing blanket, the how it couldn't be bothering anyone. Well, what should it be but this blessed Saturday morn, the missus was a-spaking pleasant and respectful with me in me kitchen, when the grocer boy comes in and stands forninst her with his bundles, and she motions like to Fing Wing, which I never would call him by that name or any other, but just heathen. She motions to him, she does, for to take the bundles and empty out the sugar and what not where they belongs. If you believe me, Ann Ryan, what did that blathering Chineser do but take out a sup of sugar and a handful of tea and a bit of cheese right before the missus, wrap 'em into bits of paper, and I speechless with surprise, and he the next minute up with the ironing blanket and pulling out me box with a show of being sly to put them in. Oh, the Lord forgive me, but I clutched it, and missus saying, "Oh, Kitty," in a way that'd curdle your blood. "He's a heathen nigger," says I. "I've found yer out," says she. "I'll arrest him," says I. "It's yourself ought to be arrested," says she. "You won't," says I. "I will," says she. And so it went, till she gave me such a sass as I couldn't take from an old lady, and I gave her warning and left that instant, and she a pointing to the door. Theophilus and Others. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 174 of Successful Recitations. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Donald Warren. Successful Recitations by Various. The Heathen Chinese by Bret Harte. Plain Language from Truthful James. Table Mountain, 1870. Which I wish to remark, and my language is plain, that for ways that are dark, and for tricks that are vain, the heathen Chinese is peculiar, which the same I would rise to explain. Sin was his name. I shall not deny, in regard to the same, what that name might imply, but his smile was pensive and childlike, as I frequent remarked to Bill Nye. It was August the 3rd, and quite soft was the skies, which it might be inferred that Sin was likewise. Yet he played it that day upon William and me in a way I despise. Which we had a small game, and Sin took a hand. It was euchre. The same he did not understand, but he smiled as he sat by the table, with the smile that was childlike and bland. Yet the cards they were stocked in a way that I grieve, and my feelings were shocked at the state of Nye's sleeve, which was stuffed full of aces and bowers, and the same with intent to deceive. But the hands that were played by that heathen Chinee, and the points that he made, were quite frightful to see, till at last he put down a right bower, which the same Nye had dealt unto me. Then I looked up at Nye, and he gazed upon me, and he rose with a sigh and said, "Can this be? We are ruined by Chinese cheap labor," and he went for that heathen Chinee. In the scene that ensued, I did not take a hand, but the floor it was strewed, like the leaves on the strand, with the cards that Sin had been hiding in the game he did not understand. In his sleeves, which were long, he had 24 packs, which was coming it strong, yet I state but the facts. And we found on his nails, which were taper, which is frequent in tapers, that's wax. Which is why I remark, and my language is plain, that for ways that are dark, and for tricks that are vain, the heathen Chinese is peculiar, which the same I am free to maintain. End of section 174.
Ho-Ho of the Golden Belt by John G. Sachs. Read for LibriVox.org by Shrimpfish. A beautiful maiden was little Min Ni, eldest daughter of wise Wang Qi. Her skin had the color of saffron tea, and her nose was flat as flat could be, and never was seen such beautiful eyes, 2 almond kernels in shape and size, set in a couple of slanting gashes, and not in the least disfigured by lashes. And then such feet you'd scarcely meet in the longest walk through the grandest street, and you might go seeking from Nanking to Peking. A pair was remarkably small and neat, 2 little stumps, mere petal lumps, that toddle along with the funniest thumps. In China, you know, are reckoned trumps. It seems a trifle to make such a boast of it, but how they will dress it, and bandage and press it, by making the least, to make the most of it. As you may suppose, she had plenty of beaux, bowing around her beautiful toes, praising her feet and eyes and nose, in rapturous verse and elegant prose. She had lots of lovers, old and young. There was lofty Long and babbling Lung, opulent Tin and eloquent Tongue, musical Sing, and the rest among. Great hang you, and you be hung. But though they smiled and smirked and bowed, none could please her of all the crowd. Lung and Tongue she thought too loud, opulent Tin was much too proud. Lofty Long was quite too tall, musical Sing sung very small, and most remarkable freak of all, of great hang you, the lady make game, and you be hung, she mocked the same, by echoing back his ugly name. But the hardest heart is doomed to melt, love is a passion that will be felt, and just when a scandal was making free, to hint what a pretty old maid she'd be, little Min Ni, who but she, married Ho-Ho of the Golden Belt. A man, I must own, of bad reputation, and low in purse, though high in station, a sort of imperial poor relation, who ranked as the emperor's second cousin, multiplied by 100 dozen, and, to mark the love the emperor felt, had a pension clear of £3 a year, and the honor of wearing a golden belt. And gallant Ho-Ho could really show a handsome face as faces go, in this flowery land where, you must know, the finest flowers of beauty grow. He had the very widest kind of jaws, and his nails were like an eagle's claws, and, though it may seem a wondrous tale, truth is mighty and will prevail. He'd a queue as long as the deepest cause under the emperor's chancery laws. Yet how he managed to win Minnie, the men declared they couldn't see. But all the ladies over their tea in this one point were known to agree. 4 gifts were sent to aid his plea. A smoking pipe with a golden clog, a box of tea and a poodle dog, and a painted heart that was all aflame, and bore in blood the lover's name. Ah, how could presents pretty as these a delicate lady fail to please? She smoked the pipe with the golden clog, and drank the tea, and ate the dog, and kept the heart, and that's the way the match was made, the gossips say. I can't describe the wedding day, which fell in the lovely month of May, nor stop to tell of the honeymoon, and how it vanished all too soon. Alas, that I the truth must speak, and say that in the 14th week, soon as the wedding guests were gone, and their wedding suits began to doff, Minnie was weeping and taking on, for he had been trying to take her off. 6 wives before he had sent to heaven, and, being partial to number 7, he wished to add his latest pet, just perhaps to make up the set. Mayhap the rascal found a cause of discontent in a certain clause in the emperor's very liberal laws, which gives, when a golden belt is wed, 600 pounds to furnish the bed, and if in turn he marry a score, with every wife 600 more. First he tried to murder Minnie with a special cup of poisoned tea, but the lady, smelling a mortal foe, cried, "Ho, ho! I'm very fond of Miles Souchon, but you, my love, you make it too strong." At last, ho-ho, the treacherous man contrived the most infernal plan invented since the world began. He went and got him a savage dog, who'd eat a woman as soon as a frog, kept him a day without any prog, then shut him up in an iron bin, shipped the bolt and locked him in, then giving the key to poor Minnie, said, "Love, there's something you mustn't see, in the chest beneath the orange tree." Poor mangled Minnie, with her latest breath, she told her father the cause of her death, and so it reached the emperor's ear, and his highness said, "It is very clear, Ho-Ho has committed a murder here." And he doomed Ho-Ho to end his life by the terrible dog that killed his wife. But in mercy, let his praise be sung, his 13 brothers were merely hung, and his slaves bambooed in the mildest way, for a calendar month, 3 times a day, and that's the way that justice dealt with wicked Ho-Ho of the Golden Belt. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
The Hired Squirrel, a Russian fable by Laura Sanford. Read for LibriVox.org by Vincent Spring. A lion to the squirrel said, "Work faithfully for me, and when your task is done, my friend, rewarded you shall be with a barrel full of finest nuts, fresh from my own nut tree." "My lion king," the squirrel said, "to this I do agree." The squirrel toiled both day and night, quite faithful to his hire. So hungry and so faint sometimes he thought he should expire. But still he kept his courage up and tugged with might and main. "How nice the nuts will taste," he thought, "when I my barrel gain." At last, when he was nearly dead, and thin and old and gray, quoth the lion, "There's no more hard work you're fit to do, I'll pay." A barrel full of nuts he gave, ripe, rich, and big, but oh, the squirrel's tears ran down his cheeks. He'd lost his teeth, you know. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Ballad of the Trailing Skirt, New York Life. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. I met a girl the other day, a girl with golden tresses, who wore the most bewitching air and daintiest of dresses. I gazed at her with kindling eye and admiration utter, until I saw her silken skirt was trailing in the gutter. What senseless style is this, I thought? What new sartorial passion? And who on earth stands sponsor for the idiotic fashion? I've asked a dozen maids or more, a tailor and his cutter, but no one knows why skirts are made to drag along the gutter. Alas for woman, fashion's slave! She does not seem to mind it. Her silk or satin sweeps the street and leaves no filth behind it. For all the dirt the breezes blow and all the germs that flutter may find a refuge in the gowns that swish along the gutter. What lovely woman wills to do, she does without a reason. To interfere is a waste of time. To criticize is treason. Man's only province is to work, to earn his bread and butter, and buy her all the skirts she wants to trail along the gutter. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
To the Girl in Khaki, Modern Society, read for LibriVox.org by Heliar. I put the question shyly, lest you inform me dryly, that woman's ways are far beyond my ken. But was not khaki chosen for coats and breeks and hosen to render men invisible to men? Why then, dear maid, do you forsake your gayest hue and dress in viewless khaki spick and span? You charming little miss, it never can be this, to render you invisible to man. Not that at all? What then? You do not fear the men. Perchance you only wish to hide your heart, and so, you fickle flirt, you don a khaki skirt to foil the deadly aim of Cupid's dart. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 179, The Tender Heart, by Helen Gray Cohn. Read for LibriVox.org by MFQ1. She gazed upon the burnished brace of partridges he showed with pride. Angelic grief was in her face. How could you do it, dear? She sighed. The poor, pathetic, moveless wings. The songs all hushed. Oh, cruel shame, said he. The partridge never sings, said she. The sin is quite the same. You men are savage through and through. A boy is always bringing in some string of bird's eggs, white or blue, or butterfly upon a pin. The angleworm in anguish dies, impaled the pretty trout to tease. My own, I fish for trout with flies. Don't wander from the question, please. She quoted Burns' Wounded Hare, and certain burning lines of Blake's, and Ruskin on the fowls of air, and Coleridge on the water snakes. At Emerson's forbearance he began to feel his will benumbed. At Browning's Donald utterly his soul surrendered and succumbed. O gentlest of all gentle girls, he thought, beneath the blessed sun, he saw her lashes hung with pearls and swore to give away his gun. She smiled to find her point was gained and went with happy parting words, he subsequently ascertained, to trim her hat with hummingbirds. End of section 179. This recording is in the public domain. Section 180. A Song of Saratoga by John G. Sachs. Read for LibriVox.org by MFQ1. Pray what do they do at the springs? The question is easy to ask, but to answer it fully, my dear, were rather a serious task. And yet, in a bantering way, as the magpie or mockingbird sings, I'll venture a bit of a song to tell what they do at the springs. Imprimis, my darling, they drink. The water's so sparkling and clear, though the flavor is none of the best, and the odor exceedingly queer. But the fluid is mingled, with wholesome medicinal things. So they drink and they drink and they drink. And that's what they do at the springs. Then with appetites keen as a knife, they hasten to breakfast or dine. The latter precisely at 3, the former from 7 till 9. Ye gods, what a rustle and rush when the eloquent dinner bell rings. Then they eat and they eat and they eat. And that's what they do at the springs. Now they stroll in the beautiful walks, or loll in the shade of the trees, where many a whisper is heard that never is heard by the breeze. And hands are commingled with hands, regardless of conjugal rings. And they flirt and they flirt and they flirt, and that's what they do at the springs. The drawing rooms now are ablaze, and music is shrieking away. Terpsichore governs the hour, and fashion was never so gay. An arm round a tapering waist, how closely and fondly it clings. So they waltz and they waltz and they waltz, and that's what they do at the springs. In short, as it goes in the world, they eat and they drink and they sleep. They talk and they walk and they woo. They sigh and they laugh and they weep. They read and they ride and they dance with other remarkable things. They pray and they play and they pay. And that's what they do at the springs. End of section 180. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 181, The Sea, by Eva L. Ogden. Read for LibriVox.org by Jacob McCormick. She was rich and of high degree, a poor and unknown artist he. Paint me, she said, a view of the sea. So he painted the sea as it looked the day that Aphrodite arose from its spray, and it broke, and she gazed in its face the while, into its countless dimpled smile. What a poky, stupid picture, said she. I don't believe he can paint the sea. Then he painted a raging, tossing sea, storming with fierce and sudden shock, wild cries and writhing tongues of foam, a towering, mighty fastness rock. In its sides above those leaping crests, the thronging seabirds built their nests. What a disagreeable daub, said she. Why, it isn't anything like the sea. Then he painted a stretch of hot, brown sand, with a big hotel on either hand, and a handsome pavilion for the band. Not a sign of the water to be seen, except one faint little streak of green. What a perfectly exquisite picture, said she. It's the very image of the sea. Century Magazine. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
A Tale of a Nose by Charles F. Adams. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. 'Twas a hard case, that which happened in Lynn. Haven't heard of it, eh? Well, then, to begin. There's a Jew down there whom they call Old Mose, who travels about and buys old clothes. Now Mose, which the same is short for Moses, had one of the biggest kind of noses. It had a sort of instep in it, and he fed it with snuff about once a minute. One day he got in a bit of a row with a German chap who had kissed his Frau, and trying to punch him à la mace, had his nose cut off close up to his face. He picked it up from off the ground, and quickly back in its place 'twas bound, keeping the bandage upon his face until it had fairly healed in place. Alas for Mose! 'Twas a sad mistake which he in his haste that day did make, for to add still more to his bitter cup, he found he had placed it wrong side up. There's no great loss without some gain, and Moses says in a jocular vein he arranged it so for taking snuff, as he never before could get enough. One thing, by the way, he forgets to add, which makes the arrangement rather bad. Although he can take his snuff with ease, he has to stand on his head to sneeze. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
Little Jakob Strauss by Charles F. Adams. I have one funny little boy what comes just to my knee, der queerest chap, der greatest rogue as ever you did see. He runs and jumps and smashes things in all parts of der house. But what of that? He was mein son, mein little Jakob Strauss. He get der measles und der mumps und everything that's out. He spills mein glass of lager beer, puts snuff into mein kraut. He fills mein pipe mit Limburg cheese. Dat was der roughest chouse. I'd take dat from no other boy but little Jakob Strauss. He takes der milk pan for a drum and cuts mein cane in two to make der sticks to beat it mit. Mein gracious, dat was true. I thinks mein head was split apart. He kicks up such a touse. But never mind, der boys was few like dat young Jakob Strauss. He asks me questions such as these. Who paints my nose so red? Who was it cuts dat smooth place out from der hair upon mine head? Und where der blaze goes from der lamp, whene'er der glim I douse? How can I all these things explain to dat small Jakob Strauss? I sometimes think I shall go wild mit such a crazy boy, and wish once more I could have rest and peaceful times enjoy. But when he was asleep in bed, so quiet as a mouse, I praised der Lord, take anythings but leave dat Jakob Strauss. End of poem, read by Sandra. This recording is in the public domain. Dat baby of mine by Charles F. Adams. Mine gracious, just look here and see a Deutscher so happy as happy can be. Der peoples all think that no brains I have got, was crazy mit drinking or something like that. It wasn't because I drinks lager and wine, it was all on account of that baby of mine. Dat small little fellow, I tells you was queer, not much bigger round as a good glass of beer, mit a barefooted head and nose but a speck, a mouth that goes most to der back of his neck, and his little pink toes mit der rest all combine to give such a charm to dat baby of mine. I tells you dat baby was fun of der boys and beats little Jakob for making a noise. He just has begun to speak good English too, says Mama and Papa, and sometimes a goo. You don't find a baby 10 times out of 9 that was quite so smart as das baby of mine. He crawls der floor over and throws things about and puts everything he can find in his mouth. He dorbles der stairs down and falls from his chair and gives mine Katrina one terrible scare. Mine hair stands like squills on a mad porcupine when I thinks of those pranks of that baby of mine. There was something, you bet, I don't likes pretty well to hear in der night times that young Deutscher yell, unravel their bedroom without many clothes, while their chills down their spine of mine pack quickly goes. Those little gymnastic tricks wasn't so fine that I cuts up at night mit that Bobby of mine. Well, these little schaffers was going to be men, and all of these troubles will be over then. They will wear a white shirt front instead of a bib, and wouldn't got tucked up at night in their crib. Well, well, when I'm feeble and in life's decline, may mine old age be cheered by that Bobby of mine. End of poem, read by Sandra. This recording is in the public domain.
A Dutchman's Mistake by Charles F. Adams. Read for LibriVox.org by Bryce Kreis. I keeps me a little store down Broadway and does a pretty good business, but I don't get much capital to work with, so I finds it hard work to get me all the credits what I would like. Last week I hear about some goods that a party was going to sell pretty cheap, and so's I write that man if he would give me the refusal of those goods for a couple of days. He gave me the refusal, that is, he said I couldn't have them, but he said he would call on me and see mine store, and then if my standing in business was good, perhaps we might do some things together. Well, I was behind mine counter yesterday, when a gentleman comes in and takes me by the hand and says, "Mr. Schmidt, I believe?" I says, "Yeah." And then I thinks to myself, this was the man what has the goods to sell, and I must try to make some good impressions with him, so we could do some business. "This was good store," he says, looking round, "but you don't got a pretty big stock already." I was afraid to let him know that I only had about $1,000 worth of goods in the place, so I says, "You don't think I had more as $3,000 in this little store, would you?" He says, "You don't told me. Was that possible?" I says, "Yeah." I meant that it was possible, though it wasn't so, for I was like George Washington when he cut down the old elm on Boston Commons with his little hatchet, and couldn't tell some lies about it. "Well," says the gentleman, "I thinks you ought to know better as anybody else what you have got in the store." And then he takes a big book from under his arm and says, "Well, I put you down for $3,000. I ask him what he means by puts me down, and then he says he was one of the taxmen or assessors of property, and he thanked me so kindly as never was, because, he say, I was such an honest doucher, and didn't try and cheat the governments. I tells you what it was, I didn't feel any better as 100% when that man walks out of my store, and the next time I makes free with strangers, I finds first their business out." End of section. This recording is in the public domain.
The Owl Critic by James T. Fields. Read for LibriVox.org by Tony Scheinman. Who stuffed that white owl? No one spoke in the shop. The barber was busy, and he couldn't stop. The customers, waiting their turns, were all reading the Daily, the Herald, the Post, little heeding the young man who blurted out such a blunt question. No one raised a head, or even made a suggestion, and the barber kept on shaving. "Don't you see, Mr. Brown," cried the youth with a frown, "how wrong the whole thing is? How preposterous each wing is, how flattened the head is, how jammed down the neck is. In short, the whole owl, what an ignorant wreck 'tis. I make no apology. I've learned owliology. I've passed days and nights in 100 collections, and cannot be blinded to any deflections arising from unskilful fingers that fail to stuff a bird right from his beak to his tail. Mr. Brown, do take that bird down, or you'll soon be the laughing-stock all over town." And the barber kept on shaving. I've studied owls and other night fowls, and I tell you what I know to be true. An owl cannot roost with his limbs so unloosed. No owl in this world ever had his claws curled, ever had his legs slanted, ever had his bill canted, ever had his neck screwed into that attitude. He can't do it because 'tis against all bird laws. Anatomy teaches, ornithology preaches, an owl has a toe that can't turn out so. I've made the white owl my study for years, and to see such a job almost moves me to tears. Mr. Brown, I'm amazed you should be so gone crazed as to put up a bird in that posture absurd. To look at that owl really brings on a dizziness. The man who stuffed him don't half know his business. And the barber kept on shaving. Examine those eyes. I'm filled with surprise. Taxidermists should pass off on you such poor glass. So unnatural they seem, they'd make Audubon scream, and John Burroughs laugh to encounter such chaff. Do take that bird down, have him stuffed again, Brown. And the barber kept on shaving. With some sawdust and bark, I could stuff in the dark an owl better than that. I could make an old hat look more like an owl than that horrid fowl, stuck up there so stiff like a side of coarse leather. In fact, about him, there's not one natural feather. Just then, with a wink and a sly normal lurch, the owl very gravely got down from his perch, walked round and regarded his fault-finding critic, who thought he was stuffed, with a glance analytic, and then fairly hooted, as if he should say, "Your learning's at fault this time anyway. Don't waste it again on a live bird, I pray. I'm an owl, you're another. Sir Critic, good day." And the barber kept on shaving. End of section. This recording is in the public domain.